To shape fast, absolutely free. Text TIGER to 321321. That's Tiger to 321321.
Hey, football fans, hike it into Hooters to watch all the games this season. Since 1983, our world-famous wings always win. Hooters has over 14 sauces and rubs to choose from. Or try one of our football specials like 10 buffalo shrimp or 3 chicken tender strips, both served with fries for a special price. Wash them down with a Big Daddy mug of Bud Light, Michelob Ultra, or Dos Equis, or a $6 legendary margarita. With 11 Chicagoland locations, there's a Hooters near you. Visit originalhooters.com to find yours today. Hooters, the original wing joint.
White Sox fans, be part of the action at the ballpark with our unbeatable season-long deals. Every Tuesday home game, enjoy a specially priced $5 concessions menu, which includes Miller or Modelo draft beers, Vienna beef hot dog or Polish sausage, Beggar's Pizza Slice, nachos, Coca-Cola products, or Garrett popcorn. Plus, take advantage of a fan favorite this season and get 1 ticket and 2 beers starting at $19 with our Miller Lite Baseball and Brews promotion. It includes all fees. To purchase tickets, visit whitesox.com/offers.
Hey, it's your friend Tom Waddle. On the field, every great team starts with a strong defense, and the same's true in business. That's why companies trust my friends at Trend Micro. They protect your network, your cloud, your data, and your people from ransomware, phishing, and today's toughest cyber threats. With AI-powered proactive security, Trend Micro stops attacks before they ever reach you. Trusted worldwide and backed by over 35 years of innovation, this is enterprise defense done right. Go to trendmicro.com today. That's trendmicro.com.
New friends and old favorite. It's time for this month's Whiskey University. The lesson? Brother Justice, an American single malt whiskey with a story inspired by a real-life bootlegging monk. The classroom? An old favorite, Sovereign in Plainfield, a true Whiskey U Hall of Famer. Join us Tuesday, September 23rd at 6:30. Don't settle for a backup bottle. Graduate to greatness with Brother Justice. See you at Sovereign, and as always, please drink responsibly.
Whiskey me? No! Whiskey you!
From the State Street Studio, this is WMVP WTBC HD2, Chicago.
A Good Karma Brands radio station.
ESPN 1000 presents The Fantasy Football Show with Jeff Meller. Hard-hitting fantasy info to help you land that dub this weekend. Jeff Meller shares the latest news, injury updates, and tips to help you set your lineup. The Fantasy Football Show, presented by Tullamore Dew Irish Whiskey. Your football Sunday starts now with Jeff Meller on ESPN Chicago.
Indeed it does. Welcome to the Fantasy Football Show. I am Jeff Meller here with you until 8 o'clock. 312-332-3776. That is how you jump on in and talk some fantasy football with me for the next hour. As your football season, your football Sunday, does begin. And as always, I want to say thank you as I raise my coffee mug with a little bit of a tip of the old Tullamore Dew in it. Tullamore Dew. The presenting sponsor of the Fantasy Football Show. If you're new to the show, the way it works, I run through all the key injuries here in the first segment, get you caught up to date on what you need to know as you set your fantasy football lineup. And then we turn it over to you, the listener. 312-332-3776. That's how you jump on in. Give me a call, and we will take your questions. We'll bat it around a bit, get you the best information that you need to know to go ahead and get a dub out there. As always, I do like to mention that this is just the start of your football Sunday here on ESPN 1000 and the ESPN Chicago app, your home of the Chicago Bears. Of course, full day of Bears coverage begins, well, now, but, of course, 8 o'clock, Bleck and Abdalla take over with the pregame tailgate party for you. At 10 o'clock, we go to Bears Network coverage when Waddle, Silvy, Dionne, Miller will have your Bears pregame show for you. And then at noon, we've got the kickoff. Joniak and Thayer on the call. J-Mac, Jason McKee on the sidelines for Bears and Lions and Ben Johnson's return to Detroit. Post-game coverage with Peggy Kaczynski and Yurko after the game. And then 2 hours after that, guess what? I'll be back with you, along with Jason McKee and Pat the Designer for the post-game show. That is your football Sunday here on ESPN 1000, your home of the Chicago Bears. So let's get it going right now. All right, I think the biggest injury, it's a double whammy out there for fantasy purposes.
3rd and 5 at the 5. Here is Purdy dropping back, looks right, throws. It is a touchdown to George Kittle. Caught it just in the front corner, and the 49ers break through and strike first.
All right, the 49ers have a world of hurt right now coming at them. They're a 3.5 point favorite in New Orleans at the Caesars Superdome today, but they will be without Brock Purdy, throwing without George Kittle. Or should I say that? Let's say that coherently. Brock Purdy will not be starting. Mac Jones will be starting for the 49ers, and he can't throw to George Kittle because he has been placed on injured reserve, meaning Kittle will be gone for at least 4 weeks with that hamstring injury. Brock Purdy, a fringe starting quarterback in fantasy anyway, more of that 10 to 12 QB range. So he was somebody who could certainly consider starting from week to week, but wasn't necessarily locked in. Of course, when the offense was humming over the last couple of seasons, you felt good about having him in your lineup. But, now that he is out for what's expected to be somewhere between 2 and 5 weeks, that's Purdy, you obviously are not using him, and it throws everything up into the air with the Niners offense. Juwan Jennings also listed as questionable. He's going to be a game-time decision with the shoulder injury that he's dealing with. I don't want to use Juwan Jennings even if he is active today without Purdy. Certainly, Mac Jones has been productive at times, but I'm not feeling great. You certainly should not be using Mac Jones this early in the season. There should be plenty of quarterbacks available on your waiver wire that you can turn to if you waited on QB and Purdy was somebody who you ended up with. There should be a lot of options for you. Geno Smith, routinely available. Trevor Lawrence up against the Bengals defense today. There should be a few out there. Maybe, not feeling Drake May nearly as much as some others were to begin the season, but there should be options out there that are better to turn to than Mac Jones. But I will mention Mac Jones in deep superflex leagues where you're starting 2 QBs. Now that's a little bit more enticing. And so if you're somebody who had Purdy in a superflex, I would say that's where I can start to consider signing off on plugging in Mac Jones for your second quarterback option.
He slot to the right on 3rd down. O'Connell's throwing for Bowers. He gets away from a tackle at the 5. Into the end zone. Touchdown, Brock Bowers.
All right, so this one is a little bit dicey. Brock Bowers, the top tight end taken in fantasy football, is questionable. And here's where it becomes a little bit disastrous because it's the late Monday Night Football game. That's right, we got a doubleheader of Monday Night Football action for you tomorrow night, starting with the Bucs at the Texans. That's a 6 o'clock Central Time game. And then Brock Bowers, his team goes in the nightcap. That's 9 o'clock Central. The Raiders host the Chargers. And with Bowers being listed as questionable, I don't think you can wait on him. I think you have to have an option ready to go. I guess I'll throw the caveat, unless you have Michael Mayer there as your backup option, and maybe he's available on your waiver wire. There is your, okay, let's be ready, breaking case of an emergency type of situation, where if you want to wait out Bowers, and I can certainly understand the rationale, if you don't have a decent backup tight end, and most teams aren't carrying backup tight ends in fantasy football, you probably should be utilizing your roster for some, running back or wide receiver spots. However, if you do have the flexibility, or you have a deeper roster where you're carrying a backup tight end, or you have the ability to go ahead and pick up Michael Mayer, that's maybe the best move to wait out Bowers. Again, he's listed as questionable. He did practice yesterday, but, it's just you got to have an alternative plan. So if you can't grab Mayer, then I would start to consider using someone and not waiting it out. So really just have that backup plan in place. That's the biggest move with Brock Bowers, who's listed again as questionable, and he has the final game of the slate on week 2.
So here's Penix now, 2-by-2 look again. Robinson in the backfield.
You cannot hold the ball.
Carolina brings 4. Michael going to zip it again. This time London. He held on, and that's an Atlanta touchdown. Whoa, what a play.
Drake London. So after initially hitting the injured list, he has been removed from the injured list. So the Falcons wide receiving core is set to be at full strength, and that is good because initially that was not necessarily looking like it was going to be the case. But after, again, being on the injury report on Wednesday, limited with a shoulder injury, that is no longer a concern for Sunday Night Football when the Falcons will visit the Vikings on NBC, because Drake London has been removed, no longer has an injury designation. So you can go ahead and feel free to go ahead and plug in Drake London into your lineup. Probably one of your top wide receivers selected.
This is the 8th play of the drive. Shotgun snap from Mahomes. Quick throw left side out of the backfield, running towards the front left pylon, diving in for a touchdown. It's Xavier Worthy, the wide receiver.
Game of the day in Kansas City, as we've got a rematch of last year's Super Bowl. The Eagles visit the Chiefs at GEHA Field. And so Worthy, if you were watching last Friday night, was taken out, self-sabotage by Travis Kelce. He ran into Worthy, and Worthy separated his shoulder. He has not undergone surgery. They're trying to avoid that if at all possible. So you can still hang on to Xavier Worthy right now as somebody who could potentially return here. This is going to be a week-by-week case with Worthy right now. But I will say I'm not overly optimistic about Worthy necessarily returning. Now, this is just speculation. I think my biggest point here is that if you don't have a deep bench, I'm not sure that Worthy is somebody worth hanging on to if you're in a league where you've only got 4 or 5 roster spots. I think hanging on to Xavier Worthy for an extended period of time, hoping that he returns without having surgery. So no matter what, he's going to be compromised in some way if he does return this year. I'm a little bit skeptical of Worthy. And then when he finally does get back, Rashee Rice would be back after serving his 6-game suspension. So I'm not loving Xavier Worthy. The biggest benefactor is Marquise Brown, who had the 10 catches as soon as Xavier Worthy left the game last week, immediately when the game started. So first play from scrimmage for the Chiefs. So if you need to cut Worthy, you have my blessing. I think you can probably move along, not feeling great about him for the season. On the other side of the football,
on first down, on the run, fires complete, running along the sideline, and is he in for a touchdown? He is! Dallas Goedert, 17 yards.
That was Dallas Goedert, if you could not make it out. He has been ruled out for the Eagles today. That's a bit of a blow because Goedert was productive last week, and I think some teams may have believed that they had themselves a nice find as a tight end, but had that knee injury, and he's already been ruled out for the Eagles today, so you're going to have to make accommodations. I do think worth talking about the A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith situation for the Eagles. If they can run effectively, there will be more weeks like last week where A.J. Brown is targeted limited. They may not all be just one catch, but offensively, the Eagles, when they can grind the game down to a pulp with their running game, that's going to be an effective game plan for them more weeks than not. And so if someone comes knocking on your door and looking to try and buy low on A.J. Brown or Devontae Smith, I'm not saying to offload them for pennies on the dollar, but if you can get somebody who thinks they're buying low on this target, I think you might be getting out ahead on something that could be a headache from a fantasy perspective on a week-to-week basis. Now, again, there's going to be big weeks ahead for A.J. Brown, but I do think the problem for him, the reason he's not necessarily a top 10 fantasy wide receiver, in my opinion, he's a top 10 football wide receiver. But the offense, the way Jalen Hurts runs it, is not always going to be conducive to big weeks for A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith. So if you can find somebody in an offense that needs to pass more often to win football games, I think you may be better off.
There's the give to Tank Bigsby. Tank is into the end zone. Touchdown. A 1-yard touchdown run by Tank Bigsby. And there's your answer from the Jaguars.
No longer a Jaguar, as Bigsby was traded this week to the Eagles after Will Shipley suffered an injury. And so Bigsby, next man up if anything should happen to Saquon Barkley. So this is more of a PSA for Barkley owners out there. If Bigsby was released, I think you go ahead and scoop him up. If you're in, again, a little bit more of a shallow league, then definitely consider picking up Bigsby for Barkley, because I do think Bigsby, with Shipley now injured, is somebody who I would feel much better about plugging in if anything should happen to Barkley. So more of a Barkley owner. If you were stashing Bigsby in hopes that he could take over the role in Jacksonville, this is not really what you drafted him for. So handcuff situation where you're trying to get lucky. If you need that roster spot, I'd say you can go ahead and move off of Tank Bigsby if you need the roster spot, because only going to be productive in the case of a Saquon Barkley injury. Those are your biggest injuries here on Sunday morning ahead of Week 2. I'm Jeff Meller. Again, this is the Fantasy Football Show. Your turn. We're going to go ahead and take your calls as we do each and every Sunday morning on a football season right here on ESPN 1000.
Don't go anywhere. The Fantasy Football Show with Jeff Meller, presented by Tullamore Dew, will be back with the answers to all your fantasy football dilemmas on ESPN Chicago.
It's fall again, and that means football, falling leaves, cozy fires, and, of course, a fresh haircut at Great Clips. Whether you want a whole new look for the season or just a trim on a cut you already love, the skilled stylists at your local Great Clips salon are ready to bring it to life for less. With convenient online check-in, you can add your name to the list and stop in whenever it works for you. They'll even send you a ready next text when you're up next for a haircut, so you can get all of your fall errands done rather than waiting in the salon. Once your cut is finished, the friendly stylists at Great Clips will save the details in clip notes so you can get the look you love every time you come in. And the best part? Great Clips' everyday affordable prices means you'll have money left over for fall fun as well. Look your greatest for the new season. Download the app and get into your local Great Clips salon for a fresh fall haircut today. Great Clips, it's gonna be great.
Hi, this is Dave Musial, owner of Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric. Do you have a plumbing emergency? Call Four Seasons. An electrical emergency? Call Four Seasons. A heating or cooling emergency? Call Four Seasons. Same-day hot water tank installation needed? Call Four Seasons. Need a whole home generator? Call Four Seasons. We guarantee same-day installation on all heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs. And no extra charge for nights, weekends, or holidays.
For all the right reasons, call 866-4 Seasons.
It all started back in 1971 when Rocco Polisi and his wife Nancy brought a taste of Italy to Chicago. That's right, Nancy's Pizza, home of the original stuffed pizza. Rocco crafted his recipe from scratch, and when you cut into that crispy crust, you get a gooey molten blend of mozzarella and your favorite fillings that's just perfection. Also, try Nancy's thin crust, crispy on the edges with that caramelized cheese. It is sure to hit the spot. Taste a piece of Chicago pizza history. Stop by my guys at Nancy's in the West Loop on your way to the game, or order from any of their locations throughout the suburbs.
Do you ever scream at your screen when your 5G internet freezes? It's the worst. So why not switch to Astound? Wi-Fi that just works. With Astound Wi-Fi, you'll rage less, buffer less, and live more. Lock in gig speed Wi-Fi for just $35 a month, guaranteed for 3 years. Plus, get up to a $200 Amazon gift card. Astound Wi-Fi, it just works. Visit astound.com today.
IKEA is turning 40, and they're giving you the presents. From now to September 23rd, IKEA is celebrating with a huge gift card giveaway. Every day, 3 times a day, 40 lucky winners will score an IKEA gift card worth anywhere from $5 to $500. That's right, 120 winners every day at every store. Join the celebration and win. Visit IKEA Schaumburg or IKEA Bolingbrook or IKEA.us for more information. Must be an IKEA family member to participate. One gift card per IKEA family membership during the promotion.
This isn't just another ESPN fantasy football season. It's your shot at greatness. With a refreshed design, the ESPN Fantasy app is sharper than ever, so you can draft like a pro and dominate your league. And introducing Gridiron Gauntlet, a new game mode where the best compete to be crowned the #1 fantasy football player of 2025. One app, one shot, one champion. Download the ESPN Fantasy app and sign up to play ESPN Fantasy Football today.
Now that I'm a dad, I can't stop thinking about what would happen to my kids if something happened to me, like losing the house or not affording college.
Yeah, that used to keep me up at night too. It's why I finally got life insurance from Ethos. It's 100% online. No medical exams, just a few health questions. I got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day.
I never realized it was that simple. Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game.
Rates may vary. Bill monthly. Sample rate 10-year term life policy for a 35-year-old healthy non-smoking male. The Fantasy Football Show with a guru of fantasy football, Jeff Meller. Dial us up at 312-332-ESPN. That's 312-332-3776. This is The Fantasy Football Show on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN 1000 and 100.3 HD2.
It's a pitch to the right to Eckler. Cuts back, gets to the end zone. Touchdown! Touchdown Washington! And for the second straight week, Eckler gets 6.
Well, we will not be seeing any more Austin Eckler touchdowns this season, as if you were watching on Thursday Night Football, as the Packers handled the Commanders to add injury to insults. The Commanders lost Austin Eckler for the season near the end of the game, which means it is Bill season. JCM, Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt, will step in to the featured role, whether he likes it or not. And I'm sure lots of Bill owners out there are at least excited about the possibilities. Do think this also opens up some possibilities for Jeremy McNichols in deeper PPR leagues as a pass-catching option. And Chris Rodriguez will also now be thrown into the mix, probably active on game day as a bit more of a goal line plotter type. So there's a couple of names to keep an eye on in deeper leagues if you were an Austin Eckler owner. All right, taking your calls here on the Fantasy Football Show. I am Jeff Meller, 312-332-3776, each and every Sunday morning here with you during the football season, getting the football day started here on ESPN 1000 ahead of all Bears coverage as Ben Johnson returns to take on the Lions today. Great grudge match. Bears definitely need a win. Let's get after it. Oh, and one more note that I wanted to give you regarding the league today before taking your calls. Quinshon Judkins, the Ohio State running back that the Browns drafted early in the second round, will be active today, but do not start him. Going to be limited snaps, but you will get your first look at Judkins, and I think that's putting a bit of a monkey wrench in Dylan Sampson's day, who was good in the PPR format, catching a lot of dump-offs, and somebody you could probably use today, but I wouldn't necessarily be counting on Dylan Sampson for the long run as the running back in Cleveland. All right, let's get things going, and started with Ron, who's in Schaumburg. Good morning, Ron. Thanks for waking up with me.
Good morning, Jeff. Thanks for taking my call.
My pleasure.
Love the show. Okay, I need 3. I got 5. Zach Charbonnet, David Montgomery, Trayvon Henderson, R.J. Harvey, and Quentin Johnston.
And you needed, is it PPR or what's the scoring format, Ron?
And it's standard.
Standard, okay. So you need 3 of David Montgomery, Zach Charbonnet, Travion Henderson, R.J. Harvey, or Quentin Johnston. So first and foremost, I haven't mentioned Charbonnet just yet, but it was almost a split backfield with him and Kenneth Walker, the third in Seattle to open the season. I think of the options, I like Charbonnet probably in terms of like the best option to score a short touchdown. I think he may be your best bet. I definitely still want to keep rolling with TreVeyon Henderson. That wasn't obviously the debut that anybody who drafted him wanted, but I still think he's an explosive player. I think the Patriots are going to get him the ball more this week, so definitely use him. And then I think you roll with David Montgomery, kind of cross your fingers, hope for a short touchdown. He'll be in the mix near the goal line. Obviously, the Lions' offense looked completely different last week without Ben Johnson. John Morton, now their OC, is probably got his hands full because he has high expectations to live up to in Detroit, and I'm not necessarily convinced that as a schemer he is anywhere near what Ben Johnson is capable of. Nevertheless, I still think don't overreact to benching all of your Lions right away. There's certainly a possibility that them running into the Packers last week at Lambeau Field was the bigger issue for them, and that defense being the problem. That could be the case. So I think for the most part, most people out there, not just Ron, but I think most people out there, your best bet is still keeping most of your Lions in the starting lineup. 312-332-3776. Let's say good morning to Adrian in LaGrange, my hometown. What's going on, Adrian?
Hey, what's going on, man?
You tell
Thanks
me.
For taking the call. I just had a quick question in running back. So I have 12-man PPR, and so I have Gentee Swift, and I have Charbonnet.
Okay.
But I want to start Gentee off the bat right away,
Yes.
but I was just worried about who I should start between Swift and Charbonnet.
Yeah, so, I do, I just talked about Charbonnet a little bit, Adrian, but I think in this situation, DeAndre Swift, especially, I do expect him to catch the ball a little bit more going forward here this season. I do think Swift is the better play over Charbonnet right now, especially with Kenneth Walker still in the mix. If Charbonnet takes over more as the featured back, then we can start having a conversation about who you would rather start. This is kind of a volume play, though. I think Swift is the unquestioned featured back for the Bears right now. Roschon Johnson, nothing more, when he is active, nothing more than a potential goal line nuisance. Nevertheless, though, I think Swift and his opportunities are going to be plentiful, whereas Charbonnet, would you rather go for the guy who I think is going to have touched the ball 20 times or the guy who is more likely to touch it 10 to 12? And especially in a PPR format, that definitely plays, I think, to DeAndre Swift's strength, Adrian. So I'm saying go with Swift in this one. Let's try Dave, who's in Elkhorn, Wisconsin. Dave-O, what's up, my man?
How you doing, Jeff? Hey, want to start off, thanks for changing my mind on Flowers last week.
Oh, yes. Zay Flowers.
I did not have him in my lineup.
That was a very productive Zay Flowers day last Sunday, and he's certainly capable of that. I think most people in PPR scoring, Dave, are going to want to have Zay Flowers in their lineup for the majority of the season. So I'm glad it worked out for you.
Thank you for your help. I need two of these four. I need Pearsall, TreVeyon Henderson, Pickens, or Hollywood Brown this week.
And it's a PPR for you, right, Dave?
Yep.
Yeah, so Henderson, lock him in. I'm still feeling good about where he's at. For me, I'm going to shy away from Ricky Pearsall with Mac Jones. I want to kind of see it for 1 week, especially because you've got Hollywood Brown and George Pickens, who I would nudge ahead of Pearsall right now. Now, I will say, this is more of I want to wait and see with Mac Jones how he operates that offense. Mac Jones had a little bit of success from a fantasy standpoint last year when he stepped in for Jacksonville and when Trevor Lawrence was injured. So I'm not going to necessarily stick a fork in the 49ers offense, for the entirety of Purdy being out. But I kind of want to wait and see because you've got some good options here. And in the PPR format, Dave, I'm going to lean towards Hollywood Brown because I think the volume is going to be there for him most weeks, at least for the next 5, while Rashee Rice is out. So I'd say play Henderson and Brown, and then let's wait and see on Pearsall with Mac Jones. And then problem for me with George Pickens in PPR is it's the CeeDee Lamb show. And Pickens may score a touchdown. That's hard to predict. Don't know which weeks, he's going to be the guy who scores the touchdown. So it's kind of like playing the old fantasy whack-a-mole. And if you hit it, you feel good. But then there's other weeks where it'll be a bit of a bust for George Pickens. So I'm going to say roll with Hollywood Brown. I think he'll probably be a safe bet for at least 5 to 6 catches most weeks while Rashee Rice is suspended. Let's go on out to the ATL, Atlanta. Mike's down there. What's going on, Mike? You're on the Fantasy Football Show.
Hey, Jeff, thanks for taking my call. Glad to be back with you for another fantasy season.
Thank you, Mike. Glad to have you back.
Yeah, so quick question for flex option PPR. I got Quentin Johnson, Trayvon Henderson, and Rome Odunze. Just for the flex, just need one.
Just one for the flex, Mike. And I feel like I'm early on here, a broken record, but Trayvon Henderson, I'm still rolling with him, especially when – so this is kind of the way my thought process, the way I break it down. Trayvon Henderson, I think, is going to be a good bet for volume in the passing game most weeks. I think he's probably somebody who's going to be catching 5 to 6 passes fairly routinely, right? The other options that you gave us, Mike, Rome Odunze and Quentin Johnston, they're not huge volume target getters just yet. At least, and I don't expect Johnson to ever be. He may, last week he had a couple of touchdowns, which kind of made his week. But one of the cardinal rules in fantasy football, you don't want to go out and chase touchdowns, the previous week's touchdowns, right? Like, we have to know that, okay, this guy got the touchdowns because he's, for instance, the top receiver in their offense. Quentin Johnston is not that. That's Ladd McConkey, and that might even be Keenan Allen in the pecking order ahead of Johnston. So even though the week was good for Johnston, don't go chasing those touchdowns. You picked them up off of waivers. You spent the most fab. You got Johnston. That's not a bad play. I think the Chargers passing offense is going to be better this year, but don't necessarily plug him into your lineup. You've got better options, I think, in both Henderson and Rome. And, there were some problems with the Bears offense last week. Plenty of those are going to be covered throughout the day in the pregame here on ESPN 1000. So I'm going to say I think Trayvon Henderson is a pass-catching back and also as a back out of a solid running option for the Patriots. I think his volume is going to be much bigger than what Rome is likely to see. So I'd say keep rolling with Trayvon Henderson, even though the first week was disappointing. Let's try Eric, who is in South Barrington. What's going on, E?
Hey, Jeff. Thanks for taking my call. Good to talk to you again.
Thanks for making it.
I'm going to mix my question up a little bit. I called about starting Collins, Omarion Hampton, or Charbonnet in a flex spot. I kind of wanted to add on then, if I do go with Hampton or Charbonnet in that flex, would you start Collins over Ibuka or Sutton?
Yes, I would. So I like the idea of using Omarion Hampton this week. I do think he'll have a more productive week this week against Vegas than he did against Kansas City last week. And I know it did not go well for Nico Collins. He wasn't necessarily somebody I was drafting in the first round, but at the same time, Ibuka and Sutton. And listen, I like everything I saw from Emeka Ibuka. And I should know, Eric, that I didn't mention this at the top, but Chris Godwin has been ruled out again for the Bucs. Now, that's not necessarily something that's completely surprising, as we knew that it would take him a little bit of time to get ramped up. So, like what I saw from Ibuka, but I can't plug him in ahead of Nico Collins. We're still too early in the season. You want to start your studs. Nico Collins is still a verified stud. Keep him in your lineup. Now, Ibuka versus Sutton, I'm a little bit more on board with starting Ibuka over Sutton if you want to roll with the rookie, but I still like Sutton as an option near the goal line for the Broncos, so that one's pretty close for me. If you want to play the hot hand and go with Ibuka and see if he has unseated an aging Mike Evans and with Chris Godwin out, I'm okay with that. I would probably personally play Sutton over Ibuka, but it's a close enough toss-up for me where I would consider I'd be okay doing Ibuka over Sutton, but you definitely need to start Nico Collins. And then, yes, Omarion Hampton would be the flex play for me, Eric. 312-332-3776 lines are filled right now, but keep trying. Jump on in. We'll take your calls, taking them here until 8 o'clock. This is the Fantasy Football Show here on ESPN 1000.
This is the Fantasy Football Show. Back after this on ESPN 1000.
Traffic got you down. Let the CTA be your driver. Get into the city and back fast and stress-free. Avoid the hassle of stop-and-go traffic, spending money on gas, or those unexpected costs for car repair. $5 covers your trip and back on the CTA.
Just sit back, we'll do the driving.
Tap to Pay is also available on all CTA trains and buses. Save money, do more, ride CTA.
Save big on everything for your next project when you shop at Menards. Dutch Boys Durafighter is an interior paint and primer in one with a tough-lasting formula. It provides great scrub resistance and durability with remarkable hide and a smooth finish. Save big on Dutch Boys Durafighter paint at Menards and start your next project today. Plus, check out our weekly flyer on Menards.com for more great deals happening this week.
Save big money at Menards.
And here we are, folks. It's the Jeff and Jeff Call. I know football.
And I know houses, because when it comes to selling your house, you need a winning team you can trust.
No surprises, no fumbles, just a clear path to closing, just like a perfect play.
Jeff Buys Your House makes it simple. A fair offer, no repairs needed, and a closing date on your timeline.
Don't take a chance selling your house with just anyone. Visit us at jeffbuysyourhouse.com for your no-obligation offer today.
Hey, it's Joe Aurelio, and it's time for Aurelio's Pizza, Chicagoland's oldest pizza chain since 1959. Indulge in our crispy thin crust, signature sauce, and 100% real mozzarella. Visit Aurelio'sPizza.com for the location nearest you. Aurelio's Pizza, it's a sauce.
Hey, you want to talk about your stuff? You know, the things you as a sports fan have collected over the years. Talk about it with a pro. Sports Collecting with Tom Morgan, Saturday mornings at 7 on ESPN Chicago.
Presented by Huggins & Scott Auctions, ERC Delivery, and REA.
A SoFi personal loan is here to help you achieve something once thought impossible, overcoming high-interest credit card debt. Walk the tightrope of your finances with one low, fixed-rate monthly payment, no fees required, and as soon as the same-day funding. That's right. Pull off your own debt-defying stunt with a SoFi personal loan. Visit SoFi.com/trick to learn more. Loans originated by SoFi Bank, N.A., member FDIC. Terms and conditions apply. NMLS 696891.
My name is Georgios Tsetis. I'm the co-founder of Nutrafol. My hair started thinning in my early 20s. I tried everything, and nothing was really working. So we created Nutrafol. Our hair growth supplements undergo clinical trials and have helped millions of men and women get visibly thicker and stronger hair in just 3 to 6 months.
Get growing at Nutrafol.com. That's Nutrafol.com. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Talk about stepping up. Bang! Bang! It's time to level up your game. Introducing the all-new ESPN app. All of ESPN, all in one place. Your home for the most live sports and the best championship moments.
The electricity is palpable.
Step up your game with no annual contract required. It's the ultimate fan experience. Level up for more on the ESPN app or at stream.espn.com. Sign up now.
Every great team has its core players, but when the season gets tough, adding the right free agent can make all the difference. The same goes for business. At Robert Half, we found that 67% of companies surveyed plan to increase their use of contract talent to handle workload peaks and backlogged projects. With Robert Half's specialized recruiters' experience, combined with our award-winning AI, you can quickly find the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Discover how we can help at roberthalf.com/talent.
The Fantasy Football Show is back with the guru of fantasy football, Jeff Meller.
How's your lineup looking?
It's not good.
Dial us up at 312-332-ESPN.
Like if I start him and then he doesn't play, I literally have nothing in the bank. I got no backup.
That's 312-332-3776. This is the Fantasy Football Show on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN 1000 and the ESPN Chicago app.
Yeah, the Fantasy Football Show back at it again each and every Sunday here with you 7 to 8 a.m. Getting your football coverage kicked off on ESPN 1000 and the ESPN Chicago app ahead of all of your Bears coverage, which gets going at 8 o'clock. Bleck and Abdalla start us off with the pregame tailgate and, of course, We've got Waddle, Silvy, Dionne, Miller for your Bears pregame network coverage. Bears-Lions coming your way at noon today. Jeff Joniak, Tom Thayer on the call. J-Mac, Jason McKee, my post-game co-host on the sidelines with them. Then Yurko and Peggy come at you with the post-game coverage. And then I'll be along with Jason McKee and Pat the Designer 2 hours after the Bears game wraps up with your post-game right here on ESPN 1000, your home of the Chicago Bears. But right now, it's the Fantasy Football Show. And as I mentioned, 312-332-3776. That is your passcode to get through and talk some fantasy football with me. Again, as always, the Fantasy Football Show presented yet again by the fine folks over at Tullamore Dew. Thank you very kindly, we do, for their partnership. Let's go out to our good old buddy, George in Racine. George, it's been too long, my friend. How are you doing?
It's great. It's great to talk to you.
Great to talk to you, George.
I'm 86 now.
86 years young. Still playing fantasy football. Love it, man.
Got my season tickets to Marquette. Got a great recruit out of Rolling Meadows. So, anyway.
No, listen, Mark, real quick, George, for those who don't know, George played at Marquette. What years did you play there, George?
Yeah, in 59, 60, and 61.
There you go. So George, a former Marquette basketball player, an alum, and he always chimes in with us here on the Fantasy Football Show at the fine young age of 86. George, what can I help you with this morning, my man?
Okay, well, I'm playing 7 leagues, but I got the big one I've played for over 30 years, and I've got Barkley and Jacobs already played at running back.
Mm-hmm.
Evans and Sutton I put in at wide receiver, and I have Bowers, but I picked up Mayer.
Yes.
And my flex is the problem.
Okay.
I've got Harvey, Travis Hunter, Pearsall, and Benson.
All right, so you need one of those, right, George?
Yeah.
Yeah, so, I think of those options, I'll bet on Travis Hunter. The stats weren't great for him necessarily, but he was still somebody who they peppered with targets. I like the matchup against the Bengals, so I think I'm going to swing. I think Travis Hunter has the most upside of those options, George. If you wanted to play it a little bit safer, because let me point out, it's still unfolding how Travis Hunter is being used. And I guess I should point out that Liam Cohen talked about how this could be a week where Hunter's used a little bit more heavily on the defensive side of the football. So, if you want to play it a little bit safer, I think I'd still go with R.J. Harvey for the Broncos there, George. But if you want to swing for the fences, then Travis Hunter would be the play for me there. Let's go on out to Maryville and say hello to Scott. Scotty, what's up, man?
Hey, how you doing, my man?
Doing well.
This is a full PPR. I just need 2 of these 3. Ricky Pearsall, George Pickens, and Hollywood Brown. I need 2 of those 3.
And it's the old PPR, right, Scott?
Yep.
All right, so even though I think I had a very similar question, might have been the exact ones earlier, but so 2 of those 3, and I said I was shying away from Ricky Pearsall when it was, one of the 3 and a standard play, but in a PPR, I'm still a little concerned about George Pickens. Are we betting on the touchdown? That's the question. The Giants' defense, I think, is better than what it showed last week. So I'm still in a PPR going Pearsall and Hollywood Brown. I never feel great about advising George Pickens. I was coming around a little bit last season when he was the primary focus for the Steelers. But, I think you saw what he's capable of, or what he's more what he's certainly possible of giving you week in and week out, where he gives you 3 catches for whatever it is, 30-plus yards. If he's not scoring a touchdown, especially, again, until I kind of see the Dallas Cowboys offense have a monster week where Pickens goes crazy, I'm kind of wait-and-see mode on him. I know he's certainly capable of the big play, But I just feel like CeeDee Lamb is the guy who's going to eat in that offense. And more times than not, in PPR scoring, I'm a little reluctant to recommend George Pickens. And I think both Hollywood Brown and Pearsall are better bets to be heavy volume plays in that offense. Let's go now to Craig, who's in Michigan. Craig, what's going on?
Hey, good morning. I've got Pacheco in my flex in a standard league. I also had Pittman. I didn't like the matchup. You know why.
Yes, certain.
But I went out and picked up Kayshon Boutte because I like that matchup. And plus, he's the true X. The other guys are catching the underneath stuff. And he's getting 17.5 per catch last game in 2 of his best 3 weeks last year to end the season. And these are all true depth of target catches. He's not getting this after the catch. So talk me out of Pacheco. Should I put Boutte in or should I leave Pacheco in there? And that's all I got, brother. Thank you very much.
It's standard, though, Craig, right? Not PPR.
Standard, yep. Standard.
Yeah, so I hear you, and Pacheco, certainly it's alarming and concerning that Kareem Hunt is still heavily involved in the Chiefs running game. That's a concern. I think, though, Boutte, it's always a dangerous game to point to the production in terms of yards per catch off of a 1-week sample size. 1 or 2 big plays skews that a little bit. That's not a full season where I'm going to point to, okay, his average depth of target is deep in, the passing game. So I'm a little bit more wait and see on Boutte. I think I would still use Pacheco for 1 more week before I'm pulling the plug on him. I just think he's likely to be a little more heavily involved in the Chiefs' run game. I'll admit, though, didn't like what I saw from Kareem Hunt being the guy who was, a focal point in the Chiefs' running game, because Kareem Hunt certainly doesn't make me feel like that running game has a whole lot of juice to it. So I'm a little bit concerned, but I think I'd still go 1 more week with Pacheco before I'm pulling him out of your lineup. 312-332-3776. Last chance to jump on in when we come back. Also, Justin Pottinger has a daily fantasy play that he likes for you. If you're playing daily, we'll do that right here on the ESPN 1000 Fantasy Football Show.
Don't go anywhere. The Fantasy Football Show with Jeff Meller, presented by Tullamore Dew, will be back with the answers to all your fantasy football dilemmas on ESPN Chicago.
Do you ever scream at your screen when your 5G internet freezes? It's the worst. So why not switch to Astound? Wi-Fi that just works. With Astound Wi-Fi, you'll rage less, buffer less, and live more. Lock in gig speed Wi-Fi for just $35 a month, guaranteed for 3 years. Plus, get up to a $200 Amazon gift card. Astound Wi-Fi, it just works. Visit astound.com today.
Hey guys, it's Carm. If you're like me, you know a great haircut is more than just looking good. It's about the whole experience. That's why I head to White Buffalo Barbershop, Azazu Salon's partner. At White Buffalo, they redefine grooming excellence with top-tier barbers and a vibe that's second to none. Need to unwind? Grab a beer with your cut and catch all the big games right from your chair.
White Buffalo Barbershop, born original. Now in LaGrange and Hinsdale. Book your appointment today. Visit whitebuffalobarbershop.com for more info.
Hey guys, it's Silvy. Football season is finally here, and if you want to kick off like a pro, you need Circa Sports Illinois, the world's largest sports book, now right at your fingertips. Circa does it the right way. High app limits, low holds, incredible customer service, and no bet fees, ever. Other books might charge you just to get in the game, but not Circa. With Circa, every play is your play. Download your new bookie today at circasports.com. Must be 21 years or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, Electric wants you to avoid breakdowns this winter. Did you know your dirty furnace costs more to operate? It increases your utility bill and leads to more breakdowns? Now's the time. Schedule your Four Seasons tune-up today for only $89.95. The furnace tune-up includes a 30-point inspection, complete cleaning, and is backed by the industry-leading 1-year, no breakdown guarantee. Peace of mind, lower utility bills, just a Four Seasons tune-up away.
For all the right reasons, call 866-4 Seasons.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6759. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 five-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6759. That's 800-575-6759.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people. We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now.
800-575-6759.
Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 five-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6759. That's 800-575-6759.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
You're listening to The Fantasy Football Show with Jeff Meller. Presented by Tullamore Dew on ESPN 1000 and the ESPN Chicago app.
Good Sunday morning to you. Thanks for starting it with us here on ESPN 1000, your home of the Chicago Bears. I'm Jeff Meller. This is the Fantasy Football Show each and every Sunday during the football season, breaking down all the latest injury news and taking your calls at 312-332-3776. Last chance to jump on in. Before we finish off the calls for the day, though, bring in Justin Pottinger, producer extraordinaire, to give us a daily play. All right, JP. What do you got? What do you like this week for daily fantasy football?
What's going on? Good to be back. If you guys aren't familiar, so last year, basically what I do, I'm going to give you a play, but it's not going to be a player that's going to be a top 10 guy every week. It's not going to be some superstar. I'm looking for someone that's a little bit more low-key, maybe a wide receiver 3, a flex, an RB2 sort of guy. All right.
A difference maker,
if you will. This week, I'm going with Denver wide receiver Courtland Sutton. We talked a little bit about him earlier. Last week, he had 6 catches, 61 yards, and a touchdown. Now, the thing that I always look for, my biggest X factor, is snap count. He was out there 95% of the times with 9 targets. Bo Nix, he did struggle last week, and Sutton still had a good week. 40 pass attempts, that's a big number he had last week, averaged 33.5 pass attempts last year, and Sutton 24% of that usage rate in week 1, man. 1/4 of the time that Bo is throwing the ball, it's going to Sutton. I love him this week. I would start him over players like Marvin Harrison Jr., T. Higgins, A.J. Brown, and D.J. Moore. I'm all in on Sutton. On DraftKings, he's 6,300. FanDuel, about 7,000. That's what I'm looking at here for Sutton. Start him this week.
All right, the Broncos are in Indianapolis at Lucas Oil Stadium. Sutton, I just think he's always a solid threat near the goal line. Sean Payton always likes to utilize him there, and always good for a couple of sensational goal line grabs. It seems like each and every season he'll make some of the most sensational touchdown catches throughout the season. So I like it. Courtland Sutton, your daily fantasy play from Justin Pottinger. All right, let's go on out to Elkhorn. Let's try Braden. Braden, you're on the Fantasy Football Show.
Thank you. Good morning. So I have 2 questions, actually. So my first one is I got to start either Aaron Jones or Tony Pollard on my running back spot. And then my other thing is I got to start one of these 3 between Federal, McMillan, Emeka Egbuka, or Travion Henderson.
All right, so I'm definitely using Pollard over Aaron Jones, and I feel like a broken record. I said it earlier. TreVeyon Henderson, I'm going back to that well. There's a reason why he was getting all the hype in preseason. He's an explosive player, and I think the Patriots are going to recognize that their offense is going to need to lean on him if they're going to be consistently in football games. So I'd still use Henderson this week, Braden. Let's try Will, who's in Iowa. Hello, Will. What's going on?
Hey, Jeff. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure, no problem. Thanks for making it, man.
Yeah, just calling for my wide receiver lineup. I got Jefferson, Marvin Harrison Jr., and Tyreek Hill in my flex at the moment. But the way I've always been a big fan of Michael Pittman Jr., and I got him on my bench. Last week, I think he put up 20 points, and I don't know if it's crazy to maybe start him over Tyreek Hill or Marvin Harrison Jr.
So, I will tell – oh, Marvin, okay, so over Tyreek Hill, I'm still going to roll with Tyreek Hill. I actually have the exact same dilemma in one league where I have Hill and Pittman, and it is a PPR format. And I will tell you that definitely benefits Pittman. I think the problem for the Dolphins last week, Hill was still heavily involved in terms of targets. The problem for the Dolphins was more that the game got away from them early, and at the end of the game, they were basically rolling with the second unit. So I think I'm still going to go with Tyreek Hill and his big play ability for another week, especially because with Patrick Surtain and the Broncos taking on the Colts, don't love that matchup for Michael Pittman. So I think it makes it easier for me to say, let's wait one more week on Michael Pittman. Let's make sure that Daniel Jones doesn't turn back into a pumpkin. Let's see this Colts offense operate efficiently for 2 weeks in a row before you use him over Tyreek Hill. I think it's kind of a good barometer this week. Let's see if Tyreek Hill can get back to being that guy that we know he's capable of being, and let's make sure Pittman in the Colts passing offense is something we want to trust moving forward. And with that, Surtain lurking, it's just a good week to go Tyreek Hill one more week. And if things go Pittman's way yet again, then we can really have conversations about using Pittman over Tyreek Hill for the season. Let's try Rob, who's in McHenry. What's up, Rob?
Hey, I got a question for tight end. I was looking at either Ferguson or Loveland.
Jake Ferguson or Colston Loveland on the Bears, right? I think I want to see Loveland be more productive before I'm going to use him, or at least recommend using him for the Bears' purposes. I certainly think that Ben Johnson is an elite offensive play caller. I think there are better days ahead for the Bears' offense. At the same time, let's see it in action for a week or two before we're going to go ahead and use Loveland. I think Jake Ferguson is a decent bet. He's going to be in there. The problem with Loveland is, he was drafted high, but he's still a rookie. You've got Cole Kmet, you've got Rome Odunze, you've got DJ Moore, all mouths that need to be fed. Oh, yeah, and Luther Burden as well. So there's a lot of options for the Bears, and I think right now...
We're coming up in the 2-minute warning. This is the 2-minute warning.
And that'll take us to the 2-minute warning.
All right, that's the message to shut up, Meller. You've been talking too long. All right, quickly viewing the last-minute questions. Darren in Arlington Heights wanted to know Ricky Pearsall versus Cortland Sutton, half-point PPR. I think I mentioned it earlier. I don't love Mac Jones at quarterback for Pearsall, especially without Kittle. I think it's an easy stay away from Pearsall for 1 weekend. We just talked about Cortland Sutton with Justin Pottinger there as his daily play, so I think Sutton's a pretty good call there. Luke in Joliet wanted to know TreVeyon Henderson, Emeka Ibuka, or Devontae Smith. He needs 2 of 3. I'm going Henderson and Emeka, two rookies, especially in PPR formats, Luke. I don't trust Devontae Smith and the Eagles these days in terms of a passing offense that I want to trust. If you're desperate, fine. But at the same time, Devontae Smith, it's hard enough to start A.J. Brown and feel comfortable. Now you're talking about the second receiving option in the Eagles offense. Not great. So I'm going to say go ahead and use TreVeyon Henderson and Emeka Ibuka. And then a couple of questions rolling in. Justin Herbert versus Justin Fields. Which quarterback are you going with? You know what? Of those two QBs, I like Justin Herbert over Fields. And then another one here, Justin Herbert versus Caleb Williams. I'm still using Justin Herbert on Monday Night Football. Again, double header action on Monday Night Football. Go with Herbert in the late game there. All right, that does it for us, folks. But again, Bleck and Abdalla coming up next to start your Bears coverage right here on your home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN 1000.
Touchdown.
That does it for the Fantasy Football Show today, presented by Tullamore Dew and brought to you in part by ETI School of Skilled Trades. But don't miss more of Jeff Meller later today on the Bears postgame show, 2 hours after the Bears game ends. And next week, when the Fantasy Football Show returns, every Sunday at 7 a.m. on ESPN Chicago and the ESPN Chicago app.
New friends and old favorite. It's time for this month's Whiskey University. The lesson? Brother Justice, an American single malt whiskey with a story inspired by a real-life bootlegging monk. The classroom? An old favorite, Sovereign in Plainfield, a true Whiskey U Hall of Famer. Join us Tuesday, September 23rd at 6:30. Don't settle for a backup bottle. Graduate to greatness with Brother Justice. See you at Sovereign, and as always, please drink responsibly.
Whiskey me? No! Whiskey you!
Save big money on your roofing project at Menards with Owens Corning Shingles. Your roof is the first line of defense against the elements and enhances the appearance of your home's exterior. Owens Corning Duration Shingles offer ultimate protection and impressive curb appeal. Choose from 24 colors of Owens Corning Duration Shingles and transform your home today. Plus, check out our weekly flyer on Menards.com for all the great deals happening now.
Save big money at Menards.
This is the take care of my family goal. This is the enjoy the life I've built goal. This is the set up a foundation goal. This is Busey, where your goals become lasting legacies. Through bespoke plans that maximize your wealth, through partnerships that give you peace of mind. Because building wealth, tending to it, and passing it down secures a brighter future. Busey Bank, building business, growing wealth since 1868. Member FDIC.
Good Karma Brands is proud to be an equal opportunity employer. Our policy is to provide equal opportunity employment, development, and advancement to all current and potential teammates. If you are an organization that maintains a job bank, provides employment information, or gives job referrals, you may request to be placed on the station's mailing list for future career opportunities. To learn more about careers at Good Karma Brands, please email careers@goodkarmabrands.com.
Football starts with Game Day Tailgate. This is the home of the Chicago Bears. ESPN Chicago, WMVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago. Welcome to the Game Day Tailgate Show with Bleck and Abdalla. This is the home of the Chicago Bears. ESPN Chicago.
Welcome in. It's Bleck and Abdalla here on ESPN 1000 and the ESPN Chicago app. Getting you ready for a full Sunday of NFL action. Jeff Meller got it all started an hour ago. And we are now 4 hours until kickoff. The Chicago Bears in Detroit today to face off against the Lions in week 2 of the NFL. I'm Chris Bleck with Abdalla. You can listen to our show 2 to 3 every single day right here on ESPN 1000. And Abdalla, as we get things started today, this feels like a game that is more important than a week 2 game should be. You see what I'm saying? Like, it's only week 2. The world is not ending. You still have time. You still have a chance. But it feels like today's game in Detroit could really sway how a lot of us feel on how this season will go.
Yeah, I think that they're going through the week, right?
going through the week, coming in after the Monday night game, there was a lot of hype going around that Monday night game. We say it every year. The hype grows every single year. And going into this game, the hype around Ben Johnson, the hype around Caleb Williams, and the way that game started with the drive, with the touchdown from Caleb Williams, the way the defense was playing, and then letting go of the rope, and the defense giving up that game, and Caleb Williams looking the way he did, and the offense not having anything the rest of the game, and the way that we critiqued Caleb Williams and the offense, and rightfully so, the rest of the week, it felt very week 8 and not week 1. And it felt like the sky was falling and we were in year 3 of Ben Johnson and not week 1 of Ben Johnson. And right now, it's September 14th and the day of week 2 of Ben Johnson and not week 2 of year 3 of Ben Johnson. So, yeah, they need to go out and prove that their adjustments have been made against the Lions. And there is a lot to prove, and there is a lot to say, and there is a lot to go out there and say that there is a lot on the line for Ben Johnson today. But again, this isn't a must-win game for the Bears or a must-get-right game for the Bears. There's a lot more on the line for the Lions in this game than there is for the Bears. This is a home game for the Lions. You cannot fall into an 0-2 hole. The Lions have a lot more expectations than the Bears do. Beginning of the season, I did not pick the Bears to make the playoffs. I think Ben Johnson said that they're ready to win. There's no reason why they can't win now. Okay, sure. But if you look at the roster, you look at the teams in this division, you look at the way the Packers have been playing, especially after adding Micah Parsons in their first 2 games, they look like one of the best teams in the NFC, one of the best teams in the NFL right now. I know it's only 2 games, but right now, the Bears don't look like a playoff team. I would say right now, this is more of a must-win game it's week 2, I get it, for the Lions than it is the Bears. It's a must-look-better game. Can you have that? Can you have a must-look-better game? Can that be the headline? Must-look-better. I know it's not sexy.
You can.
I can.
You're more than welcome to,
Must-look-better game for the Bears this week and Ben Johnson.
Well, I'd say this. You can, certainly. And I think that's the brilliance of our show. We don't need to agree. And you and I have not agreed the entire week on this stance. And I'm listening to your opinion on this, but I do not think that Detroit is in a situation where it's a must-win for them. They're a Super Bowl caliber team that has higher aspirations than what the Bears have at this moment. And in the progression of their development as a team, they're farther along than we are. They've got time. Starting the season 0-2 for Detroit is not as bad as I think it will be for the Bears today if they don't win. I think there's a lot of situations here that are fragile, right? Like, we don't know if this quarterback is the guy. Ben Johnson all offseason has really done the right thing in the way he's commanded this team, but it's going to lead to second guessing by people and maybe people within the building if they go out there today and they don't look good. So, yeah, they got to look better. They also need a win. And, like, a win would go a long way for the Bears, where for Detroit, it'd be like, okay, they're just 1-1. We expected it. No big deal. Like, Detroit wouldn't have to panic unless they were, like, 0-4, 0-5. Like, that's when Detroit would need to panic. An 0-2 start for the Lions, we know they're a good football team. So, like, that's where you and I can disagree, and we've disagreed on this the entire week. I think this is a much bigger situation for the Bears than it is the Lions. I think when we look at this, today will be a very telling game to watch in the aspect of how do the Bears respond? How does Ben Johnson prepare his team after losing a game where the defense gave up 21 points in the fourth quarter? How does Ben Johnson prepare this team to respond when the quarterback looked like he was just missing wide open receivers for the majority of the game? Even when he looked good early, he was missing receivers, and it wasn't just he wasn't seeing them. When he saw them,
he was airmailing the football over their heads or not even close. How does he respond? How does the quarterback respond? I feel like a lot of the conversation had on the quarterback this year was taken with the idea that this guy's never played football before. We watched Caleb Williams play 17 games last season, but for some reason, he's the worst quarterback in the history of football because he played poorly on Monday night. How does he respond? And I think that's the key here is like he played well at times last year. He played poorly at times last year. At some point here early on, is this going to even out? And he's going to get that under control and just start playing better football week to week consistently. I think that's something that I think is very fascinating about today. Last year against Detroit, he played 2 decent games against the Lions. Now, the second game, the Bears essentially were blown out from the start. They gave up, I think, 13 points in the first quarter in Week 16 against Detroit. And then at halftime, the score was 27-14. So, like, the final score of that game was 34-17. The Bears were never in it. It was also the game with the stumble bum play that everyone was all a Twitter about afterwards and then in the offseason talking about it, right? That's why Ben Johnson's so great. They had the stumble bum play and all this stuff. That took place. Caleb went 26 of 40. He threw for 334 yards, 2 touchdowns, no interceptions in that game. Against the Lions on Thanksgiving, Week 13, the Bears lose that game 23-20. I think the Bears should have won that game. Caleb played good enough for that team to win on that date, on that Thursday for Thanksgiving. He went 20 of 39, 256. He had 3 touchdowns, no interceptions. He looked good. So today, how does Caleb respond? And how does Ben Johnson respond? I think that's the theme heading into this game. And I think today's game it means so much more for this young team with a new head coach than it does the Detroit Lions, who are a championship quality team.
I'd like to go back to last year for a second, right? That second game against the Lions, Week 16 against the Lions, was 34-17, like you mentioned, right? Mm-hmm. And 34-17 was the third game of the Thomas Brown era. Matt Eberflus was fired on Friday, November 29th, the day after the first game against the Lions. And the first game of the Thomas Brown era was the San Francisco game. We were like, all right, new coach. Maybe this guy's got it. 38-13. All right, well, it was his first game. Maybe it's not so bad. Maybe give him a shot in the second game. Against the Lions, 30-12. Okay, well, this ain't it. Team's done. This is over. I think the players at that point were playing out the season 34-17, whatever. You could see it. And then that horrible game against Seattle, 6-3. And then they rallied against the Packers at the end of the season and won that game 24-22. The first game against the Lions, where it literally led to the firing of Matt Eberflus. Mm-hmm. That was the final game. That was the straw that broke the camel's back, where they lost that game 23-20, where 3 minutes and 43 seconds left in the fourth quarter. Caleb drives the team down to the 25-yard line, 36 seconds left in the game. Caleb takes that bad sack. There's no timeout called. They show Cairo Santos on the sideline. He's warming up. We don't know if he makes the field goal or not because we've been debating whether or not he can make those field goals anymore, but it's inside. It's a controlled environment. He might have made that field goal. Caleb attempts that long pass to Rome Odunze, doesn't make it. They show everybody screaming about how he doesn't call the timeout. He's not calling a timeout. He's got it in his pocket. He gets fired. They might go to overtime if Cairo makes that field goal. They might lose that game. They might win that game. It's neither here nor there. The point is, they were in that game. That's one of the games where all offseason we talked about how if their coach is good at this and good at his job, they could be an 8-win team last year. They could have been a 7-win team or a 6-win team or whatever, and not a 5-win team. And maybe Matt Eberflus is still employed. The point is that this Lions team right now isn't as good as they were last year. They lost 2 of their coordinators.
Yeah.
They lost 2 offensive linemen, including a Hall of Famer. They look at them last week against the Packers. Now, I know the Packers, like I just said, are one of the best teams in the NFC, but look at how they looked last year. Goff was last week. Goff was sacked 4 times. They could barely move the football. He attempted 39 passes last week.
Packers,
8 of them
the Packers also have a pass rush.
Yeah, okay.
Are we sure Odingbo and Sweat is Sweat going to show up?
Well,
did he make the trip?
How many times did Hutchinson run the passes? They dropped him in coverage 90% of the time last week. They didn't get to Love last week at all. He wasn't.
We're talking about Goff.
I know
being disrupted.
I understand.
Can the Bears apply that pressure?
They did last week to J.J. McCarthy. They got to him a bunch last week.
Okay,
and so they can get to Goff this week.
I would love to see that.
They did last week to J.J. McCarthy. Why couldn't they do it this week? The Lions, on the other hand, didn't sack Love once. So if you apply that recipe to this week, Caleb should have enough time to throw just like Love did last week. So I don't see why the Bears can't go in and win this game. I think that this line is an overreaction. You can't tell me that watching the game last week from both these teams, that the Bears going in are a better team than they were last year, and the Lions being a worse team than they were than last year are a 6.5 point difference.
Oh, yeah.
There's no way.
If you and I want to discuss the gambling aspect of it, I think we're both on the same page on this. We're both taking the Bears plus the 6 points. I'm with you on that. Absolutely. And I think the Bears can win this game. I think it means more to the Bears than it does the Lions, though.
No, there's no way. There's no way.
There has to be. You need some momentum
teams
early in your run as a head coach. If he think about it this way. Let me just paint a picture of what if they do win. Like, everything's on the table for this team this season if they can win today.
Only like 10% of teams that go 0-2 make the playoffs. If the Lions lose to the Packers and then the Bears, there's panic in the streets in Detroit.
I don't think there is.
They might not make the playoffs.
No, I don't think it. I think you are assuming that they are that fragile. I'm saying to solidify the foundation with this team, with the Bears, and the way that we've seen the defense play over the last year and a half, and what we've seen from the quarterback and all the commentary this week about people thinking that the quarterback is no good, they need a win because it sets up the rest of the season. If you can get a win today, if the look-ahead line for Bears-Cowboys next Sunday at Soldier Field, the Bears are favored by 2.5 points. So what does that tell you about this weekend? Does that suggest that the Bears keep it close and lose, or does it suggest that they get a win? Does it suggest that the Cowboys go take care of business against the Giants today? Probably, right? But the Cowboys are going to be on the road as an underdog against the Bears next Sunday. So if the Bears can get a win today, I like my chances against Dallas. Everyone here at ESPN Chicago is going to Vegas for the Bears-Raiders game. I think that game is a little bit more difficult than we originally thought.
Pete Carroll's a very good coach.
He's a good coach.
Yep.
They have a decent defense. They're going to run the football. It's a good home environment for the Raiders. So I think there is a situation here where if you can get a win today, you now at least have a chance at 2-2 heading into the bye.
Yeah.
If not, best case scenario, you're 3-1.
Okay.
And now Bears fans can really lock in on this team heading into this season, knowing that's now another wasted year.
And I'm telling you that I know we're doing a Bears pregame show here on ESPN 1000.
You can easily flip it. And if they lose today,
I'm telling you,
and Dallas comes in here as a short underdog.
Of course.
They beat the Bears next Sunday.
Of course.
Things are going to go haywire
I
very
understand
quickly.
that. And like I said, I understand we're doing a Bears pregame show here on the home of the Bears, ESPN 1000. But if the Bears beat the Lions today, the Lions then have to face Baltimore, Cleveland, Cincinnati, Kansas City, and Tampa before the bye.
Teams on schedule, I know.
That's easily a 1-5 start for the Lions.
Let them worry about it.
I'm just telling you, this game means so much more for the Lions than it does the Bears. So much more for the Lions.
312-332-3776. Chris Bleck, Adam Abdalla, interrupted with Bears pregame.
The new home of the Bears. Bears and Lions, today at noon on ESPN Chicago, the home of the Bears.
It's fall again, and that means football, falling leaves, cozy fires, and, of course, a fresh haircut at Great Clips. Whether you want a whole new look for the season or just a trim on a cut you already love, the skilled stylists at your local Great Clips salon are ready to bring it to life for less. With convenient online check-in, you can add your name to the list and stop in whenever it works for you. They'll even send you a Ready Next text when you're up next for a haircut, so you can get all of your fall errands done rather than waiting in the salon. Once your cut is finished, the friendly stylist at Great Clips will save the details in clip notes so you can get the look you love every time you come in. And the best part? Great Clips' everyday affordable prices means you'll have money left over for fall fun as well. Look your greatest for the new season. Download the app and get into your local Great Clips salon for a fresh fall haircut today. Great Clips, it's gonna be great.
College football is back.
Nothing like kicking off game day with an ice-cold Yingling, crisp, classic, and always refreshing.
Whether you're in the stadium under the lights or gathered with friends for game day, Yingling is the perfect companion for every college football fan.
And now Flight by Yingling is a proud partner of Fighting Illini Athletics.
It makes sense. America's oldest brewery, Yingling, is all about tradition, and Illinois football in Champaign is one of the best traditions around.
Celebrate every touchdown and enjoy the taste of game day all season long.
And celebrate college football, good company, and Yingling.
DG Yingling & Son, Pottsville, PA.
A round of golf should be more than just a game. It should be an experience. At Seven Bridges Golf Club, you'll find 100-year-old oaks, rolling fairways, and of course, at least 7 bridges. A championship course with a private field, just a half hour from Chicago. And when the final putt drops, the experience isn't over. Head to the Dock Bar and Grill for great dining, cold drinks, and sunset views that rival any 19th hole. Visit sevenbridgesgolfclub.com to book your tee time today.
Is your roof underperforming? Saggy shingles, leaky spots? Sounds like someone needs a little Evandale Roofing. They don't just patch things up, they go all the way. Tight, sealed, satisfied. It's the kind of roof that'll have your neighbors going,
now that's a roof.
Evandale Roofing. They get on top so you don't have to. Call now. Your house deserves it.
A certified GAF roofing installer.
You know me, I love a moment of certainty. And when it comes to your home, Jeff has the solution.
That's right, Jeff, because in this market, you shouldn't take a chance selling your house with just anyone.
No commissions, no lengthy showings, just a direct approach from a local veteran-owned company.
Since 2007, we've been buying houses quickly in Chicagoland. Get your easy as-is offer today.
Move forward with confidence, just like winning the coin toss. Visit JeffBuysYourHouse.com.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
New Beyond Raw Lid V2. GNC's #1 pre-workout. Now with harder hitting energy, an intense mind-body connection, and enhanced endurance support. This isn't just a pre-workout, it's precision engineering for your body. Supercharge your workout with new Beyond Raw Lid V2. Available now at GNC and GNC.com.
Hit the road in a brand new Toyota in less than 1 hour. At Advantage Toyota River Oaks, you can sign and drive away in 60 minutes or less. Seriously. Or they'll cover your first car payment. Every new Toyota is backed by the Advantage Plus program. Advantage Toyota River Oaks. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details.
It's the Game Day Tailgate Show with Bleck and Abdalla. This is the home of the Chicago Bears. ESPN Chicago.
Snap back, pressure, pick it up by Tooney, rolling left. Williams got Greengrass, 10-5, dive for the end zone. Throw him up, will you, baby? Touchdown! Touchdown Bears!
This is your home for Chicago Bears football, ESPN Chicago. Jeff Joniak, Tom Thayer, Jason McKee working the sidelines. The call of Bears and Lions coming up at noon right here on ESPN Chicago. Silvy, Dionne, and Waddle will have the network pregame show starting at 10 right here on ESPN 1000. We also have 4 hours of post-game coverage on ESPN Chicago today. Peggy and Yurko, then Pat, Jeff, and Jason will join from Detroit as 4 hours of post-game coverage, all right here, locked in on ESPN Chicago. Bears-Lions Week 2 in the NFL. It was a interesting week, Abdalla, with the game on Monday night. And on Tuesday, it felt like the sky was falling, even though it was game one of the Ben Johnson administration. And it's one of those things where we always talk about it on our show, and we joke about it, that in the NFL, there are no sexy losses, right? Like, that doesn't happen. Usually the way these seasons work is if you're a really good team, 12, 13, 14 win team, a loss happens. It's not that big of a deal. But if you're everyone else in the middle, which is the majority of the league, every time a team loses, it's bad. It's not going to look good. A couple things that I thought was specifically not good from the Monday Nighter was Ben Johnson in his first outing botched a challenge attempt, which clearly there was a situation, right, where he challenged a fumble, but player on the ground, you touch the ball, when the player has possession on the ground, they're down. So you can't, when you challenge it, you're just giving up a timeout. So that's on the coach. 2, the kicker in the game clock situation at the end of the game, Cairo Santos telling the coach, I can kick it out of the end zone, and then kicking it to the middle of the end zone. Thus, Minnesota runs the ball out of the end zone, burning off clock, which takes it under the 2-minute warning, which then essentially eliminates any opportunity for the Bears to have a final possession worth anything. And then, on top of it, this team, with the new head coach who's very detail-oriented, they had 12 penalties against the Vikings on Monday night. That level of sloppiness was shocking to me coming from this head coach with what we've consumed of everything that's taken place to this point in the offseason program, training camp, the preseason. 12 penalties, all of the mistakes. It was very surprising on Monday night.
Yeah, and they're going to be tested again today because going into a hostile environment, and Ben Johnson is very familiar. I'm sure he's been telling the guys all week how loud that place is, and they're all familiar with it. You know, guys have played there that have been, new to the team from last year, played there once last year. Guys have been around for a few years, have played there before. I'm sure that Ben Johnson has told them that the rookies and the newcomers, what it's like to play there. It's going to be loud. They're going to use the silent count. Maybe that does help some of the cadence issues with Caleb Williams and the offensive line and DJ Moore, who jumped early. Yeah, you
get set for the guard to tap the center butt.
Some little butt taps.
Drew Dahlman will get the tap, and then here we go. Here's the play.
The butt tap, and that's fine. Maybe that does help. That's good. And you have to adjust for the loudness and whatever works. Right? Don't jump early. And it happened 4 times. Some of the penalties, I'm not going to make excuses. Whether you want to say it was 12 penalties, it should have been 9 penalties. 9 is still too many, right? Any amount of penalties. 9 is still too many.
Factually speaking, it was 12, though.
It was 12.
Like, I get it. We were hosed as Bears fans in the Bears team. We were hosed on a couple.
You still lost.
It was still 12.
9 is still too many.
And when 3 of them were false starts from the offensive line, it's unacceptable.
Still too many.
I mean, I'm watching Notre Dame A&M last night, and A&M tried their hardest. We'll talk about it later.
Yeah.
They tried their hardest to false start their way out of that game. But back to the Bears.
Yeah, absolutely. And so it's going to be a very hostile environment to go into. I think that the cadence issues could be fixed by that silent count. And I think that I would be surprised if the challenge issues, and he wore it, right? That's, I think, the difference between what we saw the last couple of years with Matt Eberflus and in week 1 with the issues with Ben Johnson is that he and his coaches wore the issues in their press conferences. The challenge, he said that was on me. I overruled the guys up in the booth. They told me not to challenge it. I said challenge it, right? He said that Cairo Santos told me he could kick it. I got greedy. I wanted the extra 5 yards. They even asked him about it on Friday. I got greedy. You guys are still harping on it. I'll admit it. I got greedy. I wanted the extra 5 yards. Whether it happens again or not, we don't know. But in that situation, he got greedy. He wanted the extra 5 yards, and he admitted it. And what we harped on Matt Eberflus about last year is that it kept on happening. As long as it doesn't happen again and Ben Johnson learns from his mistakes, you can forgive them in one game. If he keeps on challenging bad plays, because even good coaches make bad challenges. Andy Reid makes bad challenges. Coaches make bad challenges. So as long as it doesn't happen again or frequently, then you forgive and forget and you move on.
So let's address this right now. Since you brought it up, this is how it played out throughout the week. This is Monday night. This is the play at the end of the game. The Vikings receive the football in the middle of the end zone. Santos does not put it out the back. The problem with that is if he kicked it out of the back of the end zone, no time would have gone off the clock. What took place was the Vikings return it. They run enough clock that now the Bears are essentially screwed. There's no way to force a 3-and-out and get the ball back with more than 14 seconds left on the clock. This is how it sounded right here on ESPN Chicago.
All right, how about we sneak out a dub here? 27-24, Minnesota the lead. Twin returners back of the goal line, and Cairo Santos. Let's see what Richard Hightower has up his sleeve. Bears with a timeout, Vikings with 3, and the 2-minute warning about to commence as well. The run up by Santos, and the kick is deep into the end zone, and they're going to run it out. Johnson running it out 10. Little hesitation, 20, 25, and he is clobbered by the Bears. So that took some time off the clock, a minute 55.
7 seconds.
And we're going to take a break. Sit tight, everybody.
And we're going to take a break.
The best in the business, Joniak and Thayer, all over it. All over it.
Yep.
And if you're listening for the clues, the play-by-play, the analysis, and the fact that Thayer knew immediately, 7 seconds ran off, Joniak was trying to let you know that wasn't the way it was supposed to go.
Mm-hmm.
That's why they're the best in the business, and they'll have the kickoff today, noon, Bears and Lions, right here on ESPN Chicago. So after the game, Ben Johnson asked by reporters about what the intent was for Santos at the end.
At the end of the game, after you guys scored the touchdown, what was the conversation about onside versus kicking off? And then were you hoping that kick was going to go out of the end zone?
Yeah, the intent was for the ball to go out of the end zone.
And was there, did you guys consider onside kick? I mean, how did that?
Yeah, it did. We felt like if we had kicked it out of the end zone and gotten the 3-and-out that we got, we would get the ball back with around 56 seconds.
So there you go. Kevin Fishbane asking the questions of Ben Johnson postgame. Tuesday, Ben Johnson joined Jeff Joniak, and you'll hear him the day after a Bears game each and every week right here on ESPN Chicago. Jeff Joniak asked about the Santos kickoff.
And I'm certain that Cairo Santos had different intentions for that final kick late in the game.
Yeah, we had the discussion whether we were going to be able to kick it out of the back, and Cairo felt like he could, and we couldn't, and so we ended up coming up a little bit short, and it really hurt us.
It really hurt them. Yeah, absolutely. No time to come down the field, and we see it, college and pro. If you've got 35, 40 seconds, you can move the football in today's NFL college football culture and get within range to attempt at least a 50-yarder, if not 60-yarder.
Yeah.
Like, that's the way football kind of works. You're really not safe. As a team leading, you're not safe with 40 seconds left on the clock and giving the football back.
No.
And that goes back a couple years. If you go back to that Chiefs-Bills game, what was it, 18 seconds that Mahomes had to get down the field, get a field goal to send it to overtime against Buffalo in that playoff game? So, Santos' inability to put it out of the back of the end zone, you could argue, lost them that game, because most teams are capable of at least getting within range. Now, we can debate whether or not he'd be able to make a 50-plus yarder to tie the game. That's a whole different story. So we fast forward throughout the week. So that was Tuesday with Joniak. We get to Friday. Ben Johnson meets the media for the final time before preparations for the Lions in the weekend. Here's Ben Johnson on Friday talking about the kicking decision once again.
I want to ask about the endgame kickoff thing one more time.
Can we go on to the next game? Still on the...
With the new rules, when it doesn't land in the landing zone, it's a dead ball.
right?
Mm-hmm.
So theoretically, could you have just kicked it anywhere, just
short,
more than 20, and the clock would have stopped?
Mm-hmm.
Was that considered at all?
Yeah, it was. Yep.
And
listen, last time I'm going to bring up last game, okay? Yeah. I got greedy, and I wanted the extra 5 yards. That's why we tried to kick it out of the back of the end zone. Simple as that, okay?
So there's Ben Johnson. Now, blame has been placed to the kicker. Also, you could then place blame to the coach because, in his words, he got greedy. He wanted the extra 5 yards. Mm-hmm. Thus, the decision to attempt kicking out of the back of the end zone was made. I would also suggest to Ben Johnson, welcome to the big city. This is what we do with this team. They are the most important team in the city. We're the third largest market. We're all Bears fans, and we talk about Bears football 365. So to suggest that, hey, guys, we're moving on to the next thing. I don't want to answer questions about the last game. Well, Coach, welcome. This is what we do.
Yeah, I listen. I don't think it's Friday. I don't think that. I'm not saying that the question was out of bounds or anything, pun intended.
No, it was kicked in bounds.
In bounds, yeah. So I said pun intended.
Patrick Finley with the question.
Yes. Yeah, no, the question's fine. There's nothing wrong with the question. I mean, you can hear it when he said, we're still talking about, like, the media was laughing. He was, if you watch the video, the clip going around, he's smiling, he's laughing. I don't think he got testy. I think he's just saying, like, listen, this is the last time I'm going to talk about the kick. Like, I got greedy. It is what it is. It's my mistake. I did it. It's my mistake. The kicker said he could do it. I said I wanted the extra 5 yards. Can you do it? Yes, I can do it. Okay, this is what we're going to do. If I said I wanted the extra 5 yards and he said, no, I can't do it, okay, kick it out of bounds, right? But I said to him, I want the extra 5 yards. Can you do it? Yes, I can do it. Okay, fine. You want an example of a guy getting testy? And I know college football, different. Do yourself a favor and look at Brian Kelly's media yesterday after he won the game. You want to talk about a guy getting testy after a win? What an ass to the media. Cutting questions off.
You were censoring yourself. What were you going to say before ass? You were going to say something else.
We're told not to take personal shots.
Well, there's probably no coach in football that's more unlikable than Brian Kelly. So go ahead.
Calling him an ass is censoring myself enough. Cutting off media members and calling them spoiled.
That's what he did yesterday?
Yeah,
I didn't see it.
He cut off the first two questions, called media members spoiled, and basically yelled at them for asking him questions about a game where, honestly, they won the game, but Florida lost that game because their quarterback was bad. Ben Johnson is having fun with the media by saying we're still talking about this, guys. Like, I've given you a decent... Like, he gave them the answer that they wanted. He admitted fault. I have no problem the way Bennett Johnson handled any of the questions about the way he screwed up the game. He screwed up the game. He admitted he screwed up the game. It's not the way Matt Nagy said, did you watch the Colts game? Did you watch the Colts game? We needed to run the ball more, but did you watch the Colts game? It's not the way Matt Eberflus has handled or used to handle the media and say about timeouts and about running the ball more. It's none of that. It's not the way that coaches used to put the blame on the players or deflect and put it on other coaches and not themselves. Ben Johnson has done everything this week to take complete ownership of every mistake made in that game. So I don't understand why people think that he's not doing everything possible to do that.
We'll continue taking your phone calls at 312-332-3776. It's Bleck and Abdalla.
ESPN Chicago.
Hey, football fans, time to get out of the house and watch some Sunday football with me, your pal, Tom Waddle. I'll be at the Hooters located by O'Hare on Higgins Road today to watch our guys battle Detroit. Kickoff is at noon. I'll be there at 1 to join the fun. Let's sample Hooters wings, pretzels, cold beer, and let's cheer our team to a big victory. And I'll be giving out Hooters gift cards throughout the game. So join me today for some black and blue division football at Hooters on Higgins. Please enjoy responsibly. White Sox fans, join us at the ballpark Saturday, September 20th as the White Sox take on the Padres at 6:10 p.m. Get here early for Sox Crawl halfway to St. Patrick's Day, presented by Miller Lite, and enjoy an exclusive pregame crawl inside the stadium with happy hour specials on classic ballpark food and drink, entertainment, and more. Plus, receive a White Sox hockey jersey and an Irish tweed cap. To purchase tickets, visit whitesox.com/crawl. Hey, it's your friend Tom Waddle. In football, speed and quick decision-making change the game. The same's true for business. Cyber threats move fast, and you can't afford to play catch-up. That's why companies trust Trend Micro. With AI-powered proactive security, they detect and stop threats in real time before they ever slow your team down. Trusted by enterprises worldwide, backed by over 35 years of innovation, Trend Micro helps your business stay fast, agile, and secure. Cyber threats move fast. Trend Micro moves faster. Go to trendmicro.com to see for yourself.
Guys, it's Carmen. You know I love the food scene in Elmwood Park, but we're joined by someone even more biased, the mayor of Elmwood Park himself, Skip Saviano.
I've got the best job, Carm. The restaurants are amazing, but there's much more that makes me so happy in our little hidden gem of a community.
So what makes it special?
The people, no question. Elmwood Park's neighbors care for each other, the families thrive, and businesses succeed.
I definitely feel that every time I come through.
You know, we hook you in with a meal, and the next thing you know, you're moving in.
Tell him, Mayor Skip.
Elmwood Park is waiting for you.
When it comes to looking sharp, I don't mess around. That's why I head to White Buffalo Barbershop. These guys aren't just barbers, they're artists. Whether it's a classic cut, a fresh fade, or a hot shave, they do it all with precision. And the vibe is top-notch, blending tradition with a modern twist. At White Buffalo, every cut is as unique as you are, born original, just like you.
White Buffalo Barbershop, born original. Now in LaGrange and Hinsdale. Visit whitebuffalobarbershop.com to book your appointment today.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code STATION25 to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code STATION25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code STATION25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
A SoFi personal loan is here to help you achieve something once thought impossible, overcoming high-interest credit card debt. Walk the tightrope of your finances with one low, fixed-rate monthly payment, no fees required, and as soon as the same-day funding. That's right. Pull off your own debt-defying stunt with a SoFi personal loan. Visit SoFi.com/trick to learn more. Loans originated by SoFi Bank, N.A., member FDIC. Terms and conditions apply. NMLS 696891.
The best mornings
in the morning light
start with Wrangler.
Pull on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started on the right foot.
I pull my blue jeans on. I pull my blue jeans on.
Good mornings make for better days.
I pull my blue jeans on. I pull my blue jeans on.
Wrangler, for the ride of life.
You've got stuff you've collected, and you want to know what it's worth. ESPN Chicago suggests you tune in Saturday mornings at 7. It's Sports Collecting with Tom Morgan, brought to you by Huggins & Scott Auctions, ERC Delivery, and REA.
It's the Game Day Tailgate Show with Bleck and Abdalla. This is the home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago.
Chris Bleck, I'm Abdalla. If you want to join us, you can call us at 312-332-3776. Bears Lions kickoff set for noon in Detroit today at Ford Field. You can listen to the game right here on ESPN Chicago, each and every game. For your home for Bears football, ESPN Chicago. Taking a look at the injury report heading into today. Defensive back Kyler Gordon will be out today with his hamstring injury. He did not practice the entire week. Jade Walker has an ankle injury. He was listed as doubtful on Friday, did not practice on Friday. For the most part, everything else is pretty clean. The player that we're going to have to watch in pregame today to figure out whether or not he'll play will be Grady Jarrett with his knee injury. Did not practice on Wednesday, did not practice on Thursday. He was limited on Friday. He is listed as questionable for today's game. Outside of that, Josh Blackwell, TJ Edwards, Jalen Johnson, Roshan Johnson, and DJ Moore all were on the injury report throughout the week. All were in full participation on Friday. All will be playing today against the Lions, which for this defense, having TJ Edwards and Jalen Johnson back in the mix will certainly be needed against this Lions offense.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they're going to try to run the ball a bunch. Having Jared Goff pass the ball or attempt 39 passes last week is less than ideal for them against the Packers, so I don't think they want to have that happen again against the Bears. So I think they're going to try to run the ball a lot. So having TJ Edwards in there is going to be huge, but also having Jalen Johnson, one of your best players on defense, is crucial as well, because if they can't get the pressure that they were getting against J.J. McCarthy, then you need Jalen Johnson out there. But I think the recipe is the same that you had against J.J. McCarthy. Send as much pressure as you can against Jared Goff. He was sacked 4 times last year. They got a bunch of pressure against him. The Packers did against the Lions last week. And he attempted, like I said, 39 passes. Only 8 of them went for 10 or more yards downfield. So he was checking down a bunch because the pressure was getting there. And I know the Packers have Micah Parsons. The Bears don't have a Micah Parsons. But Dio Dengbo played really well against the Vikings. And the Vikings have a really good offensive line. So if you can get any kind of pressure, it'd be nice if Montez Sweat got to the game today. Got off the bus at some point today.
It'd be cool.
It'd be nice. But if Dio played the way he did on Monday night, then I think the Bears can generate some form of pressure. But Dennis Allen needs to get these guys going early. And if you can get to Jared Goff early and get him in that kind of mode again where he is attempting those kind of passes, those short passes, and he's checking down a lot again, I think the Bears can find a way to win this game.
Pedro in Elk Grove, you're on ESPN 1000. What's up, Pedro?
Hey, Pedro.
Yeah, I was talking about Montez Sweat. I'm like, did he actually show up to the game? Was he there?
He was in uniform.
I don't know.
He had a pass block.
He did.
Oh, he had a pass block. So we paid him how much money? $24.5 million a year.
A lot of money.
Yes.
To do what? To show up?
To
put
pass
on a uniform? To look shiny?
What
did he do?
He had the one pass block.
Yeah, Pedro,
Yeah.
I agree with you. I mean, for what Montez Sweat is getting paid, he needs to put quarterbacks on their butt. He needs to get after the quarterback. And quite honestly, for what he's getting paid, we need to start seeing some game-changing plays.
Absolutely.
I saw, what's it called?
Odengbo?
The new I saw the new Packers guy. He showed up.
Yep.
He made a difference. Where's our guy? We paid him all this money. He's the same money, right? Almost the same. Equivalent. Like, when is he going to show up?
Yeah, I agree. Thanks for the call, Pedro. And that's something where Montez Sweat showed up originally, and he played really well.
Mm-hmm.
I think he's been average at best since. I know that a lot of people are going to lean on he was battling injuries last year. Isn't like most of the league battling an injury throughout the season?
Yeah.
But the game-changing players disrupt, and they make plays consistently. We have not seen that from Montez Sweat.
I don't think he was battling an injury on Monday. Everybody was fully healthy on Monday.
No.
He was fully healthy on Monday. Not battling an injury yet. He needs to show up today.
Well, that's why the guys that you pay, Tremaine Edmonds, Montez Sweat, Jalen Johnson, like those are the guys. Kyler Gordon, he's not playing today. Kyler Gordon is always battling injuries.
Oh, yeah.
He can rarely stay on the field.
Yeah.
Like when these guys are healthy and out there, they have to produce at a high level. This defense is not good enough. It's something that we talked about last season on this show. We've talked about in the offseason. I believe they were 31st last year in defensive yards per play. This defense is not good.
Listen.
They gave up 21 points in the fourth quarter last week.
Listen. You and I are fortunate enough to be hosting the show right now, the pregame show. But for a very long time, you and I used to produce this show. and we used to produce the show for the late, great Steve Mongo McMichael. And one of our favorite segments used to be Mongo's Man-Ups.
Yeah.
And
that was a fully baked Bleck and Abdalla idea that we served up to Mongo, and Mongo loved it.
Mongo's Man-Ups.
All right, baby.
Someone needed to man up that week against the team the Bears were facing.
Yeah,
Sometimes it was the fans.
It could be anything.
Sometimes it was whoever needed to man up.
It was great.
And I would tell you who would need to man up today. It would be Montez Sweat.
Oh, yeah. I think Montez would be definitely, there would be the bullseye on his back for Mongo today.
Montez would be a man up today.
Here's what else I think that thought process would lead to is that if the defense can go out and establish and take over a game, like now it's not all on Caleb and this offense.
Well, they were for a majority of 3 quarters on Monday night. The defense was holding their own. The Bears did nothing on offense after the first drive. Nothing. And it looked like they were dominating that game for the first half, and they did nothing.
But then they started giving up the run, which is what they did last year.
Absolutely.
Teams ran on the Bears last year, up the middle.
And then everybody, and I'm not taking away anything from what J.J. McCarthy did. J.J. McCarthy did exactly what he needed to do. But it was the run that set up everything that he needed to do. The Bears started giving up the run. They gave up 7-yard runs, 18-yard runs, 5-yard runs, and then a 9-yard run, and then a 27-yard run for a touchdown, and then another 19-yard run. And then J.J. McCarthy was able to pick his spots, and that's exactly what he did. It's not like he went out and threw for 300 yards. He threw for less than 150 yards. But he picked his spots, and he did exactly what he needed to do when the Bears started giving up the run late in the game. So you can't let go of the rope like you did against the Vikings. And you have to get after Jared Goff. You have to.
Producing today's show, we have Justin Pottinger and Hannah Lamata. Justin, can you search our audio system to see if Mongo Man-Ups, the intro to that, is still here?
I would love it if we could dust that off.
I'm going to take a call, see if you can I think if you keyword search Mongo Man-Ups, or just search Man-Ups, it might come up.
Eric's in there too. He might be able to.
Lewis and Lyle, you're on ESPN 1000.
Hi, Lewis.
Hey, good morning, guys. Long time no call.
What's up, man?
Hey, before I say or ask what I wanted to ask, I do have a quick question. So last week on the Monday pregame show, you asked, or you kind of tongue-in-cheek suggested, and I say kind of, that you'd want to see someone try to get Silvy to do a beer bong. How serious are you? Because I'm going to that Cowboys game, and I will happily start.
The most serious.
1,000% serious.
The most serious
Right,
I've ever been about anything in my life.
This might be the most important thing to our program in the history of Bleck and Abdalla.
I am buying what is called a beer stick, a giant syringe. It's a lot easier to sneak in than multiple pieces because I can just tape it to my leg.
That's what she said.
Look it up. It's a lot of fun. But I want to ask about this whole thing. Dahlman was not the problem. The problem wasn't necessarily the Caleb Dahlman issue. Jonah Jackson was the primary culprit primary false start committer, primary culprit of false start penalties. What the heck are we going to do to prevent him specifically? I mean, I know silent count, what you do is tap, 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 but Caleb taps Dahlman then taps Jackson taps right. Is that really going to help, though, if when the crowd was quiet and they knew what the cadence was and they didn't have anything, is that really going to help, or is Jackson still going to be a liability on that line?
Yeah, that's a fair point, Lewis, and thanks for the phone call. And good luck with your stick that you're going to tape to your leg. I would say this. It is possible that they could be more in sync on the offensive line because tell me if I'm wrong. I know if Thair's listening, he'll join the pregame show coming up. Mm-hmm. I would say this. I'm guessing when you're in a hostile environment and you're using the silent count, you have a more streamlined process at the line of scrimmage, and it's there's not a lot of variation.
Yeah.
So, you are trying to not clue in the defense so they can't tee off on you.
Yeah.
But I don't know if it's as complicated. I think it is like they'll get the go, the guard will tap the center, and you snap it, and it goes.
Yeah.
So, like, I think it is possible that they may be more in sync in that setting.
He talked about it a lot this week when he joined the various shows across ESPN Chicago, and how
list them off for us.
He joined Captain Jay Hood on Thayer Thursdays. He joins Carmen and Yurko on Tom Tuesdays, and I believe he joins Waddle and Silvy on Fridays for Football Fridays.
Yes, he does.
So
there you go, and then Bears Weekly
and Bears Weekly as well. Yeah,
Floating.
Yeah, that floats.
Usually
that floats.
Thursdays,
yeah, Thursdays, but that floats around.
Floating.
Yeah, that floats based on White Sox availability. So I think it's based on it's based on the play and like quarterbacks saying, "Hey, this is going to be the count. I need you to stick with me because this one's going to be a little bit later. This one's going to be a little bit faster." Like, so I think that the silent count it doesn't have to rely on everybody having to count in their heads when the snap is going to go off. So he can do a much better job explaining it, having played for many years at a higher level and me having not played a single snap of football in my life.
It's Bleck and Abdalla here on ESPN Chicago.
ESPN Chicago.
A 1 hour uninterrupted dose of Bleck and Abdalla. No breaks, no gimmicks.
Well, maybe a few gimmicks.
Well, you need a few gimmicks,
right?
But still uninterrupted.
Obviously.
And still pure, honest, Bleck and Abdalla fun.
As it should be. Weekdays 2 to 3 on ESPN Chicago.
It's fall again, and that means football, falling leaves, cozy fires, and, of course, a fresh haircut at Great Clips. Whether you want a whole new look for the season or just a trim on a cut you already love, the skilled stylists at your local Great Clips salon are ready to bring it to life for less. With convenient online check-in, you can add your name to the list and stop in whenever it works for you. They'll even send you a ready next text when you're up next for a haircut, so you can get all of your fall errands done rather than waiting in the salon. Once your cut is finished, the friendly stylists at Great Clips will save the details in clip notes so you can get the look you love every time you come in. And the best part? Great Clips' everyday affordable prices means you'll have money left over for fall fun as well. Look your greatest for the new season. Download the app and get into your local Great Clips salon for a fresh fall haircut today. Great Clips, it's gonna be great.
Do you ever scream at your screen when your 5G internet freezes? It's the worst. So why not switch to Astound? Wi-Fi that just works. With Astound Wi-Fi, you'll rage less, buffer less, and live more. Lock in gig speed Wi-Fi for just $35 a month, guaranteed for 3 years. Plus, get up to a $200 Amazon gift card. Astound Wi-Fi, it just works. Visit astound.com today.
When your team's best players have all been traded and the latest pick is overrated, just raise a glass with a friend or two and tell them more, tell them more, tell them more do. May your team be great and your picks be true, and if it falls apart, you'll know what to do. Just raise a glass with a fan or two and tell them more, tell them more, tell them more do. It's a crazy world, so what do? You tell them more, tell them more, tell them more do. Hey! Tullamore Dew Irish Whiskey, 40% alcohol by volume, imported by William Grant & Sons Inc., New York, New York.
Hi, this is Dave Musial, owner of Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric, with our biggest sale ever. Furnaces from $39 a month. Furnace and air conditioning combos from $59 a month. Plus 72 months interest-free financing and up to a $4,000 system rebate. Four Seasons guaranteed to beat any competitor's price by up to $1,000 guaranteed. So call today for your free in-home estimate and same-day installation.
For all the right reasons, call 866-4 Seasons.
For over 2 decades, I've called the plays here in Chicago, and when it comes to a winning strategy for selling your home, I've found the perfect play.
At Jeff Buys Your House, we offer a fast and easy solution for selling your house. No repairs, no commissions, no hassle. We're a local, veteran-owned company, and we've made the process simple since 2007.
Don't take a chance selling your house with just anyone. Trust the team at Jeff Buys Your House. Visit jeffbuysyourhouse.com today for your no-obligation offer.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, HIMS.com/JOY.
Illinois State University's hometown of Bloomington Normal consistently ranks among the top college towns in the country for affordability and safety. Come see why students and parents alike love Illinois State. Schedule a visit today at illinoisstate.edu/visit.
It's the Game Day Tailgate Show with Bleck and Abdalla. This is the home of the Chicago Bears. ESPN Chicago.
All right, Abdalla mentioned this earlier. Here you go. Mongo's Man
This
Ups.
feels good.
Mongo's Man Ups. Steve Mongo McMichael brings you his key matchups to today's Bears game. Mongo's Man Ups. Nobody is tougher than Mongo. Mongo's Man Ups.
It feels
All right,
good.
brother.
Shout out
Let
to
me tell you
Mongo.
what.
Goosebumps.
Right?
Goosebumps.
I'm looking.
I'm pretty sure that you and I made that piece of production easily like 15 years ago.
Yeah, absolutely.
Easily.
Absolutely. I'm looking right at you, Montez Sweat. Since December 26th was the last time you had a sack, brother.
Oh.
You need to get your ass on that field and get Jared Goff's ass onto the turf, brother. Montez Sweat, you need to man up, brother. That's the best Mongo I can do. I'm sorry.
Shout out to Mongo.
I'm sorry. That's the best I can do.
Loved working with Mongo. He was the best. All right, Montez Sweat, it's all on you. Bleck and Abdalla. Pregame Tailgate. We'll be back in 2 minutes.
The new home of the Chicago Bears.
True North convenience stores and Red Bull are an elite matchup. True North offers Legends Red Bull Original and sugar-free. First-round picks like watermelon, wild berries, and rookie Red Bull Zero. Right now, grab 3 of your favorite 8-ounce flavors for $6.50 and save 10 cents off a gallon with the True Rewards mobile app. Available in your favorite app store. Score this deal before the clock runs out. True North convenience stores. Fast, friendly, clean.
Guys, it's Carmen. You know I love the food scene in Elmwood Park, but we're joined by someone even more biased, the mayor of Elmwood Park himself, Skip Saviano.
I've got the best job, Carm. The restaurants are amazing, but there's much more that makes me so happy in our little hidden gem of a community.
So what makes it special?
The people, no question. Elmwood Park's neighbors care for each other, the families thrive, and businesses succeed.
I definitely feel that every time I come through.
You know, we hook you in with a meal, and the next thing you know, you're moving in.
Tell him, Mayor Skip.
Elmwood Park is waiting for you.
Bud Light is taking the Waddle and Silvy show to the Chicago-Cincinnati game November 2nd. And you could win a spot on the trip. Hey guys, it's Silvy. Come to Rizzo's Bar and Inn in Wrigleyville Thursday night. The best football tosser of the night wins a Bud Light prize pack and is a finalist for the trip to Waddle's hometown. For complete details, go to ESPNChicagoContest.com. See you Thursday night at Rizzo's Bar from 7 to 9. It's brought to you by Bud Light. Please drink responsibly.
This is the Let's Revitalize Our Neighborhoods commitment. This is the Roll Up Our Sleeves and Pitch In commitment. This is Busey, where our commitment to strengthen our communities is a top priority. Through energetic, engaged volunteers, through monetary support, community leadership, and advocacy. Because Busey is more than a bank that does well, we're a bank that does good. Busey Bank, building business, growing wealth, since 1868. Member FDIC.
Football starts with Game Day Tailgate. This is the home of the Chicago Bears. ESPN Chicago, WMVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago. It's the Game Day Tailgate Show with Bleck and Abdalla. This is the home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago.
Bleck and Abdalla, pregame tailgate, getting you ready for the Bears facing off against the Lions in Detroit, Ford Field, noon kickoff. You can listen to the game right here on ESPN Chicago. Joniak there, McKee on the call to today's game. 4 hours of post-game coverage, and we are 59 minutes away from the network pregame show with Waddle, Silvy, and Dionne right here on ESPN Chicago. Week 2, the Bears lose last week to the Vikings. And now you face off against a Detroit team that got their butts handed to them against Green Bay. Both teams own one. This is a big matchup early in the season, but it does feel like there's a lot riding on today for the Chicago Bears. And it's like the big overarching question for me is, how does this team respond to what took place on Monday night? That's the story to me. Ben Johnson, Caleb Williams, the defense giving up 21 points in the fourth quarter. How does this team respond? And Adam, as you and I have been Bears fans our entire lives and covering this team and watching this team, I kind of feel like it could go one of two ways. The Lovie Smith era, days like today where you're a big underdog on the road and not a lot of people are expecting you to do anything, that's usually when Lovie and Briggs and Urlacher and Tillman and those teams would show up. And, Jason McKee, obviously a part of this broadcast crew here at ESPN Chicago, he was a part of those teams too. And it felt like the Lovie Smith era was always a surprise and delight. Whenever you expected them to really not show and a team to really dictate policy, especially in a hostile environment, it was like those were the games that the Lovie Smith teams always showed up for. And whether or not this team this year, it's early, obviously, for Ben Johnson to start figuring it out, but it'd be nice if this team responded and showed up today with a win.
Yeah, I obviously think that they can. I think these two teams are a lot closer than the spread would dictate, right? And I might be dumb, we're going to be in Vegas in 2 weeks, and there's a reason that the Mandalay Bay is so nice, and we're going to be staying at the beautiful Mandalay Bay, and there's a reason it's a beautiful hotel, because dummies like me are going to bet the Bears, right? And I think that if you look at the games last week...
Is that where the public money is heading into this game? I would imagine most people think that Detroit will win today.
Well, if you look at the way the season opened, the Bears were a 4 to 4.5 point underdog at the look-ahead line.
Yeah.
And then after week 1, it went up to 6. Now, the Lions... were blown out by the Packers.
And it's 6 right now.
It's 6. It's 6.5 I'm seeing.
6.5, yeah. 57% of the public is on the Bears.
So the sharps are on.
Thank you, Potsy.
So the public are on the Bears right now. Meaning that a lot of people are on the 6.5, which is I can understand that, because if you took the logos off the team right now, I would say that anything that gets up to 6.5, a division game. You look at the game last year at Thanksgiving. I think the second game, you kind of knew what you were getting into. A coach gets fired. It's the third game for a coach that's just kind of running out. You might get that you thought you were going to get the bump from Thomas Brown. It never came, as they were blown out in 2 consecutive games. And you're like, okay, well, this is it. And they were blown out by the Lions in the second game. But that Thanksgiving game, where with 36 seconds left in that game, the Bears had a chance to tie that game. Caleb Williams takes the sack, and Matt Eberflus doesn't take the timeout. The clock runs down. Caleb Williams throws the pass to Rome Odunze. It's incomplete. The clock runs out. Matt Eberflus is fired the next day. We come in. We're talking about a fired coach. We're talking about, then we start the coaching hunt. What's going to happen? Who are they going to hire? We start the hunt for Ben Johnson, for Mike Vrabel. What's going to happen? Who are the candidates going to be? And basically it leads us to this situation now where it's Ben Johnson going back to Ford Field to face his old team and Dan Campbell. And what is this going to look like? And if you look at the two teams, to me, the Bears, to me, are a better team than they were last year. They have better weapons. They have a better offensive line. They have a better defensive-minded coach as their defensive coordinator. They have a former head coach as a defensive coordinator. They have a better head coach than they did last year in Ben Johnson, than they did Matt Eberflus. And if you look at the Lions, they're a worse team. They have a worse offensive line than they did last year. They lost 2 of their coordinators, and I don't think they have as good of an offense than they did last year. And look how they played last week. Goff was under pressure most of the game. He was sacked 4 times. He attempted 39 passes. Only 8 of them went beyond 10 yards past the line of scrimmage. He was check down Charlie, just like Caleb Williams was checking down a lot last week too. But Goff threw the ball 39 times last week, and they were blown out by the Packers. I think this game is a lot closer than 6.5 points. I could be wrong. We could be coming in here on Monday at 2 o'clock for an uninterrupted hour of Bleck and Abdalla, and we could be eating our words. But I think this game is a lot closer than 6.5 points. I think this game could look a lot more like the game did last year at Thanksgiving, where we're looking at a game that is close, where whether it's the Bears or the Lions, that whether either team has possession at the end of the game, looking to try to win with a last-second field goal or try to win the game or to tie the game with a last-second field goal. I think this game is a lot closer than that 6.5 point line.
Oh, I don't disagree. From a gambling perspective, I'm in total agreement with you that 6 points in this situation, these two teams, the way they've played against each other, I think they are somewhat close competitively. I just don't know if that translates to a win today. You know, I thought going into the opener that in a lot of cases, Ben Johnson's going to be a better, smarter head coach than what's on the other side of the field. That didn't show up on Monday. His decisions, the kicker situation, the penalties, 12 penalties last Monday night, like that's all stuff that you may be close, but in the fourth quarter, if the score is 31-27, you still lose the game because those small decisions mean everything at the end. Mm-hmm. So, like, I agree with you. I'm going to lock in at Bears. You know, it's shop around whatever your number that you see. I see on the app that I use at 6. The ESPN website says 6.5. Various places, it's all over the place. Wherever you can get it. But I'm taking the Bears and the points today.
Yeah.
I don't know if that translates into us being here, like you said, being uninterrupted tomorrow from 2 to 3 and having the Bears record be 1-1. I don't know if that translates. I think that those could be two different things. I think this team may not be good enough to win today, but they'll definitely keep it close. Like, I don't think today is going to be a blowout in favor of Detroit. I don't think the Bears will blow the Lions out either. I think it's a close football game.
No,
so when 6 points are at play in a close game, I'm going to take the team with the points, especially when they're playing their starting quarterback.
Yeah, and I think it's too early to dig into these numbers that we kind of look at after one game for each team. But if you want to, the Bears and Lions, according to ESPN's FPI, the Football Power Index, on offense, they're 23-24. But on defense, the Bears are 7th. The Lions are 31st. If you want to look at DVOA, the Bears in week 1, they're 23rd overall. The Lions are 30th overall. On offense, the Bears are 21st. The Lions are 28th. On defense, the Bears are 13th. The Lions are 24th. So going in, the Bears are the better team. After 1 week, again, very small sample size. Extremely, extremely small sample size. But after 1 week, both teams lost. But in 1 week, the Bears are the better team. I think there's a lot of outcome bias based on you saw Monday night was the last thing you saw, and the Bears played on Monday night, and the Packers played on Sunday. And so the last thing you saw was a Monday night football game, and it happened to be the Bears, and they happened to give it away in the last quarter of the game. And because of that, we're saying that the Bears are the worst team. And yes, it is a road game, but I think right now the Bears and the Lions are a lot more even than people think. I agree with you. I don't think this is going to be a blowout. I think this is going to be a lot closer than people think.
Bleck and Abdalla, if you want to join the conversation, you can call us at 312-332-3776. We're brought to you by Yingling. Make sure you get your traditional lager, your flights ready to go for game time today. Noon kickoff, Bears and Lions in Detroit at Ford Field. Chase on the south side. You're on ESPN 1000. What's up, Chase?
Hey, good morning, fellas. How you guys doing?
Chase, you awake? What's going on, man? Let's go.
Yeah, I'm awake, man. Abdalla, what's up, man?
Hi, Chase.
Hey, yeah, so, you know what, guys? Bleck, man, you got to be optimistic, man. You sound so down. Like,
He does sound down, doesn't he?
How do I sound down?
You sound a little down on the Bears today.
Yeah,
what are you talking about?
You sound down. You do sound down.
Yeah, he's so dead. He's such negative today. But like you usually be the positive guy. I don't know. But did they break you now? The Bears finally broke you?
No, they haven't. They can't break something that's unbreakable, Chase.
They can't break something that's already broken, is what he meant to say.
Oh man, but you know what, guys? You know, I make a prediction. I think the Bears are going to. I'm predicting the Bears to shock the world and win this game. And I'm going to tell you how what's going to happen. They're going to get off as usual to a slow start. Lions probably going to go up 24-3 by halftime. You're going to get the phone calls from halftime. People saying fire everybody, and Caleb isn't the guy. And all of a sudden, something's just going to click, and then the Bears going to roll off 24 straight points, and I got the Bears winning 33-27. That's my score.
Okay.
And I got Caleb throwing 3 touchdowns, 323 yards. And I think Bears Monday is going to be Happy Monday. I can see everybody's happy, and the storyline going to be the Bears was this play away from going 0-2, and something happened, maybe a big turnover or something, a sack, something happened to turn it around, and then something clicked, and now that's going to be the starting point for a successful season. Just mark that down. I'm going to call you guys on Monday, and I'm telling you that's what's going to happen.
Okay, lock it in. Chase, his prediction, Bears will be 1-1 after today. Thanks for the call, Chase. There you go, 312-332-3776. Joel in Aurora, Colorado, listening on the ESPN Chicago app. What's up, man?
Hello, fellas. How you doing?
We're good.
So we're going to bear down. We're not only going to win this game, but we're going to go on a 3-game win streak. We're going to beat the Lions, we're going to beat the Cowboys, and then we're going to beat the Raiders going into the bye. 3-1.
3-1.
You see the Commanders on Thursday night?
3-1.
4-1.
4-1.
Lock it in.
4-1.
4-1. Lock that in for Joel from Aurora.
And then the Saints are trash. 5-1.
There you go. I mean, there's no reason why we can't win 10 games this year.
Boom.
Absolutely no reason why we can't at the very least, get into the wild card. I mean, Detroit, I'm not scared of them. Green Bay, okay.
All right, that scares me a little bit.
They're probably the powerhouse of the NFC, right?
The Packers are probably pretty good.
Yeah, the Packers are probably really good.
But, I'm going to root for my Chicago Bears every day, every week, and I might make bold predictions, but I call it 3-1 by the bye. What do you guys think?
3-1. All right, I like it, Joel. Thank you.
All right, Joel. Appreciate the phone call. 312-332-3776. Chris in Coal City. You're on ESPN 1000. What's up, Chris?
Hey, what's up, guys? So I think we have a little bit of overreaction of what happened. I mean, going into the season, biggest question marks were our tackles, interior line, and can we start right away? Scored a touchdown on the first drive. Tackles played great. We rushed 4 and got to the quarterback. I think there was a little bit of a letdown, but new coach, new system. We're going to go into Detroit and get a win and start rolling some off here. I'm not afraid of the Bears. I think they're going to make the playoffs this year for sure.
All right, good call, Chris. Appreciate it. All right, enthusiasm
I like
building.
This. See,
I don't know why you're so negative about this.
You're the one that came in all Debbie Downered.
How am I Debbie Downer?
I don't know. I think it's going to be close, but I don't know. This game's more meaningful. The Lions are still going to win. Oh, come on, the coach is still bad. Oh,
who said the coach is bad?
Oh, he's still a dummy. Still made bad mistakes.
Who said he was a dummy? Yeah, I mean, he admitted to the mistakes.
He did. He admitted it. He did. Move on. The past is for cowards and losers. It's Sunday.
Endgame kickoff thing.
one more time.
Man, can we go on to the next game? I'm still on the...
With the new rules, when it doesn't land in the landing zone, it's a dead ball, right?
Mm-hmm.
So theoretically, could you have just kicked it anywhere, just
short,
20, and the clock would have stopped?
Mm-hmm.
Was that considered at all?
Yeah, it was. Yep.
And
listen, last time, I'm going to bring up last game, okay?
Yeah.
I got greedy, and I wanted the extra 5 yards. That's why we tried to kick it out of the back of the end zone. Simple as that, okay?
Yeah, the pass is for cowards and losers. Move on.
I mean, what if the Bears start 0-2? Here's Ben Johnson from Friday.
Many powerful conversations about 0-2, specifically a division 0-2.
You're crazy right now.
Crazy?
We're going to win this game.
Yeah.
Boom. Chicago Bears pregame.
Going to win the game.
Bear down, baby.
Today at noon on ESPN Chicago, the home of the Bears.
White Sox fans, there's still time to win an incredible experience this season. Enter the Ultimate Fan Sweepstakes for a chance to win a 2026 Diamond Suite. The winner will receive a 20-person suite for a mutually agreed-upon game in 2026 to host up to 19 friends and family in style. To enter, visit whitesox.com/sweepstakes.
Did you know that Fry the Coop is now using Vienna beef pickles on their epic chicken sandwiches?
Vienna beef sells pickles?
What, do you live under a rock? Yeah, Vienna beef is celebrating 100 years of selling pickles. Where have you been?
Right here.
Well, they are the bomb.com. Fry the Coop uses their zesty pickles, which are a sweet and spicy crinkle-cut pickle. When I tell you they are epic, they are epic. If you haven't tried Vienna beef pickles, do yourself a favor and head to Fry the Coop today.
A round of golf should be more than just a game. It should be an experience. At Seven Bridges Golf Club, you'll find 100-year-old oaks, rolling fairways, and of course, at least 7 bridges. A championship course with a private feel, just a half hour from Chicago. And when the final putt drops, the experience isn't over. Head to the Dock Bar and Grill for great dining, cold drinks, and sunset views that rival any 19th hole. Visit sevenbridgesgolfclub.com to book your tee time today.
Hey guys, it's Silvy. You know those old drafty windows that let all the cold in and just don't look right? It's time to upgrade, and Window Nation can get it all replaced in a day or less. Right now, they've got an amazing deal. Buy 2 windows, get 2 free, 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for 2 years on top of that. I trust Window Nation because I've got their windows throughout my own home. I've seen the quality and the difference they can make. Call 866-90NATION or visit windownation.com for your free estimate.
Hey, can you blow up some balloons for Jack's party?
I can't. I'm so congested.
You need Sinex Severe from Vicks.
Sinex Severe nasal spray.
Yeah, just Sinex. Breathe.
Sinex Severe instantly relieves nasal congestion and works 6 times faster than nasal decongestant tablets. The 12 hours of relief allow you to get back to the moments that matter without congestion.
Daddy, we need more balloons.
On it! Try Sinex Severe from Vicks. Just Sinex. Breathe. Use as directed.
Life doesn't wait, and neither should you. Aleve can help you deal with pain less throughout your day. Whether it's a long day on your feet, a demanding workout, or everyday aches and pains, you need relief that can keep up when pain persists. Aleve is here for you with longer-lasting body pain relief compared to leading OTC-branded pain relievers. With just 1 pill, Aleve lasts up to 12 hours. Don't let those aches hold you back from doing what's important to you. Use as directed.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym for a while.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone.
Lower T?
Yeah, I went through it a while back. Once you hit 40, your body has less free testosterone. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that ad on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The key ingredient is something called Tesnor, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again, at work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text.
Text TIGER to 321-321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T, the #1 selling testosterone booster at GNC. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast. Absolutely free. Text TIGER to 321-321. That's TIGER to 321-321.
Guests appearing live on ESPN Chicago. Call in on the Yingling Hotline.
Yingling is in Chicago. After 196 years, you can now enjoy Yingling Traditional Lager, Light Lager, Golden Pilsner, Black and Tan, and Flight.
It's the Game Day Tailgate Show with Bleck and Abdalla. This is the home of the Chicago Bears. ESPN Chicago.
Look out, football, here we come.
It's Bleck and Abdalla here on ESPN 1000 and the ESPN Chicago app, taking your phone calls at 312-332-3776. We prepare for Bears and Lions. Live from Detroit, you'll listen to the game right here on ESPN Chicago today with Jeff Joniak and Tom Thayer on the call of today's action, starting at noon right here on ESPN 1000. We're about 40 minutes away from handing it off to the network pregame show with Silvy, Waddle, and Dionne right here on ESPN Chicago. We go to Juice on the northwest side. What's up, Juice?
Hey, guys. Love you. Love the show. Love
Thank you.
all of it.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, no, appreciate having me. Yeah, it's 6.5, 6 per whatever app you have.
Yeah.
I feel Dan Campbell's going to fire him up, and they're going to they're going to blast the Bears. Detroit is, hardcore city, hardcore whatever, just like Chicago. They're going to run a number on them. I promise you that. Stafford's seasoned, and he's going to figure it out, and that's all I got to say. And I'll let you gentlemen comment after that. Love you guys.
Lions fan, Bears fan?
I'm a Bears fan. I got a flag hanging in front of my yard.
All right. Well, so
half-mast after the game.
Yeah, Jared Goff is not Stafford, right?
Half-mast.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. You play the little bell you guys do from Curb Your Enthusiasm.
Always Sunny.
That's close. Always Sunny.
Yep.
Thank you, Juice. Have a great day.
It's the best.
There's Juice on the northwest side.
Can I bet the Bears again?
At least he didn't say, play the little music from Big Bang Theory.
Do they have music?
I don't know. I'm just saying, Curb Your Enthusiasm is at least a great show.
Yeah, at least they have music. I don't even know if Big Bang Theory has music.
Yeah, they got some stupid intro.
Do they?
Yeah, it's like,
How I Met Your Mother?
Yeah, that too.
Okay. Do they have music?
I don't know.
Do shows have music anymore? I don't think they have music anymore.
Do shows have music anymore?
Yeah.
Probably not.
I don't think shows have intros anymore. We don't have the minute-long theme song anymore from our youth.
Oh, no, that doesn't exist. Like Family Matters?
Perfect Strangers?
Or Step by Step?
Not anymore.
Full House?
Nope, not
Fresh
anymore.
Prince?
And they used to stretch it out during sweeps weeks, so you get the entire cast in it.
Yes.
Nope, never. Not anymore.
Everyone's too, no one has patience anymore.
You know why? Because that means the writers have to write an extra 30 seconds of show.
Today they do.
Yeah.
Yeah, back then it lops off a minute of content.
Yeah. Don't have to write as much.
Why do you think radio shows have long intros sometimes?
That's why we let the music breathe.
Yeah, exactly.
Especially uninterrupted.
Yes. Welcome in. It's Bleck and Abdalla, uninterrupted. Here's a 10-minute song of the night to close us out. Here's Freebird.
We've done Freebird. No, we haven't. We've done Bohemian Rhapsody. I think is our longest.
Here's Stairway.
I think our longest one is Bohemian Rhapsody.
Here's Civil War by GNR. That's like a 7.5-minute song, too. You want me to keep listing off long songs?
Yeah.
Master of Puppets?
Oh,
that's a long song.
Here's Orion.
All Too Well 10-minute version by Taylor Swift.
Ooh, that's a good one.
Thank you, Hannah.
It's a good one.
Thank you, Hannah. We had a theme that we were listing off, and then Hannah has to add in Taylor Swift.
There's nothing wrong with that. We're just listening. Yeah, the theme was long songs.
Like one of the longest songs ever. Of course I'm going to say that.
Is that the song she performed on SNL?
Oh.
Yeah. Why not a 30-minute Dark Star in there? Some Grateful Dead.
Tomorrow, is that the song of the night?
The song of the night.
We started at 2:30.
If the Bears get blown out, we're going to do a 30-minute Dark Star. And I think that director of content,
he would
Danny
not be
Zetterman.
okay with
No,
that.
he would be.
No.
Grateful Dead fan, Danny Zetterman, if you're listening, if the Bears get blown out, 30-minute Dark Star.
He would not be okay with that.
Starting at 2:30, your song of the night. We're just going to walk out. And Chris, why are we listening to 1982's 30-minute Dark Star?
Waddle and Silvy will be up in 30 minutes. But first, here's your song of the night.
We just leave. No, they're not going to get blown out.
Joaquin, St. John, Indiana. You're on ESPN 1000. What's up, Joaquin?
Hey guys, good morning. Great
Good morning.
show.
Thank you.
Love the curb reference for sure. Great show. But hey guys, I'm here with my main guy, Joaquini Jr. He's headed to his Pop Warner game. We play for the Highland Titans. Go Titans!
Sweet.
He's quarterback, and he's got a prediction. What's your prediction, buddy?
The Bears are gonna win 43-10.
43 to 10?
23.
23 to 10.
All right.
All right, I like it. I like it.
Yeah.
Great
Yeah.
pick.
What do you say?
Thank you.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate you getting him on the radio. He's a first-time caller.
Yeah, no problem.
All right.
Great job with the setup.
Awesome. Well, hey, go Bears, go Titans, and appreciate you guys. Have a great day.
Appreciate it, Joaquin. 312-332-3776. It was like he was a sideline reporter. All right, and now we're going to go to what's your pick?
What's your pick? Joaquin Jr. Fine with that? Oh, don't give the kid the music.
I'm not giving him the music.
You gave the kid the music.
No, the kid was fantastic.
Okay.
Hope he has a great game today.
All right.
I hope he throws for more yards and touchdowns than Caleb.
The kid?
But I hope they both throw for 303.
303?
Yeah, so I hope the kid throws for 4 touchdowns.
Okay.
350 yards.
I'm fine with that.
That's what they do in Pop Warner, right?
Yeah, and Caleb does that too.
Yeah. Then we all win. There's nothing wrong with that.
No, nothing at all.
Julian in Lindenhurst, you're on ESPN 1000. What's up, Julian?
Hey, guys. Great to talk to you this morning. I think if Caleb is able to run the game plan, get the ball downfield, and not be so uptight about trying to squeeze it in some spots. I mean, we don't want to see interceptions, but they're part of the game, and it happens. I think it's kind of a mindset that he's worried about putting the ball on the spot instead of dumping it off. Defense plays a little bit, and I think the Lions are a little bit of a back to being a paper lion. I think listening to coaching, and their defense is not as good as everybody may think it is. So I think we can do it today. It's a tough place, but I think we can do it.
Okay, good call, Julian. Appreciate it. 312-332-3776. Can you explain to me why is Caleb Williams so inaccurate when that wasn't really something we saw in college?
You tell me. You're the USC fan. You watched every Caleb Williams game in college. I'm flipping it on you. You tell me why he wasn't inaccurate in college. Is it because USC just has better athletes and he could just stand back there until someone got open and it was just easy to throw them the football because they just had better athletes than everybody? Or is it because did he get worse? Or is it just simply the better athletes in college because you're not facing the best of the best? Or is it something else?
Yeah, I mean, don't flip it on the flipper, all right? I would say
yourself a flipper?
No, I'm just saying I was flipping it to you and you flipped it back to me.
Well, you tell me because you watched. I didn't watch every USC game of Caleb's career. You did.
I don't really have an answer. I think it's weird and it's not good. You might be on to something where he knew he was a better athlete than like 85% of the players on the field. So if he stood back there, he knew that he could bail at any time and still have a positive play. Where, like, if you go back to that road game at Notre Dame where he threw the 3 picks in the first half, if you go back and watch that, he airmailed a few of those throws, and he also was constantly running backwards.
Yeah.
So, like, that was one of those games in college where when he was abandoning the pocket, he wasn't just outrunning the defense willingly.
Mm-hmm.
Like some of the teams that he played in the Pac-12 didn't have good defenses, and he could just do that and get away with it, and it looked awesome. So I'm guessing it has something to do with it. Is like the NFL speed is so much faster. You have limited amount of time to make the decision. And when you make the decision, he is also thinking like, I can escape. And then he gets into this weird gray area where he's trying to escape. He's frazzled. And then he's either getting positive yardage because he escaped, or he's in like no man's land where he can't really make a play and he's about to get sacked. And now he's tripping over himself and he's trying to throw the football out of bounds, which is intentional grounding. Or if it doesn't make it to the sidelines, it's going to be picked up and ran back as a fumble the other way. I don't know. It's weird to me. I don't get why he was so good down the field in college and he struggles now. Well, it is truly strange to me.
I also want to see him take the shots more, right? Like even when he was, on the first drive, second drive, whatever, when he was the perfect 9 for 9, 10 for 10, whatever it ended up being, Troy Aikman was saying, well, he's still not taking, there's guys open down the field that he's not taking the shots at. And I made the reference, earlier this week that he needs to be like in Whiplash, where it's the rushing or dragging, where when he's watching film with Ben Johnson, he needs to be like J.K. Simmons, in his face, where watching the film, be like, hey, this is it. 1, 2, 3, throw. 1, 2, 3, throw. When you see this, throw it. And look, if you throw an interception, like the caller just said, okay, it's part of the game. Like, I think that the last regime a year ago drilled it into his head that interceptions were going to break him so much that he got scared to throw them. And it's not, as long as they're not backbreaking in game-ending situations, and you're not throwing, he almost had pick six. If you're not throwing pick sixes, it's not going to kill you, and you can live to fight another day, right? I would much rather him take the shots down the field and miss than just completely bail out and have 3 and outs every single time.
Yeah, and I think that's where we could talk about how he played well last year and how he struggled. And there is a fascinating conversation to be had about his interception number from last year. 6. That's really good. That's a good number for a rookie quarterback.
Cool.
What are you more concerned about, though, long term? If we had a quarterback who threw 25 interceptions or a quarterback who only threw 6 because he's choosing not to throw the football, I don't have that answer. I kind of tend to feel like quarterbacks who throw a lot of interceptions always throw a lot of interceptions their entire career. We saw it with Jay Cutler. He always just threw in his picks. That's what he did. You could equally come back at me with the thought that quarterbacks who take sacks never get out of that they always take bad sacks. Mm-hmm. And Caleb did that more than anyone in the history of the league last year with 68. So is he a bad sack guy? Is he not throwing it into places where he shouldn't? And at some point when he starts hitting on a couple of those big plays, then he'll be rewarded by the fact that he doesn't throw interceptions. Like a guy who throws that much as a rookie quarterback and didn't throw more than 6 picks, I think is notable. But I also could feel that there's going to be the high-level suggestion from people who watch this and who study football would say, yeah, the reason is he doesn't throw picks is because he doesn't throw it. I don't know. We don't have the answer to that right now.
Yeah, I mean...
But, what would you prefer? A young quarterback who's constantly throwing the football away or a young quarterback who protects the football?
And look, the interception, I can come back at you and also say that Peyton Manning threw 28 interceptions his rookie year.
And he turned out fine.
And he turned out to be one of the best quarterbacks ever.
But there's also countless examples of quarterbacks constantly turning the football over who turn out to be terrible.
I'd rather have him take the shots downfield and us find out what he is than him taking sacks and us knowing he's not the guy.
Yeah, I mean, I think you could also run it this way too, right? Like the reason he's not taking those shots could be because he doesn't know what he's seeing. And so he's not letting it rip because he's struggling figuring out what the defenses are doing. And so then he's turtling. And then he's just getting owned in the pocket and taking the sacks because he's not processing what he's seeing.
And then we'll find out that way too. But I would prefer that by the end of the year or by, if you want to set a mark of Thanksgiving or you want to set a mark of whatever, that with Ben Johnson and this new offense that they've drilled in him, and maybe we'll see it today, take those shots. When you see those guys down the field, this is a timing offense. This offense is all based on timing. If you you go back and you watch the game and you see like some of the people, the former quarterbacks that were tweeting out all the videos and stuff like that, guys were open. Ben Johnson is scheming guys open. He's doing his part of the job. Caleb needs to do his part. He needs to bring up his end. The other, Ben Johnson, in game 1, is already doing his part of the job. The Bears had the most, the separation percentage, the highest wide receiver separation.
For receivers separating from defenders, yeah.
In game 1.
Yeah, so it seems like the scheme is there.
In game 1, Ben Johnson already did his job. Caleb needs to do his.
And please don't call today with the Tyson Bagent suggestions,
guys.
Let's not start with the baguette,
guys.
The Bagent. Let's give it a while,
guys.
Like don't start that. If we're still dealing with this in like week 14, then sure. Well, let's not start that in week 2, okay?
Guys.
Caleb's the quarterback.
Guys.
Let's let it rest for a minute.
Maybe after Black Friday. That's a long time in between games after Black Friday.
Je m'appelle Tyson.
Look at you. You go to France once.
I mean, I took French in college. I mean, in high school.
College?
High school.
What a waste of time.
I don't disagree. It has benefited me zero in my life.
I don't even know what does je m'appelle mean. What does that mean? Is that my name is? Is that my name is?
Yeah.
Is that the only thing you know how to say?
Yeah.
What else do you know how to say?
Not much.
Okay. Would you have taken more? Did they offer French 2? Or was it just French 1?
I took it 2 years.
Oh, 2 years?
Yeah.
Was there a third option?
I don't know. Probably.
Was there French 3?
Probably.
Is it French 4?
Yeah, sure. I don't know.
Just thought you would have taken more French.
Why?
I don't know. Stick with the language. You could have been fluent.
I was busy.
Doing what?
Sports.
Hardo. What a weirdo.
Bleck and Abdalla, we'll be back.
The new home of the Bears.
Hey, football fans, time to get out of the house and watch some Sunday football with me, your pal, Tom Waddle. I'll be at the Hooters located by O'Hare on Higgins Road today to watch our guys battle Detroit. Kickoff is at noon. I'll be there at 1 to join the fun. Let's sample Hooters wings, pretzels, cold beer, and let's cheer our team to a big victory. And I'll be giving out Hooters gift cards throughout the game. So join me today for some black and blue division football at Hooters on Higgins. Please enjoy responsibly. It's fall again, and that means football, falling leaves, cozy fires, and, of course, a fresh haircut at Great Clips. Whether you want a whole new look for the season or just a trim on a cut you already love, the skilled stylists at your local Great Clips salon are ready to bring it to life for less. With convenient online check-in, you can add your name to the list and stop in whenever it works for you. They'll even send you a ready next text when you're up next for a haircut, so you can get all of your fall errands done rather than waiting in the salon. Once your cut is finished, the friendly stylists at Great Clips will save the details in clip notes so you can get the look you love every time you come in. And the best part? Great Clips' everyday affordable prices means you'll have money left over for fall fun as well. Look your greatest for the new season. Download the app and get into your local Great Clips salon for a fresh fall haircut today. Great Clips, it's gonna be great.
Hey, this is Courtney Cronin. If you're injured, you want a legal representative that gets you and where you come from.
Exactly. When you call us, you're not getting some out-of-town mega firm. You're talking to Chicagoans.
That's Julio Costa of Costa Iavoni, and his partner Anthony is also here.
Thanks, Courtney. We're proud of the trust we've built here in town.
There's an immediate connection with Chicagoans. They know we'll take the time to understand what they're going through.
And then we will fight to win. At Costa Iavoni, we get you.
Costa Iavoni, your trusted local personal injury attorneys at 708-4MILLION.
Is your roof underperforming? Saggy shingles, leaky spots? Sounds like someone needs a little Evandale roofing. They don't just patch things up, they go all the way. Tight, sealed, satisfied. It's the kind of roof that'll have your neighbors going,
Now that's a roof.
Avondale Roofing. They get on top so you don't have to. Call now. Your house deserves it.
A certified GAF roofing installer.
Has the excitement of betting turned into worry? Feeling overwhelmed every time you roll the dice? Problem gambling doesn't just affect your wallet. It can impact your health, relationships, and peace of mind. But there's hope. Gateway Foundation is here to help you take back control of your life with personalized treatment options. You don't have to face this alone. Call Gateway Foundation today at 844-444-5780. That's 844-444-5780.
Are you ready to get off the bench and into the game with a great new career? Then ETI School of Skilled Trades is just what you're looking for. As the Chicago area's premier welding and HVAC school, we've helped thousands of people just like you get started in great new careers. Step up to the plate and swing for the fences with a brighter future. Learn more at eticampus.edu or by calling 888-830-7678. ETI, it's your future. Own it.
That's the ease at which you get information. You want it, you get it. Like that. Ask your phone. Group chat. Smartphone. You're always connected and informed in real time. No waiting. So if you're diabetic and still using finger sticks to read your blood sugar, what are you waiting for? Knowing your blood sugar levels instantly is important for managing diabetes. Call US Med at 888-665-0696. To learn more about continuous glucose monitors, a real-time instant method to track your blood glucose, US Med is an approved provider for Medicare and over 1,000 private insurers. And the best part? Call 888-665-0696 and we'll give you a free insurance benefits check today. So call 888-665-0696 today. That's 888-665-0696 and manage your diabetes as easy as...
Roofers and Waterproofers Local 11 delivers expert roofing and waterproofing across Chicago. Their trained professionals lead in solar, green, and garden systems. For trusted contractors and top quality service, visit ChicagoRoofingContractors.org. That's ChicagoRoofingContractors.org.
It's the Game Day Tailgate Show with Bleck and Abdalla. This is the home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago.
Chris Bleck, Adam Abdalla hanging out with you 4 hours before Bears kickoffs on Sundays right here on ESPN Chicago. Ben Johnson on Friday talking about what he's learned about Caleb's prep process throughout the first week of the season.
I've been very happy with the process so far. He's very intentional with what he's doing. He's putting in the time. There are no shortcuts right now, and it's that balancing act for us as a staff. How much can we carry over from the previous plan, from training camp plays, where still having some designer plays that are in to attack that particular defense. And so we're finding that right level to where he can still play fast and confident football, but still give us enough in the arsenal for our guys to get the ball and do what they need to do. So I've been very happy with how he's been downloading the information, and I thought for the most part last week was really good for him. This week on a shorter week it's more challenging, particularly on the road on a silent cadence, and so there's more factors at play.
So there you go, Ben Johnson. And Caleb Williams after the game was asked by reporters about why he was sailing throws at the end of the game. This is what Caleb had to say.
I think that just happens sometimes in games and in moments. Just got to reel it back in and go out there and execute. I think we did that on that last drive, or second to last drive that we had. Being able to reel it back in and go out there and complete the ball.
Does it make you feel better or make you feel some level of concern the way he answers a question like that? It's a bit nonchalant, like we'll just get it fixed, like it's no big deal, but yet all of us Bears fans continue to watch him deal with it, right? Like, and continue to be inaccurate.
Yeah, I don't know. I know we do this. You and I do this for a living, and we listen to a lot of press conferences, and we listen to more than the average person, and I would imagine we listen to a lot more than the average person that is listening to us, whether you're driving around, you're doing your grocery shopping, you're getting ready for whatever you're doing for the game right now.
Making your pregame dip.
Absolutely. Whatever you're doing right now, getting ready for the game right now. We listen to a lot of this stuff. I put very little into what these guys say to us because they treat what they tell us like they are guarding war secrets, you know? So I don't think they ever give us anything, you know? So him saying, we're not, like, I don't think he thinks it's a problem. You know, like he might think,
right.
he
and
might
that's,
not.
That's
like,
why
he might
I'm
not
asking,
think,
is that concerning?
He might not think it's a problem. He might think it's a very big problem.
No,
but I don't think he would ever tell you. But either way, whether he thinks it's a problem or doesn't think it's a problem, he's never going to tell you whether he thinks it's a problem or not. So would it have made you feel better if he's like, yeah, dude, I suck? Like, would it have made you feel better if been like, but when I got drafted, my accuracy was ass. Like, would that have made you feel better? No, it wouldn't have made you feel better.
Brad from Home Improvement is on the NFL Network right now.
Dude, okay. Why is Joe Burrow just purposely cosplaying?
What is with that hair?
Is he cosplaying as Macaulay Culkin now? Like, why does he look like Macaulay Culkin now?
You were on a roll with the Caleb thoughts,
okay.
but seeing Joe Burrow in his like 1993 haircut just made me like
I
pause.
understand that style is back now and everybody's looking like they're supposed to be dressing like they're in Home Improvement. Yeah.
He looks like Kurt Cobain.
Yeah, walk into like a store now, everybody looks like they're carrying Kohl's cash again. Would it have made you feel better if Caleb came out and he's like, yeah, my accuracy is a problem and has always been a problem, and now I need to work on it in year 2?
It wasn't in college.
Yeah, but in college is different.
To answer your question, I wouldn't feel better if that was the response, but I do think I would probably feel better if he was like, it's something I need to work on. It's something I need to get better at.
I don't think so. Dude, we're week 2 into the season. That stuff needs to be fixed.
Of course.
Like, you can't be working on things now.
No. My point is a slight level of arrogance coming across where it's like he's portraying like it's not an issue. Does that make sense? And like my read as a USC fan when he was at USC was that I've never read or heard anything that he's not a hardworking player. I know that there's stuff out there last week about that from, a Substack, some guy that wrote about it, claiming sources.
Mm-hmm.
But with that said, I never thought it was like he wasn't a hard worker. I did get the vibe when he was at USC that he was a little feeling himself, a little arrogant, a little like I'm better than everyone else, which I don't know. Like, does he just think it's just going to change, or is he getting in there and he's going to change it?
There's a difference between cockiness and confidence, right? I want my quarterback to, like, there was always a thing where, like Tom Brady always screaming at people on the sidelines when stuff wasn't getting right, or like even to be more local when like Jay Cutler, when they were winning, was kind of, kind of a bag to people. Yeah. It was like, okay, I don't pay him to be a nice guy. I don't need him to be a nice guy. I want him to win football games. That's all I care about. But if you're not winning football games and you're still being cocky, like the two don't mix.
But the way you say that, we saw Jay Cutler go into Ford Field with teams that were banged up, given no chance. Mm-hmm. And you know who played great? Mm-hmm. and took this team to a victory? It was Jay Cutler.
Yeah.
Remember that game where he was running and he was bulldozing corners when he was getting to the secondary level? He's making throws. And it was like, this Bears team isn't supposed to win this game. And Cutler was the best player on the field.
So he might not think it's an issue. He might think it's an issue and doesn't want the media to know it's an issue, or doesn't want it to be portrayed like he thinks it's an issue. So that's his way of, well, if I don't act like it's an issue, then people won't think it's an issue. But again, I think we think about these things more and we dissect it way more than than they need to be.
It's Bleck and Abdalla. We are pregaming and getting ready for the network pregame show that will be with us in 10 minutes. We'll be right back.
ESPN Chicago.
A 1 hour uninterrupted dose of Bleck and Abdalla. No breaks, no gimmicks.
Well, maybe a few gimmicks.
Well, you need a few gimmicks,
right?
But still uninterrupted.
Obviously.
And still pure, honest, Bleck and Abdalla fun.
As it should be. Weekdays 2 to 3 on ESPN Chicago.
Hey, football fans, hike it into Hooters to watch all the games this season. Since 1983, our world-famous wings always win. Hooters has over 14 sauces and rubs to choose from. Or try one of our football specials like 10 buffalo shrimp or 3 chicken tender strips, both served with fries for a special price. Wash them down with a Big Daddy mug of Bud Light, Michelob Ultra, or Dos Equis, or a $6 legendary margarita. With 11 Chicagoland locations, there's a Hooters near you. Visit originalhooters.com to find yours today. Hooters, the original wing joint.
This is an ad by BetterHelp.
Guys, we turn to some funny places for support, but not everyone is a therapist. Not everyone is the one. Find your right match with BetterHelp. Hey guys, it's Silvy. As the largest online therapy provider in the world, BetterHelp can provide access to mental health professionals with a diverse variety of expertise. Find the one with BetterHelp. Our listeners get 10% off their first month at BetterHelp.com/timeout. That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/timeout.
Save big on your next project right now at Menards. Increase your home's value with a new ideal garage door. From traditional to modern, Menards has a garage door to enhance your home's appearance. Choose from our large in-stock selection or design your own using our free Garage Door Designer. Save big on ideal garage doors. And don't forget to check out our weekly flyer on Menards.com for all the great deals happening now.
Save big money at Menards.
At your Chicago area IKEA store, they believe everyone deserves a beautiful and affordable living experience. Transform your home with stylish furniture and home accessories without breaking the bank. From comfortable and fashionable sofas and sectionals to kitchens full of inspiration to bedrooms designed to help you find your best sleep and relaxation. IKEA's home furnishings combine form and function to fit your lifestyle and budget. Visit IKEA in Schaumburg or Bolingbrook today or shop online at ikea.com/US and check out their new local pickup points in your neighborhood.
O'Reilly. Check engine, ABS, or maintenance light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. The service is free and provides a report with solutions verified by ASE certified master technicians. And if you need help, we could recommend a shop for you. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Hi, I'm Michael from the War and Treaty. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. Only Novo Nordisk makes FDA-approved Ozempic. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5 milligram, 1 milligram, and 2 milligrams.
Do you have trouble getting in and out of the bathtub? Are you afraid you'll slip and fall entering or exiting a tub? Safe Step walk-in tubs can transform your bathtub from an area of concern to a calming refuge. Call them today at 1-800-731-4558 and save $1,600. Safe Step walk-in tubs and showers are proudly made in Tennessee and offer an ultra-low step-in, avoiding that difficult climb over a traditional bathtub wall. They also offer a variety of therapeutic benefits that may help soothe your aching muscles and joints, increasing your mobility, boosting your energy, and improving your sleep. Safe Step walk-in tubs are designed to easily fit your existing tub space and are often installed in as little as 1 day. Just dial 1-800-731-4558 today to save $1,600 and receive a free shower package. That's 1-800-731-4558 for a free no-obligation consultation and to save $1,600. Safe Step walk-in tubs. Safety never felt so good.
Nature is calling. No, not that way. Fishing, hunting, hiking, nature. Chauncey's Great Outdoors, Saturday mornings from 6 to 7 and available on demand on the ESPN Chicago app.
It's the Game Day Tailgate Show with Bleck and Abdalla. This is the home of the Chicago Bears. ESPN Chicago.
Thank you to Justin Pottinger and Hannah LaMotta for producing today's show of Bleck and Abdalla. We will return tomorrow 2 to 3 right here on ESPN 1000. Our new time slot will be 2 to 3 weekdays right here on ESPN 1000. We have the network pregame show starting up in 2 minutes right here on ESPN 1000. It's your 2-minute warning. Mark, right now, Silvy, Waddle, Dionne. They'll have the network pregame show coming up to get you ready for the Bears at Lions, live from Ford Field in Detroit, Michigan. Jeff Joniak, Tom Thayer will be on today's call. Jason McKee will be working the sidelines today and also the postgame locker room. Peggy and Yurko will have the postgame show immediately following today's game, heard right here on ESPN Chicago, and then the postgame show with Mellers, Pat the designer, and Jason McKee as well. So 4 hours of postgame coverage for your Bears game today. Bears-Lions in Detroit. Abdalla, here we go. Let's take a look at this game. How do you think this game will play out between the Bears and the Lions?
Well, I've said it for the past few days, Chris. I think this game is closer than the 6.5. I do think that both teams do kind of come back down to earth scoring-wise. I do think it's going to be under the 45.5 total. I am going to go. I think it's close. I think it's just like the game that we saw on Thanksgiving. I'm going to go 24-20.
Ooh.
Bears.
24-20, Bears with the win, and we get to 1-1 on the season, and endless possibilities are available for the Chicago Bears moving forward. How about that?
I'm probably wrong, but 24-20 Bears.
I would love to follow that path with you. I am still concerned about this defense. It was a theme that I had in the preseason and in training camp, and we saw it in week 1, the 21 points that they gave up in the fourth quarter. And Detroit has a better offense than I think the Minnesota Vikings have. I'm going to go Lions 33, Bears 28. So the Bears will cover, but I think Detroit gets us. And I think the Lions win. They go to 1-1, and the Bears will be 0-2. We're standing here talking tomorrow at 2. Bleck and Abdalla, we have the network pregame show starting up next.
ESPN Chicago.
You know what's wild? Yuengling's been brewing beer since 1829. That's 196 years.
They've been around longer than almost everything. You don't last that long without knowing what you're doing.
Exactly. It all comes down to one thing. They brew great beer, plain and simple.
Traditional lager, flight, light lager, you name it, they all bring serious flavor and that legendary Yuengling quality.
Yuengling, the oldest brewery in America.
E.G. Yuengling & Son, Pottsville, PA.
A round of golf should be more than just a game. It should be an experience. At Seven Bridges Golf Club, you'll find 100-year-old oaks, rolling fairways, and of course, at least 7 bridges. A championship course with a private feel, just a half hour from Chicago. And when the final putt drops, the experience isn't over. Head to the Dock Bar and Grill for great dining, cold drinks, and sunset views that rival any 19th hole. Visit sevenbridgesgolfclub.com to book your tee time today.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season.
I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Being young with unlimited energy to burn. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think you could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
All guys lose their edge when they turn 40. The body has less testosterone. That's why I take Nugenix Total T.
I've heard about Nugenix. That really works?
Since I started taking Nugenix, I'm lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. I feel more energized at work. It's even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try?
Yep, send a text. It's that easy.
Text TIP to 42424 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. It's the #1 selling testosterone boosting brand at GNC and Walmart. Do it now and they'll also send you a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, their newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text TIP to 42424. That's TIP to 42424. These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
This is the home of the Bears, ESPN Chicago, WMVP, WTBC HD2, Chicago.
It's been almost 8 months since Ben Johnson signed on as head coach of the Chicago Bears. He knew there would be some bumps. Heck, this is his mantra.
Get comfortable being uncomfortable.
Feels just like I'm walking on broken glass.
But after lots of winning in Detroit the past 2 years, Monday night's loss to the Vikings stung for sure. As fans, a win at Ford Field would be cathartic. But for Ben Johnson, the trip to the Motor City could be a big old plate of comfort food.
You want to be where you can see our troubles are all the same. You want to be where everybody knows your name.
This is a rare return for Ben. Only the 9th time since 2000 a new head coach meets his old boss within the first 2 weeks.
Welcome back.
Dan Campbell's Lions are dealing with their own wounded pride after being routed up north. He needs the offense to adjust and be better than last week. Maybe Campbell was thinking it should look better than before. You know, the competitive juices thing.
Don't call it a comeback. I've been here for years. I'm rocking my pants, putting suckers in fear, making the tears rain down like a monsoon. Listen to the bass go boom.
In reality, fans and analysts try to set the tone with this kind of stuff. Coaches, they have a one-track mind. We got football to play. It's the battle to get one win. This is Jeff Joniak. Welcome to Week 2. Bears and Lions on the Chicago Bears Radio Network.
The Chicago Bears Radio Network is brought to you in part by Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana, Miller Lite, the Advantage Dealer Group, and Dr. Pepper. This is Bears football on the home of the Bears, ESPN Chicago.
Here comes.
Now, the Bears pregame show, live on the Chicago Bears Radio Network. Please welcome Tom Waddle, Dionne Miller, and Mark Silverman.
That's right. Joniak mentioned it. It's a return game for the Bears. The Bears return to the scene of the crime where they needed a timeout on Thanksgiving. And for that reason, and many others, that's how Ben Johnson is now the Bears head coach, and he returns back to Detroit where he called their offense and reunites with Dan Campbell. And the biggest thing, guys, we need a return to winning. The Bears need a win here after going 1-11 in their last 12 games. And what better place to start than in Ben Johnson's return to Ford Field?
Yep.
That did not sound very confident. Come on.
All right. Well, it's only been 6 days since they walked off the field on Monday night.
Shocked.
And I still am surprised with how that unfolded in the end. And let's hope they're not. Let's hope that, as Ben Johnson has said, they've responded the right way this week. The head coach will have them ready. It's the ability to take that readiness to the field and execute that has me questioning things right
I
now.
think we're going to learn a lot about this team today. I really do. Who are you? How do you respond to adversity? There's a lot of new with this team. Obviously, a new head coach. There's a new coaching staff. There's a lot of new players. It was a regrettable start to the Ben Johnson era on Monday night. It was an inexcusable loss in so many different ways. Do they come out angry and focused and looking to get that bad taste out of their mouth, or do they come out and they're still a little shell-shocked by losing a game the way that they did? We'll find out. I think they still have to define their character as a team. I think they'll be ready. But if you're asking me to be patient, I lose patience when I see 12 penalties for 127 yards. So clean it up.
And there's so many areas, Waddle, where you just mentioned that you want to see them do better. The defense played well for 3 quarters, but then you allow that first-time starting quarterback to score 3 times in the fourth quarter. The penalties, the undisciplined play, Caleb Williams' accuracy, and knowing when to run and when to stay in the pocket.
Don't forget the poor special teams play collectively as well.
Oh, I'm not forgetting. No, Cairo Santos not being able to kick it through the end zone, and the coaching staff who, as Ben Johnson said, he got greedy, and they could have kicked it out of bounds. So there are some coaching things that they could get. There is not somebody on the list that you can't circle and say, that player or that thing needs to get better.
It was a three-phase failure,
Yeah.
and that's what I think bothers me the most is we heard so much good going into it. There was so much energy, and the way that the game started, it felt like maybe this could be different. And then to see the same familiar things. And Silvy and I were talking a little bit earlier, but, everyone says, okay, if we still talk about these issues in week 10, then there's a problem. Tom, we're talking about this in week 18 for Caleb Williams, right?
Yeah.
He's played 18 games, and we're still having the same conversation about can he or can he not be that quarterback? Can he get past these things? And he's even said it. It's reps. It's reps. Well, sir, you're getting the reps.
Yeah.
We're just not seeing the growth and improvement that we need.
You watch the film of week 1, the Monday night loss to the Vikings, and in a lot of ways with the quarterback, it looked a lot like last year at times. Some eye-popping plays that keep you salivating, and then there's 4 or 5 throws that most every quarterback in the league can make, and he doesn't. So the consistency is an issue, and it usually shows up in a quarterback's completion percentage. Caleb completed 60% of his passes Monday night. That's after starting 10 for 10, which means he was 11 of his next 25. He had 44% of his throws in the second half that were off target, 30% for the entire game. So the accuracy has to improve. The consistency has to improve. But yeah, I mean, Silvy, you mentioned it. Like, it was a collective collapse in all 3 phases, and I'll add the coaches as well. So I know you all get tired of hearing me say this, but Mike Ditka told me a long time ago, kid, it's not the adversity in life that defines you. It's how you respond to it. How are you going to respond, offense, defense, special teams, and coaching staff, to losing a game that most of us expected you to win before the ball was in the air, and certainly expected you to win after the first 30 minutes of the game?
I was at House Hall on Wednesday. Dionne, you were there. You were anchoring this week. You're usually there. But one of the topics on the Wednesday press conferences was learning how to win.
Yes.
And I've heard this a lot. Like, I heard this back when Dick Duran was the head coach. And then in 01, they had the big season. Waddle, you played. Learning to win, is it such a thing? Or, because how do you learn how to win if you don't win?
Yeah, it's a great question.
You know what I mean? And
you learn how to win by winning. As simple as the answer sounds, but it's when you get to crunch time, do you make a game-changing mistake or do you make a game-changing play? Look at the Vikings. The Vikings piddled down their legs collectively for about the first, let's say, 40 minutes of that game. And then they found a way to make plays defensively, offensively, special teams. The coach put them in the right situation. I think it comes down to, I don't think there's a special formula or a special sauce. It's just, does everybody collectively make plays versus mistakes when you reach that crucial point of the game or crucial inflection points in the game? It doesn't have to happen in the final 2 or 3 minutes. You can have a letdown or a breakdown coming out of that. Let's just look at how they came out offensively in the first drive of the second half. You set the tone. It was a negative tone because you went 3 and out, and you just looked like you weren't ready.
Yeah. So can you coach it? Like, can it be coached?
I think it's just a collective effort. Yes, you can demand that everybody, you have to be more dialed in. You have to be disciplined. You can't have 12 penalties for 127 yards. So I think I don't know really how to answer the question, Silvy, other than to say, when everyone's on their game mentally, physically, and emotionally, you will find a way to win. And then that kind of builds on itself. If you go into these difficult moments and the lasting memory you have is of last year and now this Vikings game, well, are we going to do the same negative things that we did in those games, or are we going to come out and do the right stuff? It's like I always say,
it can't stack. Wow, no, they always say, it's all contagious. Winning is contagious, but losing is contagious too. And this is where they've got to stop it before it becomes an avalanche of several losses in a row.
You know what I like to say? You change the narrative by changing the narrative. You learn how to win by winning. I mean, as simple and as stupid as that says, I think that's the best answer I can give you.
Yeah.
Caleb was asked about this about how to not let what happened last year feel like, oh gosh, here we go again. I think a lot of fans felt that this week. And he just said it's about coming together as a team, especially as an offense, and realizing that nobody has to do more than what you're being asked to do. And that's myself included, everybody on the team. Typically good things come out pretty good on the other side of that when you're just doing your job. So that's the message that they're going with this week. My question is, can they do it at the right level too? I mean, they're saying the right things. Caleb's always said the right things. It's about turning that page
Doing
and
the
being
right
able to
things.
execute it.
And and this is a team, I've talked a lot about this with both of you more off the air than on, but this is also a team that doesn't have a lot of players, especially the veterans who have won.
Yeah.
Your leaders. Montez Sweat never won in Washington, really. Jalen Johnson has never won here in Chicago. DJ Moore has never played on a winning team, ever. So, they've got to be led, and let's see what Ben Johnson has in store here in Detroit. More on that, and I want to play you some Ben Johnson on how they're going to go up here and win. But you have Dan Campbell saying the same desperate things because they know this is a huge game for them as well. This is the Advantage Dealer Group pregame show on the Bears Radio Network. You can find your Chevy, Acura, or Toyota and drive off in under 60 minutes, or they'll make your first car payment. It's what separates the Advantage Dealer Group. So check them out today. If you want to weigh in, 312-332-3776. We've got a noon kick. We're an hour and 50 minutes away. It's Bears and Lions. Game 2 of the 2025 season coming up soon on the Chicago Bears Radio Network.
Sundays in Chicago, you know the drill. Grit, defense, and cold beer in hand.
That's why we're Team Flight by Yingling. Just 95 calories, 2.6 grams of carbs, and still packed with that legendary flavor.
Perfect for tailgates, touchdowns, or yelling at your TV. And yes, my TV can hear me.
Whether you're posted in the parking lot for a tailgate or holding court in your living room,
make the smart play. Grab a flight. Flight by Yingling. Raise the bar, Chicago.
DG Yingling & Sons, Pottsville, PA.
$3 million. The Verdoliak Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. The Verdoliak Law Group recovered $3 million for a client who was injured in an auto accident. If you're injured, make sure to call the Verdoliak Law Group. Playing professional football and being on the radio for many years, I've had the opportunity to endorse many products and companies. I've always felt it's important to choose companies that I believe in. I've never had the opportunity to endorse a company owned by close friends until now. The Verdoliak Law Group has been helping people for 60 years. They've even taken care of some of my neighbors and close friends. When you need medical care, you want a doctor with the experience and the skill set that's going to help you. The same holds true when you need a lawyer. The Verdoliak Law Group has recovered over $9 billion for their clients through legal representation and consulting. They have over 60 years of experience and skill serving over 40,000 clients. For personal injury, auto accidents, truck accidents, wrongful death, workers' compensation, medical malpractice, and all your legal needs, call my friends at the Verdoliak Law Group. The Verdoliak Law Group has done great for my friends and neighbors, and they will do great for you too. Call them today, 844-4VLG-LAW.
Reason number 354 to visit the city of Countryside, Chicago's Western Gateway. How about Flat Creek Golf Course, one of the finest 9-hole golf courses in the Chicagoland area? This Greg Martin design course offers something for every skill of golfer. Conveniently located off of I-55 and 294. So book your tee time today at flatcreekgolfcourse.com. Looking for a new home base? Visit the city of Countryside, Chicago's Western Gateway.
Hey, parents throughout Chicagoland, if you're like me and only want the best and safest option for your kids, you've got to go check out my guys at FenceWorks, a.k.a. the guy on 41. FenceWorks is the premier spot for playgrounds, fencing, trampolines, and basketball hoops. I recently got a hoop installed by FenceWorks, and my kids are thrilled. FenceWorks has been treating families like mine to quality, safety, and exceptional service for over 58 years. Swing by their Northbrook showroom or check out theguyon41.com.
Hey guys, it's Mitch Lyons with Mitch Lyons Wealth. You hear Yurko, the good kid, talk about me all the time. And yes, I did play in the NFL. But to be honest, these days, I'm more into spreadsheets than playbooks, and I'm solely focused on making sure my clients win retirement. Look, retirement's not about gambling on stocks or chasing crypto tips from your brother-in-law. It's about smart planning, steady income, and ultimately enjoying every day like it's Saturday. So if you want less guessing and more confidence, visit MitchLyonsWealth.com.
Hey, Bears fans, it's Silvy. Steinhoffel's a proud partner of the Chicago Bears. Just opened their newest furniture and mattress superstore in Maryville Plaza in Maryville, Indiana. That makes 7 Chicagoland locations with the best selection, unbeatable value, and styles for every space and budget. Plus, they're 100% employee-owned. That's a local pride you can feel good about. Shop in-store or online anytime at steinhoffels.com.
Property managers and GCs use FinishingChicago.com's contractors for finishes and protective coatings in the most iconic venues, interior spaces, and essential infrastructure. Our painters apply industry-leading commercial and industrial finishes inside and out, so your biggest assets always put their best square footage forward. FinishingChicago.com has your free list of painting, wall covering, glass systems, drywall finishing, and signage contractors. For a great finish, start with FinishingChicago.com.
How about this? We're your home for the new Bears.
I like it. This is the home of your new Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. Tom Waddle, Dionne Miller, and Mark Silverman, Bears pregame.
That's right. Waddle was just looking at our great spread here, and thanks to Let Us Entertain You, Il Porcellino, outstanding Italian food, game day flavor, Chicago indulgent. Il Porcellino, handmade ravioli, burrata, lasagna. Boy, do I love burrata. They've got some short rib there. Waddle, you just took a look at the spread. How did it look?
It looks and smells tremendous. I had a little cheesy bread.
Already?
A little
Really?
appetizer.
What
Yeah.
did you getting after?
A lot of garlic.
10:16 a.m.
Yeah, early morning garlic is good for me.
For everyone. Really.
Waddle's a garlic. He
I
is a
love
garlic
too.
lover.
I love garlic too.
Pick up, delivery, or catering at IlPorcellinoChicago.com. Taste victory with every bite. All right, I want to play you a couple of things. I thought this was a very interesting one. You'll hear the question, and if you can't make out the exact words, Ben Johnson is being asked about the possibility of falling to 0-2, and then you'll hear his reaction.
Many powerful conversations about 0-2, particularly a division 0-2.
You're crazy right now. We're going to win this game.
So is that a calling your shot thing, or is he just saying, look, we're not thinking about 0-2. We're going to Detroit with the only thought in our head that we're going there to win the game.
1,000%. That is what's going on. Like, what coach sits there and goes, we could be 0-2. And that would really, like, no one thinks that. They are going there to win. He is so competitive. He can say, like, I have friends there, whatever. This matters so much to Ben Johnson to come into Detroit and to put up a good showing, at least, and to have his team look competitive with this Lions team that's still trying to figure themselves out, too.
Yeah, he stopped the questionnaire or the questioner in his tracks. Look, I loved everything I heard from Ben. After the game, all week long, assumed accountability and responsibility for the mistakes he made. I just don't want this to be a common theme after games and going into other games, that the coaching staff is acknowledging, well, we made a bunch of mistakes and I got to own it. I think you mentioned it earlier the week on our show. That became a hallmark of Matt Nagy.
Yes.
I don't think it's going to be for Ben. I'm just saying, my point is after games and throughout the course of a week, I want Ben to talk about all the great things that this team did to find a way to win a game. And I believe that we'll hear more of that than, hey, that one's on me. I got greedy. I wanted the extra 5 yards.
Nagy, it was like when Nagy first got here, it was like, oh, refreshing. Yeah. He's owning a mistake. Yeah. And then when it wasn't refreshing? When it was every other week him admitting that he made a mistake.
Yeah. Right.
The refreshing part would be just correcting it, winning, and everything like that.
Correct.
Here's Dan Campbell. I thought this was good, too. And this, I think it sets up, with what you hear from Ben Johnson, us knowing as Bears fans, they're looking to start a winning era here. And Detroit is looking to continue a winning era. Waddle has talked about the schedule. He'll hit that again here, what Detroit has coming up. This is such a big game for them, and this is Dan Campbell talking about almost a desperate moment for the Lions in their home opener.
Ben's my friend. He's always going to be my friend, but nothing about that's going to change, We're going in getting ready to play Chicago. We're going to win this game. We have to. We got to find a way to clean things up and do what we got to do. And they're going to try to do the same thing. It's like every week. So
they're two different guys, but you can tell they think the same way from being together for so long in Miami and then in Detroit, that they both basically said the same thing, that we're going in to win the game.
I think they're wired the same. And you mentioned the schedule, and I think that, they feel they need to get this thing turned in the right direction very shortly. After today's game against the Bears, they're at the Ravens. They come home against a Browns team that obviously is struggling. But then they go to the Bengals, at the Chiefs. They're home for the Bucs and the Vikings, and then they go to Washington and then Philadelphia. So, I mean, it's a blender of a schedule. I think familiarity will be a big theme in this game, obviously. Ben Johnson was a very accomplished coordinator in that building for 3 years. I think with regard to familiarity, it's advantage Ben. Ben's been in both buildings now. He not only knows what makes Jared Goff a little itchy and scratchy and a little nervous, he also knows the weaknesses of that defense from facing them on a day in and day out basis. Now, Dan Campbell and that new coaching staff, they kind of know the tendencies of Ben and what Ben likes to do. But I would suggest to you, Ben, having been in both buildings now, gives them a slight advantage with degree to the, with familiarity as the issue.
I would agree, too. And promoting John Morton to the offensive coordinator role, part of that was that they didn't change a lot of what Ben had installed offensively, and he helped Ben build that offense. So he's very familiar with that. I think that's advantage Dennis Allen, right? This is where Ben Johnson and DA can kind of work together to prepare the defense to move forward. Now, the injury to Grady Jarrett is interesting. He has been warming up on the field already this morning. He has not looked 100%. That was obvious, according to Brad Biggs. So I'm not sure what that means as far as his status moving forward, but he did not practice at all this week.
Next man up.
Yeah.
Shamar Turner, I believe, will be
the
rookie.
Yeah, and then they activated, I've been practicing this one, Tano Passignon. How'd I do?
And he's the lineman from New Orleans that played under Dennis Allen.
And he had a sack last week, too. So they like what he's done, and now he's getting another opportunity.
Yeah, I want to discuss, while we're on the coaching matchup, Waddle, I asked you a lot during the offseason, how will Ben Johnson coach when going for it? Because we know that Dan Campbell has always been a go for it. He'll put himself out there and say, we're going for it, and win or lose is our philosophy. Ben was the guy just calling the play. So I didn't know if that would transfer to, hey, we're going to go for it. There were some Bears fans who wanted them to take the points early in the game. I loved it. I thought the Bears had a ton of momentum. I thought Ben drew up the right play.
Yeah.
Caleb missed the throw there. I think in hindsight, a lot of people are, you got to take the points. But I want my coach to do that and to draw up the right play. Now it's up to the players to execute it.
I think that it's an interesting dynamic because you go back to Detroit, and Dan Campbell was the head coach, but Ben was the head coach of the offense. So Dan would make the decision, we're going for it, and then it would be up to Ben to dial up this play. But Ben wasn't making the decision to go for it. So he's only got that responsibility. Here in Chicago, not only has been the head coach, but he's also the play caller. So he's got to decide we're going for it on fourth down and also dial up the play. I had no problem with their decision. Had they decided, D, to kick the field goal and take the points, wouldn't have argued about that as well.
Right.
I thought, though, his logic for going for it was sound. I thought he designed a nice play. And as Silvy said, it was a lack of player execution.
It totally was. But when you lose by 3, it's one of those things that you circle and say, oh, that would have been an opportunity. And Cairo missed a field goal. There's all those things that you think about. I agree with you on that. I think that I like that he was aggressive. He, by his own admission, is still getting to know Caleb Williams. So he's putting him in a position right there to see who he is as a player, how he's going to respond. So maybe he does adjust things now that he wasn't able to execute in that moment. We'll see. But I want him to stay aggressive because that's who he is. Don't go away from that. And don't, because you feel like you didn't coach the best game of your life, don't change how you're doing it.
Right,
because
because
it's
of the
still
failure.
too early. Right.
Don't think,
change
we failed, so now
I don't want to try. No.
I understood why he kicked the field goal before the end of the half instead of going for it, because he wanted momentum back.
Absolutely.
After coming up, he needed points going into the half. And that would have been a tough. Now, the defense gave up a Detroit field goal to even that thing out. And I think another interesting dynamic in the going for it situation now will be the Cairo Santos equation.
Yeah, absolutely.
Now, this is an indoor game. And Santos didn't miss it because he was short. He just missed the kick, something that he hasn't done a lot of. His track record has been good making kicks. But, where do you line up from with a field goal? Are you lining up from 58 with Cairo Santos? Are you lining up from 55 with Cairo Santos? Knowing that he missed, knowing that he wasn't able to kick the ball through the end zone and his leg is an issue, I think that is another part of the equation on, hey, when do we go for it? And when do we kick a field goal? So how do you guys figure that out?
I mean, I just, first of all, Captain Cairo, we're already having questions about Captain Cairo in week 2, and we're worried about, like, we're second guessing whether he can do what we need him to do. That's an issue. That's the bigger issue to me. I don't know. I don't know what decision you make. I would hope that throughout this week, that between HT and Cairo, that Ben has built some more confidence in the kicking game, and they would be able to trust that in that moment. But right now, I can understand why the trust is shaky.
I would think your limit's probably 55. I don't see them lining up for a 58-yard field goal with Cairo Santos.
Even indoors.
I don't.
Did he make a 60 in Kansas City?
He may have. Kansas City was probably humid. It was, wind was at his back. I don't know. I think he'll stay consistently aggressive. But I think he recognizes there's an issue because they brought the kid in from San Francisco and put him on the practice squad. So if you guys want to know whether or not Ben Johnson's going to hold his guys accountable and how much patience he has, he's given you a little sneak peek into his mentality by them bringing in a kicker and putting him on the practice squad, maybe potentially to fill the role of Captain Cairo if things continue to go not so well.
Jake Moody is a guy who was drafted in the 3rd round out of Michigan, but had a really rough go lately in San Francisco, so they released him, and he's on the Bears practice squad right now. Guys, don't forget, you can always talk to us, 312-332-3776. It's about you, the Bears fan. If you want to weigh in, 312-332-3776. Keep that number handy as well for the Dr. Pepper hotline, because I take your phone calls at halftime as well. So make sure you're ready to go at halftime. If you want to call now, do so. The Dr. Pepper hotline. One-of-a-kind fans won legendary prize. Score Bears tickets with Dr. Pepper. Bold, original, and made for game day. Enter now at drpeppersweeps.com/Bears. That's drpepperticketsweeps.com/Bears. It's a Pepper thing. Coming up next, Courtney Cronin on the sideline in Detroit, and we'll get that update on Grady Jarrett, and the injury report should be out when we talk to Courtney coming up next. We're approaching 90 minutes away from kickoff. Bears and Lions on the Chicago Bears Radio Network.
Want to live life at max volume? Then look no further than Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana. With over 1,700 slots, 80 table games, live entertainment, and 5 restaurants which span a wide range of culinary genres, we are sure to have something for everyone. Whether you want to indulge in a savory dish at Council Oaks Steaks and Seafood, or take in dinner and live music at the world-renowned Hard Rock Cafe. Amplify your entertainment experience at Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana. Just off Exit 6, I-8094. Must be 21. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
With 3 locations to serve Chicagoland, Advantage Chevrolet gives you so much more. Visit and see the amazing inventory and savings at Advantage Chevrolet Bridgeview. And Advantage Chevrolet values your time. They'll have you in your new Chevy in less than 60 minutes, or they'll make your first car payment. That's right. Drive off in your new Chevy in less than 60 minutes, or they will make your first car payment. Visit AdvantageChevrolet.com. Together, let's drive.
Must mention offer upon arrival before negotiation. Restrictions apply. Ask dealer for details.
In football, success is about team effort, and the same is true for your hair. At Great Clips, they save your haircut details in clip notes, so every member of the highly skilled team knows exactly how to create your signature look. And with our easy-to-use app, you can check in from anywhere and get a ready next text when you're up next for a cut. It's the confidence of a great haircut, delivered by a team you trust. Download our app today. Great Clips. It's gonna be great.
You have heard me talk about how businesses are elevating their game in Bolingbrook. Here's Mayor Mary Alexander Basta to tell you herself.
Thanks, Peggy. Bolingbrook remains the most desirable southwest suburban location to start or expand your business. I invite you to learn how welcoming we are to the many businesses who recently have made Bolingbrook their home.
So if you're looking to elevate your future and the future of your business, visit bebolingbrook.com to learn more.
Join us and be Bolingbrook.
At UI Health, compassion isn't just care, it's commitment. UI Health's team of experts listens to your story, understands your experience, and embraces your voice. That's because UI Health is with you every step of the way. Whether it's your stroke emergency, your cancer journey, or your transplant victory, UI Health's care heals and saves. UI Health, expert care for your journey. Learn more at uihealth.care.
From last-second game-winning field goals to 98-yard kickoff returns, football is exciting. But as the official bank of the Chicago Bears, PNC prefers to be steady and boring, like a solid ground game that eats up the clock. A strategy that scored a lot of financial wins over the last 160 years. And while our customers may not wear our name on the back of jerseys, Bears fans can get 20% off regularly priced merchandise with the Chicago Bears PNC Bank debit card. A pretty exciting option play if you ask us. Find out more at pnc.com/bearscard. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
In Chicago, football isn't just a game, it's a way of life. And when the Bears hit the field, there's only one drink that brings the flavor, Dr. Pepper. And now, it could be your ticket in. Enter the Dr. Pepper Bears ticket sweepstakes at drpepperticketsweeps.com/Bears for your chance to win tickets to an upcoming game. Terms and conditions may apply.
At Bell Tire, we don't just care about tires, we care about you. Bell Tire. We care about you too, Tire Man. But caring about our customers is why we'll beat anyone's tire price. And with 0% financing, we make sure everyone can get back on the road fast and affordably. Because taking care of our customers by getting them the best deal possible is how we're changing tires. Bell Tire. See belltire.com for details.
This is the home for every Bears game.
Touchdown! Touchdown Bears!
ESPN Chicago.
Carmen and Yurko, weekdays noon to 3, ESPN Chicago.
I think we get some good news here on the injury report. They're due for some of that. The injury report for today's Bears-Lions game brought to you, as always, by our outstanding friends and partners at Maurice Longo and Associates. If you've been injured at work or in an accident, visit our guys at mauricilongo.com. That's MORICILONGO.com. Maurice Longo and Associates. It looks like we were just talking about Grady Jarrett. The Grady Jarrett is active. The Bears inactives, Kyler Gordon, who was ruled out earlier this week, and this is concerning with a hamstring. Ja'Day Walker, who is the rookie undrafted wide receiver who made the team and is really good at special teams. He is out. Ozzie Trapillo is inactive today. Case Keenum, the emergency quarterback. Karan Amagaji remains out. And Shamar Turner is out. You know, it's interesting that Karan Amagaji and Ozzie Trapillo were drafted to make a run at left tackle, and neither are even up. So
you have 2 second-round picks and a third-round pick that are inactive today.
Right. 2 third-round picks, right?
2
second-round.
Trapillo and Turner are both second-round picks.
2 second-round picks.
Amagaji was a third-round pick.
My
from
bad,
the year before.
Yeah. Let's bring in Courtney Cronin, who joins us from Ford Field right now. Courtney, we're talking about the injury report. So Grady Jarrett is a go.
Yeah, knee injury, was questionable in practice, or limited in practice on Friday, one day during the week that he was out there. So they must be feeling that it's not something too serious, considering he didn't get much work in at all last week. But he's a veteran. You're going to give guys like that a little bit longer of a leash to determine how their bodies feel. But that's obviously an important thing today with what the Lions' offensive line looks like. That's a matchup that they want to capitalize on, knowing that there's a new center, there's a new right guard, and having an interior presence to begin your pass rush gives you an advantage there of trying to win the battle in the trenches, which I ultimately think is going to be what determines this game the way that it did for Detroit when they were in Green Bay last week.
Courtney, is there any update on whether or not Taylor Decker will be playing for the Lions?
Have not seen their injury report just yet and what theirs is, but I will get back to you on that when I have a chance to look at it on my phone.
Courtney, we heard the gruesome details of Jalen Johnson's actual injury, that he tore his abductor muscle off the pelvic bone. I did a tiny bit of research because that sounds remarkably painful. It's roughly an 18-month recovery for the layman, but he obviously expedited that with all the treatment he was able to get. Do we expect him to be Jalen Johnson today?
I mean, this is the test, and I don't think he'd be going if he wasn't able to play. And we know from him last week, Dionne, what the situation was. He was never going to play in that game against the Vikings. That was a good chance for him to get up to speed. Nothing will be able to replicate those game reps, though, until you see him at game speed. And maybe it's just me as the non-athlete of the group here, or maybe the three of us except for Waddle. But
Yes, right.
The thought
Athletes except Waddle. Yeah.
I was never described as an athlete either, Courtney.
You're tougher than us, and I feel like Jalen Johnson's tougher than most. I can imagine the work that it took to get his body back there, and what he said on the Pivot podcast about tearing the adductor off the bone. I wouldn't be surprised if there might be moments where he's a little cautious with it, but you can't play that position if you can't play at full speed, which is the reason it took him this long to get up to speed.
How much of a boost is it for this defense to get TJ Edwards back?
Oh, I think it's huge. I think what you saw in the fourth quarter there against Minnesota was Noah Sewell, kind of coming back down to earth a little bit. All the injuries that affected them late in that game started to rear their head. And against this against this rushing offense, the run defense for the Bears is going to be more important than ever. And not allowing what happened last week when they start to wear down the Bears defense in the second half, not allowing that to happen, the best way to do that is to have, your two starting linebackers out there between him and Edmonds. So I think it's a much-needed boost. The health of the defense this week is one of the storylines that early on, I'll be curious to see, the Bears, do they have the upper hand on that going against this offense? The personnel outside of the offensive line has not changed that much. But it's, the way that this game was called in Green Bay to how they make changes, Detroit that is, against this defense, I think you're going to be much happier having TJ Edwards, having Jalen Johnson out there. We know that Kyler Gordon's not playing today, but to be able to have a little bit more depth on the back end, too, I think is going to be of huge importance.
By the way, Taylor...
And real quick, Taylor Decker is active. Just had a chance to find that. I apologize for not having that at the top of...
No. Great. I was about to say the exact same thing as you were...
I don't think it had come out till just now, right?
Yeah, the injury report just came out. So, Courtney, I can also make a joke and say, is Montez Sweat going to be active today? But Montez, he batted down a pass, but that was basically it last week. And going back to last year, Montez Sweat has 1 sack in his last 7 games with the Chicago Bears. That's simply not good enough. And as we're talking about the defense, we're talking about the back end with Jalen Johnson, we're talking about the linebacker in Edwards, they have to get the pass rush from Montez Sweat.
Yeah, and I think that it helps them when the interior has been the focus. That's where the pass rush has started from. We've seen the way that Dennis Allen has rotated guys through there, and it seems like they've got a nice formula for that. That helped Dio Odengbo last week come alive, and early on looked like he was worth every penny. And the Bears looked smart for signing a guy like that, a high ceiling player who didn't have the production in Indianapolis, making an early statement against the Vikings last week. You have a high ceiling, high production player from a while ago on the other side of that defensive line. And yeah, I know there's going to be extra attention when you have a Montez Sweat over there, but you can't walk away with back-to-back quiet games and be feeling good about your pass rush, considering your best pass rusher has been relatively, if that's the case, would have been relatively ineffective for 2 weeks. I think that Montez Sweat's got to have a day-to-day where, and we do know that Taylor Decker obviously is active, like we just went over, but finding the matchups for him to get in the backfield, to make Jared Goff uncomfortable, because it's clear with this offensive line and, their inability to handle some stunts like we saw on the tape last week. There's ways to capitalize on some weaknesses up front and to walk away feeling like they dominated the trenches. Big portion of that's got to come from your highest paid defensive player. I think that's a no-brainer that they are a better team when Montez Sweat is out there and is playing a bulk of the snaps and is healthy. And all of those things are in line for him. So there should be no reason why he doesn't have a big game today.
Let's look offensively. Ben Johnson, by his own admission, wants to call more running plays. Kyle Monangai had no carries last week. Roschon Johnson active today. How quickly do you see them trying to establish the run, especially in a hostile environment and in light of the mistakes that were made last week by the quarterback?
Yeah, in light of the mistakes, yeah, absolutely. The Caleb Williams factor here is why I think they do try to set the tone early with the running game. I guess the question is, who's RB2? Because it's not like we saw Kyle Monangai get a chance last week to establish himself there. Roschon Johnson just got back to practice this week. I think it's a good chance to test your rookie. This is somebody who does not fumble the ball much at all. He didn't do it in college. That's the reason that they were really high on him. They thought they got a steal in the last round of the draft. I think they have options today to make that run game look a little bit deeper, maybe a lot deeper than it was last week. You can't walk away from today if Caleb Williams is your leading rusher again and feel good about that. And, with DJ Moore back there, I understand maybe every once in a while you want to have him change up the look a little bit, but you've got to lean on the guys that are your actual running backs here to establish the run today, to set up some play action opportunities that we know. Caleb Williams was pretty effective last week. Better accuracy-wise when he was under center versus when he was in the shotgun. So I think there's a good opportunity to put your quarterback in a better spot by taking some of that weight off of him and giving him the run support he didn't have in the first half last week.
Courtney, Ben returns to Detroit. How big an issue is familiarity? Obviously, they know Ben. Ben knows them. But Ben has had the advantage of now being in both buildings. Is that a slight advantage to him because he has a better feel for both teams' personnel?
Yeah, I think for him, and I'm watching him on the field right now have a conversation, I believe it looks like either with Dan Campbell or another Lions assistant. He's an intense dude, and I know that he knows this environment is going to be out to get him. These fans were not happy when he left. It's a loud building to begin with, and it's going to be even louder today. So I think for him knowing what's the weakness right now on offense particularly, it's the pre-snap stuff. So early in the week when he talked about using the silent cadence, they better be good at that today. And you've got to find ways when Aiden Hutchinson, who didn't play in the last meeting because he was hurt, he wants to get a taste of Caleb Williams today to let him know, okay, this is what you're going to have to go through in the NFC North and the player you're going to have to see twice. So I would imagine all that being said, in Ben Johnson's institutional knowledge of both the offense and defense, he's not only able to help himself here in his unit, but given tells, giving insight to Dennis Allen and his unit earlier in the week, it's always to the advantage. Even if you're not coaching on that side of the ball, you know what the strengths and weaknesses of this team are. More than just what you've done with scouting, it's the institutional knowledge that he has that I think will really benefit the Bears today.
Courtney, can you help me with this? And guys, you guys too, Waddle and Dionne. I have wanted to bring this up all week. Why is Ben Johnson disliked right now in Detroit? I understand when a free agent who is a player on Detroit elects to go somewhere else. But this is an assistant coach who's getting the head coaching job and also rebuilt your offense and quarterback into the star he is today. I don't get why there's anger at Ben Johnson in Detroit.
I think it's because he made them relevant for the first time in a very long time. And there was this promise last year when they were the number one scoring offense that it would look a lot better than it did against Washington inside this building the last time they played at home. And all of that said, the natural low-hanging fruit is, you were the hottest coaching candidate. You were too focused on interviewing for these jobs during the quote-unquote bye week that they had in the playoffs instead of focusing on out-dueling, having Jared Goff out-duel Jaden Daniels. I think it's that. And I think there's also this fear from Lions fans of going back into irrelevance, which I don't think is going to happen, but you can't blame these fans when you're not that far removed from an 0-16 season, a little bit more than a decade ago. I think that's just the natural knee-jerk reaction that they've been so close and they weren't able to close the job or finish the job with two coordinators that went off to coach somewhere else. And naturally, there's the fear that when coaching changes happen, and obviously there's a lot of personnel changes, particularly on the offensive line, which you saw be an issue last week, that Detroit could very quickly fall off. And I think that that's something that has fans frustrated because, Ben Johnson's also, we've all written about it. We've all talked about it. He's not exactly, no one's going to confuse him for being the humble competitor. He wants to take the kill shot on people. And I think that, to be on the other side of that eventually is not going to be a comfortable feeling for Lions fans.
By the way, Courtney, the Commanders scored 45 points in that game.
And that's obviously it's the defense that gave up those 45 points.
Jared Goff threw 3 interceptions. I find it laughable. I think there was a trick play or something in there that people didn't like, but still.
When you go through decades of not having nice things and then you have nice things for 3 years, you don't want to give the nice things back.
We know about not having nice things.
I think it's exactly what it is.
Yeah. We know about not having nice things over here. I think another reason there's so much angst is because he did go into the division, right? They're going to have to see him a couple of times, and he's not afraid to say, I want to beat up on the NFC North, right? He wants to come in and kind of prove himself and against his former team. I think that adds to it, too.
Yeah, make a pay. Courtney, anything else that you need to get out there?
No, I mean, I think that covers it. This defense is more or less at full health today. I know we're still monitoring Kyler Gordon's injury and the hamstring popping up last Sunday, costing him a whole week of practice. He's out again. So that's a tough one. That's a tough one because you wonder, okay, how are they going to monitor this going forward? Is it a pain tolerance thing? Did something happen? Did he have a setback where he's going to have to miss more than 2 games? That's one to keep an eye on going forward because it's not a good spot for them to be in with as many skill players as they have to contain in the passing game here today, to not have your starting nickel out there to do that.
Courtney, great work as always. Thank you.
Thanks, Courtney.
Thank you, guys. Take care.
There's Courtney Cronin. If you want to weigh in now, we have a couple of open segments, including Who's Gonna Rock. The Dr. Pepper hotline is open, 312-332-3776. Also coming up next, you'll hear from Caleb Williams discuss what's going on with some of the accuracy issues he's experiencing. It is Bears and Lions. We have a noon kickoff on the Chicago Bears radio network.
It's not a tailgate until someone burns the brats and forgets the bottle opener.
Dude, that happened one time. And I brought the beer. Yingling Flight. Thank you very much.
Smart move. 95 calories, 2.6 carbs. Light enough to go the distance, unlike your cousin trying to toss a spiral.
And it actually tastes like beer, not like those mystery seltzers in Steve's cooler.
This season, skip the gimmicks. Yingling Flight. Raise the bar on your tailgate. DG Yingling & Son, Pottsville, Pennsylvania.
Hey, I'm ordering dinner. I was thinking burgers.
Boom! I just earned a $650 bonus for opening up a checking account at Old National Bank. Sorry, what'd you say? Burgers?
No, I definitely said 40-ounce dry-aged tomahawk steaks. Yep, with those little sauteed mushrooms.
Earn up to a $650 bonus when you open an eligible checking account and complete qualifying activities. Visit oldnational.com/checking and get old. Member FDIC. Additional restrictions apply. Offer valid through October 31st, 2025.
Well, you're cruising through the city, playlist on point, when you spot an NPC on their phone inching towards a crosswalk. What's the move? Floor it and try to beat them, or stop and let them cross? Smooth stop. Yeah, everyone's a pedestrian at some point during the day, so keep your eyes on the road and be ready to stop for pedestrians. Up for the challenge? Head to itsnotagameillinois.com to play the Retro Arcade.
Dear rocky roads, the 2025 Toyota Tacoma doesn't flinch. Rugged twists? Been there. Rutted turns? Done that. With tons of top tech and rock-solid resilience, Tacoma is tougher than any terrain. And when the dust settles, Tacoma's legendary resale value means confidence for the road ahead. Find your Tacoma at Toyota.com or visit your local Toyota dealer today. Toyota, let's go places.
Hi, this is Dave Musial, owner of Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric, with our biggest sale ever. Furnaces from $39 a month. Furnace and air conditioning combos from $59 a month. Plus 72 months interest-free financing and up to a $4,000 system rebate. Four Seasons guaranteed to beat any competitor's price by up to $1,000 guaranteed. So call today for your free in-home estimate and same-day installation.
For all the right reasons, call 866-4Seasons.
Make your game day a winner with Aurelio's Pizza, Chicagoland's oldest pizza chain since 1959. This is Joe Aurelio inviting you to indulge in our crispy thin crust, signature sauce, 100% real mozzarella, and your favorite premium toppings like our fresh ground Italian sausage. Dine in, carry out, or have it delivered. Visit Aurelio'sPizza.com for the location nearest you. Download the Aurelio's app and start earning rewards today. Aurelio's Pizza. It's a sauce.
This is Courtney Cronin, talking with two of Chicago's top personal injury lawyers, Julio Costa and Anthony Iavone of Costa Iavone.
See that? The name works. Keeping it simple.
Well, of course, it's your last names.
But the real point is that we can keep it simple because we are Chicagoans and our clients are Chicagoans. We know the city and we have a strong sense of the Chicagoland clients we represent.
And that puts them at ease right from the start.
Bingo. Bottom line, we get you, and we're here when you need us.
Costa Iavone. Keep our number in your phone.
708-4 million.
Hey, Bears fans, it's Silvy. Steinhoffels is a proud partner of the Chicago Bears, and this season, they're teaming up with Special Spaces Illinois to create dream bedrooms for kids battling cancer. Every time the Bears defense causes a false start at home, Steinhoffels donates $1,000 to Special Spaces Illinois. Steinhoffels, now with 7 locations, has Chicagoland's largest selection of furniture and mattresses, all styles, every budget, and they're 100% employee-owned. Shop in-store or online at steinhoffels.com.
Chicago's home for sports is the home of the Chicago Bears. ESPN Chicago.
Silvy takes your calls at halftime on ESPN Chicago.
That's right. Keep that number handy for the Dr. Pepper hotline. We'll take your calls here in the pregame, at halftime, the postgame show. Yurko and Peggy always doing a fantastic job. And can't wait to see those guys. And we've got the food for you guys. We'll keep it warm. 312-332-3776. I want to play you Caleb Williams. He was very good. Like, he's been a very stand-up guy through all of this. And there were still some good things that he did. The way they scripted that first drive, Waddle mentioned 10 for 10. It wasn't very accurate after that, but you get the touchdown on the first drive. That didn't happen all of last year. You got your first rushing score. Now you can build on some things and get rid of some of the mistakes. This was Caleb during the week talking about some of his inaccuracy issues that we have seen for basically his entire short Bears career.
It's frustrating because, like I said, after the game, is like you did everything up to that point right, and then you miss a pass. And it's frustrating. And that's something that we practice on, something that we get after, and something that I'm going to keep, getting after, keep correcting. It's passes that I feel that I typically don't miss in those, moments and situations, and especially with, some of the passes being what they were and how wide open, and, you miss and you move on and you correct and, you find ways to get better.
What do you guys think?
I think you can clean up some of your mechanics and some of your footwork, which will directly affect your accuracy in a positive way. Part of me is just a little bit concerned because I don't know that accuracy is really a scheme-related issue. Now, when he decides to hold the ball an extra tick instead of throwing it to the flat, or throws it to the flat when he's supposed to hold it for an extra tick, that to me is an issue that you're starting to learn the offense and the intricacies of the offense, knowing when to get rid of it and when to hold it a little bit. But the accuracy thing, I'm not going to lie, concerns me a little bit because we saw it last year and we're starting to see it early this season.
I just don't want him to be in his head so much that he can't, like the game doesn't slow down so that he can start to execute at a higher level. That's what they talked about so much, right? Like once it starts to slow down and his processing is quicker, but then the things around him, he can see a little bit better because he's able to get there faster. And he's just not doing it yet. Now, I agree. The biggest concern for me is that it feels like a conversation on repeat. Yeah. It just feels like the same things we keep talking about. So when does it change? How does that change? And is he having these moments in practice that gives the head coach confidence it's going to look different on Sunday, and then it doesn't? Like, how do they handle those moments?
They're all good questions. But 60% is just not good enough in the National Football League, where 65 is basically the low bar. If you're a starting quarterback in the National Football League with all of the tunnel screens and all of the different layups that are designed and part of an offense, you got to hit a minimum of 65% of your passes. That's just
they want 70.
It's a given.
They want 70%.
Yes, and that's a high bar. There's only a handful of guys. I think Baker Mayfield was over it. Jared Goff was over it. And that's a lofty goal. But the floor for me's got to be 65.
Mm-hmm. It's like my grades in college, right? I wanted a 65.
But he's the number one pick.
Yeah. But look, some guys develop later, and this a lot of people will say is his first time under a new offensive coordinator and head coach again. I heard Greeny say this during the week. You've got to take it into consideration. Caleb Williams has had as many head coaches as the Pittsburgh Steelers have had since 1969. Think about that.
Yeah.
Wow.
They've had 3 head coaches since 1969. Caleb Williams has had 3 head coaches in his 18 games, when you include Thomas Brown, who was the interim head coach.
It's all fair.
Julian in Lindenhurst, you're on the Bears pregame show. What's up, Julian?
Hey, Silv, how are you? Tommy, how are you? How is everybody?
Good.
Courtney, listen, just a little stat. It's 1 year. It's 1 year off on this article, but since 2007, 139 teams started off 0-2. So, and only 14 made it to the playoffs. With the 2023 Houston being the last one. So, 0-2 is a bad number for him. So hopefully he throws the ball downfield today. Their defense gets to their quarterback.
And you got both teams. Yeah, Julian, thank you. And you've got both teams in that category. And if the Bears can go to Detroit and win, think about the boost that it would give them going into games like the Cowboys and Vegas, who on paper are both winnable games.
Yeah, no doubt. It would obviously look. I was expecting or thinking or hoping that this team was going to be 3-1 at that point. Okay, you lost the game I expected you to win on Monday night, a game you should have won. Mm-hmm. But if you go to Detroit today and you get the W, then you are where I thought you would be after 2 weeks. I would say to Julian's point as well, you also have to factor in, he goes all the way back to 2007. They now play 17 games, and they've added a playoff team. So, you've got to factor all of that in when you talk about 0-2 starts. Yeah. So,
David downtown, you're on the Bears pregame show. What's up, David?
Hey, I'm going to make some very controversial statements. Okay. Number one, you want the Bears to win the Super Bowl this year? Black coaches and black ownership. These guys are making tons of money, and if you haven't noticed, society is very polarized today. They need to see black coaches, black leadership. They're making money. They want to see representation in those positions, and then they'll truly perform to the top of their abilities. Some of them might be sandbagging for longer careers. Okay, and then secondly, I don't understand why the NFL doesn't pull unperforming quarterbacks out just because they're first string, like Caleb. That second string quarterback had 2 magic games, and then this Caleb guy, he's a lot like that last quarterback they had. They just seem like they're like, I can't use the word, just like really like not nice people. He just seems like rude.
No, he's not. No, David, I got to cut you off there. I'm not sure what he was saying in the first point. Is he saying that the Bears don't have representation because the Bears president is black, the Bears general manager is black, their quarterback, look. I think the Bears have done a great job in that regard, and they just need to produce now. Now it is time for the Bears to start winning football games.
They need to start changing the culture around the losing. Like that's and it gets back to what we were talking about, like learning to win. They need to start having that winning culture, that winning mindset all the time, which is why I think Dennis Allen and Ben Johnson were so ready to stop talking about Monday night and start and move on. Let's move on to what's next and giving us another opportunity to get that first win.
When you're a losing franchise, you haven't had a winning season since 2018. You haven't won a road playoff game since 1994. You've won 15 games the last 3 years. You're going to get asked questions.
Sure. Look, and it has also shown you that I mentioned it briefly earlier, that a lot of these quarterbacks, especially even number 1 overall picks, develop sometimes at a different pace. We've seen the resurgence of Baker Mayfield. Yes. Baker Mayfield went into a horrible situation in Cleveland, and he did well early, and then they got frustrated, and then they chose to part ways. He had to go to Carolina and L.A. He got his footing, and now he's a stud in Tampa. We've seen other quarterbacks first-round picks like Geno, like Darnold. You've talked a lot about Josh Allen, who was slower to develop. To say that Caleb should be benched or taken out after just 18 games with the coaching that I said with the 3 head coaches is just not feasible. On that note, let's take a 10-second timeout for all of our stations to identify themselves. This is the Chicago Bears Radio Network.
This is the home of the Bears, ESPN Chicago, WMVP, WTBC HD2, Chicago.
All right, it is time for Who's Gonna Rock, or Who Needs to Rock. Who do you guys want to put on the spot? Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana brings you Who's Gonna Rock. It is coming up, 312-332-3776. We'll get some callers back on the air, hopefully with some better points as well. This is the Advantage Dealer Group pregame show on the Chicago Bears Radio Network.
Pull up
up to Potawatomi Casino Hotel Milwaukee and shoot your shot at big wins for Sweet Ticket September. Play with your rewards card for entries. Score triple on drawing Thursdays. Win slam dunk prizes like cash, reward plate, and tickets to see the Milwaukee Bucks in action. Sweet Ticket September. You ready for this? Only at Potawatomi. More info online. Must be 21 and a rewards member to play.
With 3 locations to serve Chicagoland, Advantage Chevrolet gives you so much more. Visit and see the amazing inventory and savings at Advantage Chevrolet Bolingbrook. And Advantage Chevrolet values your time. They'll have you in your new Chevy in less than 60 minutes, or they'll make your first car payment. That's right. Drive off in your new Chevy in less than 60 minutes, or they will make your first car payment. Visit AdvantageChevrolet.com. Together, let's drive.
Must mention offer upon arrival before negotiation. Restrictions apply. Ask dealer for details.
Illinois State University and Chicago's favorite football team have a lot in common. A long tradition. Illinois State is the oldest public university in Illinois. A history of success. Redbird graduates earn $15,000 more than the national average. And highly regarded recruits. Our newest freshman class is our largest ever. There's never been a better time to tune in on Sundays, and there's never been a better time to be a Redbird. Get started on a Hall of Fame career today. Learn more and apply for admission at illinoisstate.edu/admissions.
If you're turning 65 or new to Medicare, Humana might just have the health plan you're looking for. Our Medicare Advantage plans offer coverage and care you can count on. You could get a plan with a $0 premium or an all-in-one plan that may include medical and prescription coverage, as well as routine dental, vision, and hearing. Learn more at gethumana.com. Humana, a more human way to healthcare. Humana is a Medicare Advantage HMO and PPO organization with a Medicare contract. Enrollment in any Humana plan depends on contract renewal.
In football, success is about team effort, and the same is true for your hair. At Great Clips, they save your haircut details in clip notes, so every member of the highly skilled team knows exactly how to create your signature look. And with our easy-to-use app, you can check in from anywhere and get a ready next text when you're up next for a cut. It's the confidence of a great haircut, delivered by a team you trust. Download our app today. Great Clips. It's gonna be great.
Hey football fans, it's Adam Colopy with the Village of Bedford Park. Just like a winning team needs great players, your business needs the right support to succeed. And that's exactly what you'll find in Bedford Park. Our team works hard to block obstacles, open lanes, and help drive your business into the end zone. Plus, we offer a safe and reliable Lake Michigan water supply. Ready to move the chains for your business? Contact me, Adam Colopy, at ACOLLOPY@villageofbedfordpark.com.
Property managers and GCs use FinishingChicago.com's contractors for finishes and protective coatings in the most iconic venues, interior spaces, and essential infrastructure. Our painters apply industry-leading commercial and industrial finishes inside and out, so your biggest assets always put their best square footage forward. FinishingChicago.com has your free list of painting, wall covering, glass systems, drywall finishing, and signage contractors. For a great finish, start with FinishingChicago.com.
Hard Rock Casino Northern Indiana wants you to drive away a winner this September. Every Friday, we're giving away a brand new 2026 Jaguar. Earn entries weekly to increase your chances of driving away in luxury and style. Join us at Hard Rock Casino Northern Indiana each Friday in September. Be there, and you could be the next lucky winner to drive away in a Jaguar. Hard Rock Casino Northern Indiana, just off Exit 6, I-8094. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
This is the home for every Bears game.
Touchdown! Touchdown Bears!
ESPN Chicago.
Tom Waddle, Dionne Miller, and Mark Silverman. Bears pregame.
That's right. It's the Advantage Dealer Group pregame show. Bears and Lions. We're under an hour away from kickoff. If you missed the news, Grady Jarrett is a go. And he was questionable, but he is active for today's game. It is time for Who's Gonna Rock, brought to you by Hard Rock Casino Northern Indiana. See Ron White September 26th at Hard Rock Live. Tickets on sale now at Ticketmaster.com. We got a lot of callers, guys, so let's go around the room really quick. And Who's Gonna Rock? Dionne, you kick us off.
I'm gonna turn my mic on. I'm going to say the defense, namely TJ Edwards and Tremaine Edmonds. I believe getting that linebacking core back together it has to rock today. You cannot let an experienced quarterback like Jared Goff get comfortable. You can't let them get their running game going. I think the defense has to dictate the tone of this game pretty early.
There's so many places I could go with this because I think there's going to be plays to be made. The Lions play a lot of man coverage, and you can get free of them. But I'm going to say the group that has to rock is the offensive line.
There you go.
They have to create space in a running game. They have to protect their quarterback. I believe DJ Moore and DeAndre Swift combined 20 carries for 61 yards. Not enough. Caleb was pressured on 23 of his dropbacks. That offensive line will be playing together as a group for the second time. They need to rock in both the running game and creating some more time for Caleb to throw. So that's my crew.
Yeah, and the obvious answer is Caleb Williams.
Course,
the quarterback has to play better, but one of the lessons Waddle has taught me, he's got many catchphrases in his arsenal. And another catchphrase that you have always said to me is follow the money.
Yeah.
And I'll bring up Montez Sweat again. Your best players, your highest paid players have to lead the way. Montez Sweat has got to make an impact. Jalen Johnson, who is a highly compensated player who is playing in his first game, those two have to work hand in hand with the pressure and the coverage. So follow the money, and you could even work in.
You can go to the offensive line where Drew Dahlman and Jonah Jackson are paid handsomely.
Yeah, and we'll talk more about that with Tom Thayer. But let's get to all these calls. Matt in Boston, who's going to rock? You're on the Bears pregame show.
One, thank you guys for everything you do for these pregames. Fun to watch. My person to rock is going to be the scoreboard. I think we just need to win, and we need to feel what it's like to win. And I'll be honest, I don't care how we get to that win.
That's right.
I love it.
Scoreboard operator's going to rock.
I love it, Matt. That was a great call.
Very simple, but very true.
Very true.
Jeff in Wheaton, who's going to rock?
The two tight end monster of Komet and Loveland. 2 touchdowns apiece.
I like it.
I like it a lot.
I'm with you. They were targeted 6 times collectively last week. I think they had 3 catches for about 40 yards. They run a lot of 12 personnel. I know they want to get the tight ends involved. Wouldn't be surprised at all if both guys had significantly better days.
Waddle, you mentioned this during the week that it just isn't enough from Colston Loveland as far as targets and things. And I think his total that you hit on is like 18 and a half
total receiving yards.
Pound it, you know?
You should, they should be getting, that number should be twice that every week for Colston.
Yes, I mean, he's got to have like 50 yards receiving. You've got to threaten him in that situation. Chris is calling us from Canada, Vancouver, Canada. What is up, Chris? You're on Who's Gonna Rock?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. I'm going to say I'm hoping the interior of that defensive line, because if we can get Jared Goff off the spot and crush the inside of that pocket, that's going to go a long way.
It's a great point. And again, there is newness in the middle of that Detroit offensive line. New center, new guard. So that is definitely where you should attack them. Not having a 100% Grady Jarrett, I think, is a bit of an issue. Maybe you'll see more Billings today, both to stop the run and to get to the quarterback. If Grady's not, available as much as he would normally be with that knee, and again, trying to attack the interior of that offensive line, maybe you see a little bit more of the big fella.
Brian in Naperville wanted to touch on the Caleb Williams topic. Brian, you're on Who's Gonna Rock?
How's it going?
Great.
Good.
All right. So I was just going to say that I actually think Caleb's accuracy, people say it is, I think it's mental, because we've all seen him make plays that are amazing that maybe only 5 or 10 QBs in this league can make. He had a pass to Rome Odunze last week that was right on the sideline, shoestring catch. We know he can make those plays. And so I think when he misses wide receivers, he looks jittery and he looks uncomfortable, and I think it's mental. I think he has the physical capability to make those throws. So I just wanted to say, as he develops, I think that he's going to get more accurate as he gets more comfortable. So I'll let you guys talk about it.
Waddle and I have had a big debate about this during the season. I mean, we're not far apart, but I do lean with Brian. I do believe he's thinking too much. It is not like a natural play now. And I know, like, you always go back to the footwork, but I think the feet get jittery because he's just not comfortable yet with everything in the NFL.
Yeah.
I mean, a wide receiver screen's a wide receiver screen. On third down and you throw it at the feet of Rome Odunze, that is not a scheme-related problem.
Right.
4th and 3, you've got a wide-open slant route, and he airmails the ball 10 feet over DJ's. That's not scheme-related. I mean, a lot of this stuff is, I'm sorry, it's got to be better. It's got to be better.
And both can be right, I think, too.
I think both are right. I think that a lot of it is mental. There's some. He's never had these issues. He's never dealt with this kind of losing. Now, we said that last year. It can't be the same conversation deep into this season, but that is part of it. That is the mental hurdle he has to get over and figure out a way to operate even though it's not going the way he thought it was and adjusting to the NFL game in that way.
By the way, good news. I think I just saw Caleb Williams jogging onto the field, and I think he's got a hit. What do the kids like to say? His fit is better without that undershirt, that gray undershirt that was out. It looks.
I didn't see his fit. I didn't see it.
Today or on Monday?
Today, as he ran out onto the field.
I missed it too.
It looked regular, yeah.
Okay.
If you could
so you think it was the undershirt that maybe would have been
it had nothing to do with the undershirt.
Okay.
But I know some people were complaining. Tom Thayer is this big stickler, too, on uniform.
Always find something to complain about.
All right, we'll talk to Tom Thayer coming up next. We're 50 minutes away from kick. It's Bears and Lions. This is the Advantage Dealer Group pregame show on the Chicago Bears Radio Network.
Crash, bang, suddenly you are on the DL. If that happens as a result of somebody else's negligence, we can help. I'm Jim Morisi, Chicago personal injury lawyer. Our experienced attorneys and support staff will talk with you during a free consultation, tell you your options, and ensure that you take the right steps throughout the entire process. Visit us at MorisiLongo.com. That's MoriciLongo.com. Your future is our priority.
You finished your protein shake and you're headed home after leg day at the gym. You pull up to a stop sign. You glance left, glance right, all clear. Or is it? Do you turn left onto the road or look twice just in case? Good thing you looked again and spotted that motorcycle. Start seeing motorcycles. Think you can spot them all? Head to itsnotagameillinois.com and play the Retro Arcade.
Hi, this is Dave Musial, owner of Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric. Do you have a plumbing emergency? Call Four Seasons. An electrical emergency? Call Four Seasons. A heating or cooling emergency? Call Four Seasons. Same-day hot water tank installation needed? Call Four Seasons. Need a whole home generator? Call Four Seasons. We guarantee same-day installation on all heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs. And no extra charge for nights, weekends, or holidays.
For all the right reasons, call it 664 Seasons.
Hey, I'm ordering dinner. I was thinking burgers.
Boom! I just earned a $650 bonus for opening up a checking account at Old National Bank. Sorry, what'd you say? Burgers?
No, I definitely said 40-ounce dry-aged tomahawk steaks. Yep, with those little sautéed mushrooms.
Earn up to a $650 bonus when you open an eligible checking account and complete qualifying activities. Visit oldnational.com/checking and get old. Member FDIC. Additional restrictions apply. Offer valid through October 31st, 2025.
Hey, parents throughout Chicagoland, if you're like me and only want the best and safest option for your kids, you've got to go check out my guys at FenceWorks, a.k.a. the guy on 41. FenceWorks is the premier spot for playgrounds, fencing, trampolines, and basketball hoops. I recently got a hoop installed by FenceWorks, and my kids are thrilled. FenceWorks has been treating families like mine to quality, safety, and exceptional service for over 58 years. Swing by their Northbrook showroom or check out theguyon41.com.
Dear Rocky Roads, the 2025 Toyota Tacoma doesn't flinch. Rugged twists? Been there. Rutted turns? Done that. With tons of top tech and rock-solid resilience, Tacoma is tougher than any terrain. And when the dust settles, Tacoma's legendary resale value means confidence for the road ahead. Find your Tacoma at Toyota.com or visit your local Toyota dealer today. Toyota, let's go places.
Mark your calendar, Chicago. The President's Cup is coming to Medina Country Club September 22nd through 27th, 2026. Join us for the premier global golf event featuring the top U.S. and international PGA Tour players competing for their country. It's all happening right here in our backyard, and you're not going to want to miss this. Tickets are on sale now at presidentscup.com.
Football is back, and so is the perfect beer for your game day lineup, Yuengling Flight.
It's the next generation of light beer, crisp, clean, and just 95 calories. That's a win before kickoff.
You bring the wings and the jerseys, and we'll bring the flight, whether you're tailgating or posting up with friends.
Flight brings the flavor and keeps the energy up all season long.
Flight by Yuengling, the next generation of light beer.
DG Yuengling & Son, Pottsville, Pennsylvania.
Hey, do you know what time it is? It's Aurelio's Pizza time. Visit Aurelio'sPizza.com for the location nearest you. Aurelio's Pizza. It's a sauce.
Sync us up with your TV on the ESPN Chicago app.
All right, let's talk to Tom Thayer. As always, he is brought to you by UI Health. Expert care for your journey. Visit uihealth.care. And Tom, we were just told, or I'm looking on Twitter, and I'm seeing that roaring boos is the way they described the sound even this early to Ben Johnson coming out on the field.
It was awesome. So Ben comes, there's only one tunnel to come on the field. So Ben comes out of the tunnel and he gets booed at the whole width of the field all the way along Detroit's end zone. Then he turns the corner to the Bears sideline. Then it changes the cheers. It was, awesome. Maybe one of the first times since Ditka walked into the Roller Dome back in old Minnesota Stadium that a coach got so appreciatively booed. And if I was Ben, I'd be feeding all over it. It was an awesome, just a sound to hear inside the stadium.
That is tremendous. We know how much this matters to him. He talked about we're going there to win the game. How do you expect the Bears to come out on a short week after the disappointment of Monday night?
Dionne, they got to come out with rhythm. And they need rhythm for 4 quarters. And they need it in play-action passing. They need rhythm in the running game. They need it in the downfield passing game. And all that computes to have an efficient snap count at the line of scrimmage, even though it's going to be difficult. And whatever your igniter is from the quarterback, it can't be the same thing every single play, or the defense will fall into that rhythm as soon as you try to start that rhythm. And that's the way it's going to be. And you just got to see a different football team than last week, and the growth has to be in the rhythm of the game.
Tom, give us a detailed description of what a silent count is and the issues related to it.
Well, first of all, the offensive line has to have the understanding of the thinking process of the center. And he's got to understand by the way he uses his body movement and motion exactly when he's going to snap the ball. Because as an offensive tackle, you can't be looking inside at the football. You got to feel it. And that's kind of like the peripheral look of when the guard moves or a defensive tackle. And then you have that rhythm of the count. Are we going to go out there and break the huddle, and we got a little bit of time on the clock so you can have a couple different igniters? And so I was watching Jaden Daniels the other night in the Green Bay game. So Jaden Daniels got a couple of different body movements. That's the igniter of letting the center know that, okay, I'm ready. You can snap the ball anytime after this. And so some quarterbacks, if they think they're going to come out here and just raise their right leg to let the center know they're ready, if that's the rhythm that the defensive line is going to fall into. Jaden Daniels, when he was there, he would use his right leg at one time. Sometimes he would point with his right arm like he was pointing to a wide receiver. And all these subtle differences in the rhythm of the count, it can benefit the offense, and it can really limit the defense to getting an understanding of it. And then, sometimes you're going to go up there and you're going to have a couple igniters. We're going to go on the second one. Or if you want to go up there and get it snapped quickly, you're going to have some sign that you're ready. Let's go with it. But now you got Caleb. he's a thinking quarterback at this point in his career and in this offense. So it may take him a little time to understand what he's seeing, how it factors according to the play called, and now I'm ready to flip that switch.
Tom, when you say thinking quarterback, that's not a good thing at this point, right? Like, you don't want your quarterback thinking, you just want him reacting.
Exactly. But you know what? I'm not naive to think that everything's going to be settled within one training camp and a week of the regular season. This is going to be a process. And I remember Ben earlier in the training camp going, I'm glad we have a bye week early in the season so then we can readjust everything. And it's gonna take time. And so I don't have unrealistic expectations because the most experience of quarterbacks have a difficult time in this new environment Dan Campbell has created here. And I was just on the Bears sideline, and I was looking back up towards the skyboxes. Every skybox has their lights on. And like Jeff was talking about a little earlier, we used to come here and half the skyboxes would be dark. That is no longer the case here. So it's going to be something that the more reps Caleb gets under his belt, the smarter he's going to become, the less thinking he's going to have. And, you know, you fall into that rhythm that we need to have at this early stage of his career.
Tom, obviously very disappointing what we saw from Cairo Santos last week. We didn't say he needs to rock today, but I think he should be under that umbrella as well. What do you expect from him, too? I mean, coming now into, you're in a dome, more controlled environment, you'd expect him to be sharper.
Yeah, you got to, you know, it's warm in here. You know, now this year, Dionne, they changed the rules for the kicking balls. So the balls don't come delivered 45 minutes before game time. They have them in their possession for, I think they can use them a maximum of 3 weeks. So now the kicking balls are a little bit more beat up, and they should be more favorable to lengthier kicks all around the league. And when you have this indoor stadium and how hot it is here, you should be able to bang from 50 if you're an NFL kicker.
All right, Tom, let's continue the conversation, and we'll bring in Joniak along with J-Mac coming up next. Tom Thayer joining us right now. We'll continue the conversation. This is the Advantage Dealer Group pregame show. Bears and Lions just under 40 minutes away from kick on the Chicago Bears radio network.
Illinois State University and Chicago's favorite football team have a lot in common. A long tradition. Illinois State is the oldest public university in Illinois. A history of success. Redbird graduates earn $15,000 more than the national average. And highly regarded recruits. Our newest freshman class is our largest ever. There's never been a better time to tune in on Sundays, and there's never been a better time to be a Redbird. Get started on a Hall of Fame career today. Learn more and apply for admission at illinoisstate.edu/admissions.
Miller Lite, the legendary light beer. The originator, the inventor. If this beer could talk, it'd tell stories about that one time, that night, that one guy, that one gal. Writing a story 50 years long and 50 million friends wide. Because legendary stories start with a light. Here's to 50 years of Miller Time. Celebrate responsibly. 2025 Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
Hey guys, Silvy here. It's week 2, another pivotal divisional matchup, so you know Circus Sports Illinois is where I'm making all my plays. It's the world's largest sports book, and it's right on your phone. High limits, low holds, amazing customer service, and not a single bet fee, ever. So here are my 3 big plays for the week. I like the over in Detroit, Tennessee as a home dog, and I really like Pittsburgh at home to cover. Make all your picks at circusports.com. Got to be 21 years or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
$3 million. The Verdoliak Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. The Verdoliak Law Group recovered $3 million for a client who was injured in an auto accident. If you're injured, make sure to call the Verdoliak Law Group. Playing professional football and being on the radio for many years, I've had the opportunity to endorse many products and companies. I've always felt it's important to choose companies that I believe in. I've never had the opportunity to endorse a company owned by close friends until now. The Verdoliak Law Group has been helping people for 60 years. They've even taken care of some of my neighbors and close friends. When you need medical care, You want a doctor with the experience and the skill set that's going to help you. The same holds true when you need a lawyer. The Verdoliak Law Group has recovered over $9 billion for their clients through legal representation and consulting. They have over 60 years of experience and skill, serving over 40,000 clients. For personal injury, auto accidents, truck accidents, wrongful death, workers' compensation, medical malpractice, and all your legal needs, call my friends at the Verdoliak Law Group. The Verdoliak Law Group has done great for my friends and neighbors, and they will do great for you, too. Call them today, 844-4VLG-LAW.
With America's best lineup of hybrids from Hyundai, you get the best of both worlds. Like the reliable and efficient Tucson Hybrid, backed by America's best warranty. The Hyundai Tucson Hybrid. It's the best of both worlds.
Lease a Hyundai Tucson for $239 a month or get 1.99% APR on the Tucson or Tucson Hybrid. Offers end September 30th. Call 224-661-0068 for details.
You know that sound, and you better get used to it. Because when you bank with Consumers Credit Union, you got people cheering for you everywhere you go. CCU has been named a great place to work because taking great care of our people is the first step in taking great care of you. When you get lower fees, great rates, and a team that's always got your back, you win. Visit the new myconsumers.org. Consumers Credit Union, the people in your corner. Insured by NCUA.
At 19 weeks pregnant, I found out my blood was attacking my baby. I'm Ellen, and my team said her only chance at survival was a rare procedure.
Top ranked in Illinois for obstetrics and gynecology by U.S. News & World Report, the team at Northwestern Maternal Fetal Medicine Clinic treats high-risk pregnancies from across Chicagoland. They performed an unprecedented 5 in-utero blood transfusions to ensure Ellen and her baby had a compatible blood type.
Today, my baby is healthy and full of life.
Northwestern Medicine. Better.
The Chicago Bears podcast. If you aren't listening, you're not getting the whole story. See it or hear it now on the ESPN Chicago app or wherever you like to pod. Joniak and Thayer with Jason McKee. Bears football, ESPN Chicago.
We continue on the Advantage Dealer Group pregame show. Bears and Lions ready to go. And it's time for Joniak's Journal, presented by Steinhofels, Chicagoland's furniture and mattress leader, now open in Maryville, Indiana. Shop in-store and online at steinhofels.com. A lot of talk about the cadence, the silent count. You know who's never silent? It's the voice of the Bears, Jeff Joniak, and we're all thankful for that.
Hut, hut! Yep. Hut. Good. Tom was teaching me cadence. Tom was teaching me cadence. I think I could do it.
That was good.
I could do it.
Actually, very good.
Not too bad for a guy who never played. Here's a curveball out of the gate. You know who's here? Wayne Fonts.
Oh, I saw
Wayne
that.
Fonts. He's bent over. He looks a lot older than I imagined, but he's got the cigar. He had a big personality back in the day, right? I think he had a nickname, Big Buck. Called himself Big Buck. They were good back then.
Thayer, didn't Ditka hate when Wayne Fonts celebrated with a cigar?
Oh, hated it. Yes, Ditka's the only one that wanted to celebrate with the cigar.
He was 67 and 71. Not bad.
For what?
I sounded like Carmen. Not
67 and 71. It's less than 500.
I'm just
saying.
Don't
ever hire a head coach.
Hey, listen, man. In this town, the way things were, he was coach of the year back in 99. All right, let's go. First impression. They let one get away last week. We all know it. It hurts. To me, it's still the symptoms of a team still trying to figure out a way how to finish. Play blemish-free today as best you can. Power up. Prove things are different. And go out there, and if you get a lead, don't give it away and finish the job here in Detroit. Second thought, Bears defensive coordinator Dennis Allen's scheme, of course, built on tight man coverage, get in your face. They want to eliminate space and coverage, but you're going against some great space players. So to me, that's something significant to watch how he adjusts over the course of the game and what type of D are they going to play. Third degree, challenge the defensive line to win the day. That's what Green Bay did. They won the day in the trenches. They did a great job against Detroit. They dominated, particularly, as Thomas talked about, the interior three. Not to disparage those three players, but two are young, and one out of Aurora, Graham Glasgow, was a guard last year, now the center, and there's ways there you can get things done to make Jared Goff uncomfortable. By fourth and short, play smart. Emotions are going to be running high in this building. It's going to be crazy loud. It's going to get edgy. You got the Ben Johnson, Dan Campbell, Antoine Randall, J.T. Barrett connections, all of that. But, you think about Tyreek Stevenson. You think about Jamison Williams. They've had their share of stuff going on. Can't have it today. Jamison got fined last week for taunting. So we hear he's maturing, but even with that big payday, he still drifts into that. Don't follow the drift. You get my drift? That's it.
I like that, Jeff, too, because that's not something that we touched on. But, yeah, that was a big thing last year between those two. Crosstalk brought to you by Shell. Sign up for the Fuel Rewards program from Shell and earn 25 cents per gallon on Bears game days. J-Mac, Courtney Cronin brought up an interesting point. Ben Johnson said he wants to get Kyle Monangai more involved, but Roschon Johnson is also back today. So how do you divvy up the carries?
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. I think when you have three capable backs, and obviously Roschon being back in a lineup, do you wonder if he's going to go with the hot hand? I know they're going to want to come off the ball and incorporate a lot of gap scheme runs, duo and power and stuff like that. So that way the offensive line has an opportunity, right, to control the line of scrimmage. So you got three capable backs. Let's see how he rotates these guys. And it's good to have, that problem. And it's good to have Roschon in the lineup, especially of a game of this magnitude.
Tom, we know the offensive line has to play better today. Were you surprised that Karan Amagaji and Ozzie Trapillo are both inactive?
Super. I'm super shocked by that because you talk about going into a game with Braxton Jones still recovering from injury and only having 3 offensive tackles. And when you look at some of the success that Aiden Hutchinson has had against Darnell Wright, you'd like to say, okay, I'm fortified with numbers. And Karan Amagaji has been taking some snaps at guard, so I don't know how they look at him right now. But, yeah, I was surprised when I saw Ozzie Trapillo on the inactive list.
Jeff and Tom both join us from the Hyundai booth. Jeff, can I talk you into a Bears offense that will have more than a handful of splash plays today? Because the Detroit Lions like to play a ton of man coverage. If they can secure the pocket up front, there are plenty of plays to be made by this Bears wide receiver and tight end crew.
Yeah, it's the same thing I just touched on with the Detroit perspective against the Bears defense. Yeah, this could be a fireworks show for all we know. You can talk me into that. Last year in 2 games, I think we all felt that they should have had those 2 games. And Caleb threw for almost 600 yards and 5 touchdowns. So I think it's there for the taking. They got to quiet this place down, though. As we know, run games travel, so does defense, but get that run game revved up to set up that big stuff.
Hey, T. Waddle, let me ask you a question.
Yes, sir.
So you got Colston Loveland, you got Cole Kmet, 2 guys that were basically ignored in the passing game.
Yep.
So if you're talking about splash plays, give me a length of that play, what you're talking about. But if you can get out there and get first down catches of 5 to 6 yards per catch by those 2 big tight ends that are hard to cover, when do you get those guys involved in the mix?
Oh, I'm with you 100%. I think Colston Loveland, who I think, as we talk to you, who's going to rock, Colston Loveland's over-under for receiving total is 18.5. I'd go way over that. I think you get both of these tight ends involved, Tom. I'm talking like run after the catch because you will find everyone's going to find themselves in man-to-man situations and a lot of bump and run. I could see Colston Loveland beating a safety in the seam. I could see him beating somebody on a quick out and taking the ball up. And then I could see DJ or Rome or one of the wide receivers finding themselves getting behind a cornerback. So I think there are going to be a ton of opportunities, and I'm not just talking about wide receivers. I think the tight ends are going to play a huge role in today's offense as well.
I hope so, because I think there could be major targets for this offense, including the crowd noise, still being able to bump with the tackle and then get out and get open for that 5 or 6.
Guys, for all 3 of you, how does Ben Johnson balance going for it like he did last week? They didn't come up with the first down, but I liked the play. It was there, and I liked them going for it. And also knowing that Cairo Santos missed a big field goal last week, and the trust that the new coach has in the veteran kicker.
Yeah, I think obviously he's emotional right now, coming back home, a place that you had a lot of success in, a place that helped you honing on your craft, and which led to you being a head coach. And, emotions will play a part in it, but obviously the situation is going to should dictate whether or not you go for it. Rhythm and feel of your offense. How are you guys moving the ball? How are guys playing? Or do we have control of the line of scrimmage? Are we okay in terms of pass protection? So I think all of those factors will take part in making those critical situations and decisions.
I'll throw another one on the pile here, because if Caleb sees opportunities, even in tight coverage, DJ Reed, the starting left cornerback, 8th year, played with the Jets last year, solid player, and then Terrion Arnold, the 2nd-year player out of Alabama, working through a groin injury, but he's active and he's going to go. These two cats, they combined for 15 pass interference flags in 24. 1-2 in the league. And so 21 penalties the last 2 years for DJ Reed. Test him. Test him early.
Let me say one thing, my opinion on that 4th and 3. You need it 3 yards. You got two receivers like the tight ends that can get you 3 yards by flipping it like in the bozo buckets. So get what you need. You don't necessarily have to go for a 15-yard in when you need 3 yards. Just get the first down and keep your offense on the field.
If I presented you with 6 bozo buckets right now, how many could you connect on?
Oh, I'm 6 for 6. I'm going for the grand prize.
Were you in studio?
Yes, I was in studio a couple times for Ray Rayner and once for Bozo.
How'd you fare?
That's amazing.
I didn't get to go play Bozo buckets.
Oh, you're Tom Thayer.
Nah, that arrow picks anybody.
Yes.
I got the bozo haircut when I don't shave my head. That's the only correlation to bozo that I can give you guys. But going back to Waddle and Thayer's point with the tight ends, I love the fact that you guys brought that up. Right, we look at Aiden Hutchinson and Marcus Davenport, two guys that really get to the quarterback with relentless aggression. I think it's going to be huge for these tight ends to be able to chip and then get out into the flat, or chip and get over the B gap and fill that void that may be left by a blitzing inside linebacker. And if you have a quarterback that understands where pressure is coming from, then you can make those anticipations, you can make those checks in pass protection, but you can also be able to get those receivers and those tight ends in those voids left by a blitzer.
Tom, can I add to that real quick? Last week we saw Benedict basically be the 6th lineman to fill some of those roles. Do you have to use Benedict today against this front versus what you faced on Monday night?
I don't think so. I mean, if he is legitimately not going to give you a point of attack extra blocker, I would rather have a tight end in there. Yeah. In like J-Mac says, you give that tackle a nice chip and go, and put that extra receiver out there, because having an extra offensive lineman out there, and Ben was, he did it a lot here in Detroit. He'd have Skipper out there, line up on the left-hand side, and he would run right. So I don't think it's an obvious designation that they're going to run behind him if he's on the field.
And the craziest thing of all roads lead to the NFL, right? Doesn't matter in this entire continental U.S. and parts of Canada as it is. Benedict and Giovanni Manu, who is the backup left tackle here behind Taylor Decker, who's got a bad wing. They played on the offensive line at British Columbia University, right and left tackle. And he is likely to be that Skipper-type player today. 6'7", 350, 84-inch wingspan, and 35-inch arms for the big fella. Giovanni Manu.
Yeah, great stuff. All right, guys, have a great call of the game. Thank you.
Thank you. Guys.
All right, we'll hear from Jeff, though, shortly, because he sits down with Ben Johnson right before the game. You'll hear from the Bears head coach. It's the Advantage Dealer Group pregame show. Bears and Lions. We're approaching 20 minutes from kickoff on the Chicago Bears radio network.
Well, you're cruising through the city, playlist on point, when you spot an NPC on their phone inching towards a crosswalk. What's the move? Floor it and try to beat them, or stop and let them cross?
budget. Plus, they're 100% employee-owned. That's a local pride you can feel good about. Shop in-store or online anytime at steinhoffels.com.
Dear Rocky Roads, the 2025 Toyota Tacoma doesn't flinch. Rugged twists? Been there. Rutted turns? Done that. With tons of top tech and rock-solid resilience, Tacoma is tougher than any terrain. And when the dust settles, Tacoma's legendary resale value means confidence for the road ahead. Find your Tacoma at Toyota.com or visit your local Toyota dealer today. Toyota, let's go places.
That's you trying to fix the plumbing yourself to save a few bucks. Doing things yourself doesn't always end well. The same goes for insurance. That's why Auto Owners works with local independent agents who tailor coverage to meet your needs and offer discounts for life, home, car, and business insurance. Because sometimes you need a professional to get the job done right. That's simple human sense.
Ask Reardon Insurance Group in Norwood Park if Auto Owners make sense for you.
Property managers and GCs use FinishingChicago.com's contractors for finishes and protective coatings in the most iconic venues, interior spaces, and essential infrastructure. Our painters apply industry-leading commercial and industrial finishes inside and out, so your biggest assets always put their best square footage forward. FinishingChicago.com has your free list of painting, wall covering, glass systems, drywall finishing, and signage contractors. For a great finish, start with FinishingChicago.com.
This is the run my own business dream. This is the colleges paid for dream. This is the retire early dream. This is Busey, where your dreams and possibilities become moments. Through trusted guidance and expertise, through lifelong relationships. Because we're here to help you achieve the life you've always envisioned. Busey Bank, building business, growing wealth since 1868. Member FDIC.
At UI Health, compassion isn't just care, it's commitment. UI Health's team of experts listens to your story, understands your experience, and embraces your voice. That's because UI Health is with you every step of the way. Whether it's your stroke emergency, your cancer journey, or your transplant victory, UI Health's care heals and saves. UI Health, expert care for your journey. Learn more at uihealth.care.
Chicago's home for sports is the home of the Chicago Bears. ESPN Chicago.
Bears Monday starts with Cap and Jay Hood on ESPN Chicago.
All right, it is time to hear from Ben Johnson. As he returns to Detroit, here's the voice of the Bears, Jeff Joniak.
From Ford Field, it's the Bears and Lions with head coach Ben Johnson. I'm Jeff Joniak. A good old-fashioned Sunday kickoff at noon. I know as coaches, I think, and broadcasters, we love the old-fashioned noon kickoff. On a short week, albeit, how do you feel the preparation and practice progressed over the week?
It's been fantastic. I give these guys a lot of credit. They came in and, taken last week for what it was. We were able to turn the page quickly there and learn from our mistakes, yet focus ahead on the task at hand, which is to go into a very hostile environment here. This is going to be a playoff atmosphere. These fans they're pretty rabid, and home opener for them. This will be a big one for our guys, and they're focused, they're locked in, and I can't wait to see them compete.
Yeah, I love that you're calling it a playoff atmosphere. I think in the division, this division in particular, every division game is going to feel like a playoff game. Would you agree?
Yeah, I think so. I think there are a lot of all four teams are really good. There's a lot of talent on each roster, and three of the teams made the playoffs last year. So I think each and every week it'll be any given Sunday, and I can't wait to see how this one turns out.
I seem to get an adrenaline rush. The louder the crowd, the more intense. How about you as a coach?
Yeah, there's something about road games that really get you going, fired up. It's just a small group going against the world, and so you feel that, and really there's no better feeling in the world than to hear a loud crowd go silent.
Mm-hmm. And that's possible because running games travel, and so does defense, correct?
Yeah, that's right. I mean, we're going to have to play all three phases outstanding, and we're capable of doing that. I think DA and that defense, they did a great job the week before, for the first 3 quarters. We just got to put together 60 minutes on that side of the ball. And then offensively, we got a different game plan here. We're really excited about unleashing, and we got to get the ball to our playmakers in space, and they can have some big plays. Now, this defense is darn good that we're about to go against, but yet we can have some big plays because they do give up explosives.
With the safeties, start there before we get to Aiden Hutchinson. But what do you think of those 2 safeties? Because I love safety play. I think it's significant in terms of getting your team to the playoffs. And these guys have put up some big numbers.
Yeah, no, I think they trust their safeties to cover in man-to-man, and they should, because a guy like Brian Branch, he can cover receivers, tight ends, running backs. It doesn't matter, and he's as sticky as they come. So instinctual football player. Kirby's really the same way. He might be a little bit more post high, but he's all over the place. He reads the quarterback. He knows where that ball's supposed to go, and he triggers pretty quickly. So we're going to have to account for him, not just in the passing game, but also in the running game. They like to get nosy. They like to be involved, and they're both really physical players as well.
All right. This is not a loaded question, but it's an interesting one if you ask me. What's the best way to diffuse Aiden Hutchinson?
Yeah. Well, number one, you got to know where he is, and that's what they do a great job of, is moving him around. So you don't know if he's going to be on the right side or the left side. So you got to identify where he's going to be first and foremost, and then we're going to try as much as we can to get 2 bodies on him as often as we can, both run game and pass game. So that's easier said than done, but that's certainly our intent going into the game here.
All right, let's flip it to the offensive side. I know you mentioned this. You want to eliminate space in coverage, but you got a great space team because there's great space weapons there. How do you do that?
Yeah, well, we got to play fundamental football, and that's really what it comes down to in all 3 phases, by the way. It's just we got to get aligned, we got to assign, we got to have great eye discipline, and we got to play hard, and that's really what it comes down to. Our pursuit on defense is going to be really the name of the game, in my opinion. We got to go around the ball, rally around the ball. If number 1 misses the tackle for some reason, we got to have 2, 3, and 4 showing up right away as well. That's what the formula was last week when this team played Green Bay. Green Bay's defense did a great job of it, and we need to do the same.
How can special teams tilt this game? It seems to me, just reading and watching the tape, Dave Phipp wasn't thrilled with his unit. I know the same hold true this past week with Richard Hightower.
Yeah, well, I mean, it starts with they have a dangerous returner in Khalif Raymond. We're going to have to – it's going to take a village here to contain him. Torrey's going to have some great hang time, and then our cover units are going to have to make sure we box him in and not give him any space. So that's a starting point. We know this particular punt team likes to major in the gadgets. I think they've had 12 fakes over the last 4 years, and so that's been an emphasis for us, is making sure they don't steal a possession by having a fake punt. So it's a very dangerous unit. They've got speed. They've got really good specialists that have big legs, and they've been doing it. They're really well coached, and so, like you said, we got a monumental challenge on that phase, but yet Hightower and our crew, they're ready to bounce back from last week and have a big game ourselves.
A word on Caleb, who has not experienced the wins, this football team, those who have been here, but he experienced success against the Lions, at least statistically last year. Does that help a player going in there?
I don't know that. I still came up with the loss, and so right. I think end of the day, he's a fearless competitor. It really doesn't matter who we're going against. They're nameless, faceless opponents as far as I'm concerned. When it comes to Caleb, he just shows up and he likes to compete. And so this is just the next opponent on our list, and for us to get to our goal, this is who we have to go through.
I got to give it to you, too. I mean, many questions could have been asked a lot about you going back there. You've really focused on this team, and that diffused kind of a bomb, so to speak. This is how you approach things every week. Doesn't matter who you're playing, right?
Yeah, no, this is just the next one. I'm sure standing on the opposite sideline during the national anthem, I might feel a certain type of way. But at that point, when the ball's kicked off, we just have an obligation to each other to be the best at our jobs. And so that's what I'm going to be focused on. I'm not playing. I'm coaching. So I just want our players to be ready to compete and help support them as much as I possibly can.
All right, we'll talk to you after the game. Good luck.
All right, thank you, Jeff.
That's Bears head coach Ben Johnson. We send it back now to Mark Silverman, Tom Waddle, and Dionne Miller.
All right, let's make predictions, guys. It's brought to you by Four Seasons. Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric. Having a plumbing, electrical, or heating emergency, you got to call my guys at Four Seasons for same-day installation and service with no extra charge for nights, weekends, or holidays. Call them today, 866-4 Seasons. That's 866, the number 4 Seasons. Dionne?
Another disappointing 3-point loss, 23-20 Lions.
That's what I have, 23-20. Tough spot for the Bears. I think the Lions try to get back on track. Want to see progress from the quarterback. That's what's most important for me today.
I got 31-23 Lions. I'm in show me mode.
Show yourself out.
I'm in show me mode, not show yourself out mode.
It's fair.
Prove us wrong. And don't forget, I take your calls at halftime. 312-332-3776. That will do it for us at the Advantage Dealer Group pregame show. You got the call of the game coming up next on the Bears Radio Network.
In Chicago, football isn't just a game, it's a way of life. And when the Bears hit the field, there's only one drink that brings the flavor, Dr. Pepper. It's bold, it's original, it's the best